Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Alley Top Files. How is everybody doing? Give me one moment. People will be late joining this today. They will come in as we go. So yes, welcome.
Just want to do a quick audio check, guys. How is our audio today? Can you hear us? Check 1 2 1 2 1 2. Check 1 2. Can everybody hear us? Check 1 2 1 2.
Yes. Great. I'm gonna share some funny stuff before we start, because what time is it?
We got like 10 minutes.
Okay, let me just add this to the stage before we start. Hold on, little girl. Guys, good morning, effers, is what he said. That's what he said. I got something for him. Hold on. I'm still waiting for Anna. She's coming. I don't know if she's coming for the after or the before, but we got Rio here. Hold on. Now, hopefully we don't have mic issues. We're gonna pray. So I'll add Rio.
Hi. How are
Can we hear her? Speak a little bit louder.
Bonjour.
Can everybody hear her?
Yeah, I think.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, I love the picture. You know what? Like
no echo. That's good.
No echo on Rio. I love the fact that you gave me the cigarettes, because I think in another universe I smoked.
Yeah. I think Anna's running late. I don't know where she is yet. We will she will join when she joins. And
hi everybody.
This is so bizarre.
How bizarre.
External. Can everybody hear? Good. I have a poll up, so look at the poll, please. And
I didn't notice the poll.
And I have to stop this screen and add something else. So just give me a second. Where is my actual screen with that? Okay, stop screen. I have to add the actual thing.
How's everybody?
Yeah, just turn up your mic if you can.
Oh, really? Okay. Does
Just a
this
little
help? Is this higher? Is this higher? Is this higher?
Timer says 2 minutes. Yeah, that sounds a little bit better.
Let me just move it closer. What about that?
Closer, yeah. The great debate. Where is it?
Hi, Ryan. Glad you could make it to somebody's live.
The great debate. Here we go. Alrighty. So that's on the screen. I'm just gonna show you some funny stuff right now.
Yeah.
We got this.
Hey, what the? Ow! Stop that!
People are sending me this stuff, okay? Wisha, thank you so much for sending me that. We got Blake Neff in a car too. Is this Blake Neff? No, it's not. That is.
Yeah, I think it is.
No, that's Blake Neff.
That was Blake. You just had a little bit more facial hair than normal.
Oh, here's Blake Neff.
Beep, beep. I wonder if Candace will notice me.
Oh my God. So there's some
So I guess that vehicle has some compression, some video compression. I guess that's why it's a little small, everybody.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
Yeah. This is funny. We're laughing here, okay? Yes, I have a poll up.
We don't see it.
You don't see it?
Yeah, that's what I was just saying. I didn't see it either.
So you do it again.
Yeah, because I think you threw it up last night.
It says it's here.
Oh, I don't see it when I log in.
Good morning. Good morning, y'all.
Let me do another one.
Actually, it timed out.
Okay, let me do another one.
Yes.
Let me do another one.
Yes.
Who will win the debate?
Oh. I think I already contributed to this, but I'll do it again.
It's very early, yeah. It's so early. No, not Q&A. I don't want Q&A. I have to end this one. Oh, it was there. I'll do a different poll.
You know what I heard?
That was up all night, so.
Oh, girl, I get it. I just jumped out of a live, too.
Yeah, I can't. I'll do a poll while we're mid-streaming. It's fine.
I heard it wasn't actually a pickle. I heard it was olives. Somebody said that. So I'm like, well, that's weird news.
Can you hear me okay, Rio?
Yeah. Yeah. Can
Okay.
you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, you're still a little quiet, but yeah, we
Can
can
you
hear
check?
you.
Can you check? Go upstairs and check our like
What?
with the. Go upstairs
know
with the
what?
phone and check.
What,
I think
her
this is
audio?
why.
Or what do you want me to check?
Try
Take
this.
the phone, go
Is that
upstairs
better?
and listen to see if we sound okay.
Well, she sounds quiet. I can.
That's just because it's from here.
Okay, I'll double check.
I just put on the right microphone. Default
Hold on.
Yeti.
How do we sound, guys? Good? Goody goody gumdrop.
Hi, love and compassion. How's everybody doing? Wherever you're at in the world.
Yeah, you sound good. You sound good.
Concerts back to back. What do you do? What do you
sound
play?
good.
Yeah, she
Oh,
sounds
look at
You
all
sound
the
good.
people.
You sound good.
We just can't hear her because of our issue.
Yeah. Thank you so much for becoming a new member, Carrie HS and Jewel. Oh, Lemon Curd. Thank you for the 100 jewels. Can't talk this morning because it's so early. Oh my
I
gosh.
know.
Got up really
Oh,
early
no.
for this.
Yes.
Here for the pickles. People are here for the pickles. We're here for the pickles.
Aren't we all?
I'm here for the crash out.
I know.
Hello, everybody. Hello. I know everybody's streaming this. I think the YouTube's going to crash. I don't know.
I know. You're gonna break the internet.
Right?
Oh, look at that. Everybody was. Oh, Justin, where were you this morning, huh?
Let me test another. When are they
Alright.
going?
I think at
The
10.
timer's up on the Candace's channel. So
Six minutes. It says 6 minutes. 6
Y'all-
minutes.
Y'all want to see one of my dogs? He is like
Yes.
wanting the attention. Come here, buddy. I don't know if I've shown everybody him before. He's so cute. I might have to take a break real quick midsection and run him down the street.
Yeah. No worries.
Come here.
We got 6 minutes to
Come on,
show
babe.
time.
You want to see him? Oh, jeez.
Oh my
Kelsey?
goodness. He's like almost as tall as you when he's
He's
standing.
He's
Wow.
huge. He's massive. Can you say good morning? Or you're just gonna hang out in there.
Oh,
This
it's
is
so
Moose,
cute.
everybody.
Aw.
He needs to get a haircut today. He starts to turn ginger red, and I'm like, okay, that is my litmus test. He's a big boy. He's 110 pounds, you guys, and he's not fat.
Wow.
Love of my life. Thank you, Orion.
Cutie.
My other one is being her morning self. Whatever. I'm sure we'll
He's
hear
tall.
from her.
He's
Yeah.
tall.
I'm
Everybody's
sure
saying he's
it's
cute. He's a big boy. He's
He's
a big boy.
gorgeous. Be careful
Thank
what
you for
you
the
name
jewels.
them. His name, Lemon, is Moose. Be careful what you name them.
Moose.
Mm-hmm. He's a golden doodle, but he ended up 110 pounds. I know. He is.
Wow. 110 pounds?
He's like a human.
He probably can like literally drag you and walk you.
Oh, he can. He can. He won't, but my 60-pound dog will do that. But he is like he's not like, well, he's now treat driven, food driven because of her, but he is so much like a golden retriever in the mind. He just wants to please.
I don't think we can see Anna's because I don't know. I don't know what happened.
Naughty
I
Poodle.
really don't. She probably has to log back in and set it up. I'm not sure what happened.
Yeah, I don't know where she's at.
No.
For those of
Still
y'all
waiting for her.
asking about the poodle's name, her name is Bouvier. She is named after Jackie Kennedy. I thought she was going to be real classy. She looks classy, but she's a Maryland. She knows how to party. They all know.
I'm not do you know where Anna is?
I got
No.
an update on that. So she is up and awake. She
Okay.
did start the stream from her side. She just hasn't joined us yet.
Oh,
Tell
okay.
her to-
Because I'm looking at it. She just popped up, or the stream is going. She has chimed in on her chat. She's probably just running a little bit late.
Yeah,
I'm
funny.
pretty
She
sure
texted
she'll
me at
join when she
6:30.
gets a moment.
We're all late. We're just having a party here, guys.
Yeah, she's kind of like, yeah, Marilyn, not a Jackie. I think Jackie was a Marilyn behind the scenes. She looks fancy, but she parties, you know? I bet Anna fell out of sleep. Well, maybe she's up for good now, but she texts me at 6:30 and then never texts me back.
I think she was up late. I was up late. What should be
Yeah.
my poll? Will Andrew smoke cigarettes? What should be my poll, Rio?
I was thinking, why didn't we do like a Super Bowl board, like however many times, or like who has the first crash out, you know?
Okay.
Or we should have done that.
That's a good one.
How many times are they gonna? Oh, I don't know.
You know, and when Anna comes in, we might have mic issues because
It's okay. I can.
we didn't do a mic check.
Mic check. Mic check.
We didn't do a mic check before we all got here, so we're just doing this on the spot. I didn't even know if I was going to do this, to be honest.
Well,
Who
Baby
will have the
Bump has
first
a
crash
70.
out?
Who all thinks that he's crazy for debating a woman who is 7 months pregnant?
I know. He better not swear at her.
That baby is going to be born with fierceness.
Who will have the first crash out? Candace, Andrew. Who else should I put?
Blake Neff.
PBD.
PBD,
Ooh.
PBD, and then what should be the last one?
TPUSA. Well,
Yeah. Yeah, Blake Neff.
Yeah.
You guys in the chat have to go check Blake Neff on X and see what he's posting.
Looks like we're still live in about a minute and a half.
Okay,
See what happens.
Did y'all
a
see
minute and a half? Wow.
the Venmo I posted? The screenshot of the Venmo? Did you see that? Yeah. Like, I wonder, I don't know. I hope she brings it up. That'd be really great. The Venmo of Andrew Wilson. No. Blake paying Andrew Wilson something with like a little black woman emoji saying poker. I found that.
Wow.
It's crazy.
Rest in peace, Pickle.
Rest in peace, Pickles.
I love all those pickle things. Everybody's sending it to me. It's so funny.
I hope he's respectful.
Am I going to fact check at the same time?
I think we know what Pierre. I don't know.
For stuff that we don't know, yeah, we can fact check that. No problem, Lemon. Absolutely.
Oh, it's a real
Some
inquiry.
things we'll be able just to go off memory because we've been here since the beginning. But
Now, if we have audio issues, we'll just mute ourselves when Anna comes in, wherever Anna is. We were discussing, we should live stream it or do an after party. I said, let's just do both and see what happens. Because I think everybody's doing it. I see Gary Paramount Tactical's doing it. Trigger Smart's everybody's live streaming it. So I do probably have to stop and go and talk and then play it again. So if you want to watch it on Candace Owens, go ahead. Yeah, I would suggest you give those people views or whatever. But
well, normally
we're going to talk a bit too.
Normally when we do watch parties like this, like especially from the court, we don't talk a lot. So,
no, with the court, no. But
I think we shouldn't probably comment too much on this.
No,
just let it fly.
Agreed.
I'll stop
I like that.
and I'll laugh. I'll say something and I'll keep going.
I like
What
that.
time is it?
Candace Stream says waiting for her, so we can go pretty much any minute now.
Okay.
Quick bio break before this starts.
Let's see. Let's see here.
Before we get into this, did you want to go through any supers and stuff? I see.
Sure.
I think I think we should do that before we start.
Thank you so much, Dope Lemon, for the 2 Jewel Silver Star. Thank you so much. Jail. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. Holy smokesers.
Oh, wow.
Who
Dale,
got that?
thank you so much.
Who got that? Who got it? Who got it?
Mailernoid, IB Nichols, the brand via RB Ham. Hey, RB Ham. We did a show with him on Don Jeffries. Turnpie 1, Patricia Rose, Hammer Stuff, Lulu Balas, Mark, LOL Misinformations, and Sandy Girl in Florida received those memberships.
Wow.
Woo!
And what was I going to say? And thank you so much, Dale. You are amazing. Stay for the after show. I'm going to have everybody come up. Whoever wants to come up, they can come off, whatever. We're going to have some fun here today.
I love the spelling.
What was I going to say? Somebody said, Rio, if you wanted to have a mod, was it? I think Love and Compassion said that.
Yeah. How do we do it?
You should, because so YouTube will protect, so they can protect your chat. So you can add like Love and Compassion. You can add like Critter KC, whoever's in your chat. I don't know who's in your chat. They're all going back and forth. Like, shout out to the mods. Like, you guys are all over the place.
Yeah.
Shout out to the mods.
Are they the blue ones that are in mine? Hey, Justin, who wants to be a mod for me? Raise your hand.
Yeah, if you have made somebody a mod, they'll appear in blue, and you'll see a little blue shield by their name.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can just touch and you can just add them as a standard moderator.
Okay. Okay, Love and Compassion. I'm doing you, girl. Thank you.
Yeah, because she said she can. Yeah.
Hang on. Damn. Y'all fast.
30 big jewels. Thank you so much. Big old girl, 9578.
I just see a note in the chat. I guess a little while ago you mentioned about posting something somewhere on X, and just a couple people just said, we don't have X. Can you post it here? I have no idea what you referenced.
Oh, neither do I. Oh, look at this. Look at the little squirrel drinking the water.
I don't know how to make her a mod. I see the 3 dots on the side. I don't want to put her in timeout.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, you don't know how to do it?
Mm-mm.
Yeah, she just needs you to watch
oh, you have to do it. Do you have your phone nearby?
Yeah.
So turn the volume all the way down off your phone first. Go to your live chat. Go to your live chat. Then press the 3 dots. It should work there. And then log out of, and then swipe out of there, because you don't want 2 things playing.
Right. We don't want that.
It will work through your phone.
Okay.
Did you get it?
It doesn't even show that I'm live on my phone.
It shows that you're up here.
Probably because I'm in studio, not StreamYard on my phone. StreamYard on my phone, right?
Just go to regular YouTube. Don't go to StreamYard. Just go to your regular YouTube. Go to your live section.
She's there.
She's there, yeah. Go to your live section. Go to your chat in your live section. Press the 3 dots, and you should be able to do it there. Don't go to studio. Don't go to just go to regular YouTube and go to your live.
Ha!
Got it?
Y'all are geniuses. What would I do without y'all?
I'm always here. And then swipe out of there. Like, add a couple moderators and then swipe out of there. Okay. So it doesn't conflict with the sound.
Okay. I'm making everybody a mod.
Did it work?
Yes, it did.
Yeah. So that's where you do it. I don't know why I can't do it from here. You can do it elsewhere, but that's the quickest way I know.
Okay.
Guys,
cool.
You guys are so generous today. What is happening here? Critter, Casey, morning, y'all. Rio, my Newfoundland weighs 160. She's a big girl. Bessie Lou is her name. Oh, well, I'd love to see a picture.
Baby.
Send me a picture. I'll play it in the after party.
She's probably not even overweight. She's a newbie.
Where can she send it to me? Pumpkin, what are you doing? I just have cats. I used to have dogs. I used to have German Shepherds.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I love them.
I love German Shepherds. So thank you so much for that, Krita. And gifted one Anna Escobar membership. Thank you so much for that.
Oh, how funny.
Wherever she is, she's coming.
I'm looking at you on my phone.
It's starting.
Okay.
It's starting. Let's just keep going here. Dale, 22K in the Candace Owens chat, 7 a.m. Central this morning. She's going to break records. Yeah. Let's go, Candace, go. Thank you so much, everyone. All right. Let's go. All right. So now I can unstar these ones because I already did them. Thanks for bringing this to us, guys. I love watching it with my family. I love you, Debbie. Thanks for sticking around. You mods are great. I know you're all over the place. You know, yep, she's starting soon. I see it.
Look at her chat. For my mods,
it's crazy.
You have full power. If people start getting sideways, just
yep,
out.
She's starting soon. I'm worried. We probably have to mic herself. I hope everybody can hear it. Let's do it. Mic check for this thing.
Mic check.
Okay, I already read all those. Good, got it. All right, next. I don't hear it. Do you guys hear her? Is this supposed to be no music yet, right? Okay.
Thank you to my mods who just volunteered. I voluntold some of you, but
yeah, I have a poll up, guys. Do the poll. We'll do a couple polls today. Funny ones. We'll do some funny ones. We'll do some funny polls.
Thank you, Justin.
Thank you, guys.
Justin, it's the least you can do for sleeping through my live this morning.
Thanks for being going to her side and be a mod for Rio. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
Anna will be here. Sorry, guys. We are running late. Didn't even know if I was going to do this. Pull me, Allie. Death Queef. You are hilarious. Oh my God. What are you writing? Is that? Look at that. Flamingo is jacked.
Cow herder. Bouvier does not mean cow herder. Somebody said Bouvier means cow herder.
You guys are so funny.
It could be a
cow herder. It's so early. 2 Jewel Silver Star. Thank you so much, Kathy. Kathy's in the house.
I think I got my nerves out because I did a live this morning.
Oh, that's good.
No, it was good. It was really, really good. It's good. Justin failed to show up, but that's okay. It's cool.
Oh, here we go. Soon it's starting. Should I just block this chat? Yeah, I don't need to see that.
Yeah.
Right? That looks better like that, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that our background or hers? The lightning.
That's mine. That's my background. Yeah. So let me know when Anna does come in because I can't see her.
Okay. Herdsman, known as Fluffy. Oh yeah, Bouvier is a breed too. I didn't know that until after. They're actually closely related to the poodles.
Yeah.
I know miscellaneous. Somebody was saying a Bouvier is a cow herding dog. It is actually a dog breed. But oh,
hello everybody. She's starting soon.
Well, Rabid, you showed up. I think you should gang up on Justin too. Okay, awesome. Thank you. I will. Let's see who said that. All right, Kathy, I'm going to add you. Don't take no BS. Just kick them out. I don't have tolerance.
I really hope everything works, the audio and stuff, or else I'm going to cry.
Don't cry. Don't cry.
I'm going to cry.
Let me see.
Where, oh, where?
Fancy pants, lot of law.
Hello.
Okay, Kathy.
Welcome in, everybody. If you're just joining on both streams, welcome, Alley Top Files chat. Welcome, Real Gauge chat.
Anna's okay. Welcome. She's just setting up. You know, she'll be here.
Hide your kids. Hide your wife.
Hide your goldfish.
They didn't
Put
update
the Pomeranians in your purses. Hide everything. It's going to be explosive.
Wish it made me lose control of all bodily function.
Oh gosh.
She's sending some funny memes and stuff in the chat. So
what the hell?
Yeah, she's funny. She should have been a comedian. She missed her calling. Hello, everybody. Hello. Aloha. from Hawaii. Aloha, Orion.
Ooh,
Aloha.
our little Samoan cookie in here, huh? Who's a
My
Samoan?
spirit animal.
What up, Scotty?
What up, Scotty?
In the chat, I was reminding everybody to get their coffees and to have their bacon and eggs. And Scotty said he didn't need it because I was his bacon and eggs.
Oh my. You're just a snack, aren't you?
Oh my gosh. Oh, this chat. They are funny.
I love that Candace is late because I'm always late. I'm trying to
It's
be better.
okay with the poll. It's okay. It's okay. Yeah, I did have a poll like who's gonna win, but the second one is who's gonna crash out, right? Is that what it
I
is?
think
That
she's gonna do it first. I think there's no way she'll let herself do it.
yeah.
Let's see if I can do this. I'm gonna turn off that light.
Are they still waiting? Like, what is happening?
I bet they're fighting.
He probably needs a cigarette. That's probably what's going on.
Yeah, one needs a cigarette, one needs a pee break because she's pregnant. No,
Yeah.
that's not good. That's too dark. No, this
Like,
is
let me look on my phone. Like, can I know what's
I think
happening?
it's going.
Candace?
No, not yet. Still got the same screen up. I was just checking on the phone. Still says starting soon.
Let me check.
Wow, she's got 132K waiting.
Wow.
Just waiting. That's crazy.
100. Wow, babe. I think
Somebody
that's the
said-
most she's ever had. I think that's the
Somebody
most she's
said-
ever had. Hello, everybody. Come on in. Come on in, little girl.
She's probably
Look, we
gonna
are
make a
having some
million.
fun here today.
Oh, Nana! Hey!
Oh, Nana Boomer, you know her?
Yeah,
Where is
she's
she?
been hanging out with me lately.
Yes.
Andrew has 10K people watching, and everybody is trying to boost his algorithm in the chat.
Oh,
Interesting.
For real?
They're sending the algorithm boost trophies like crazy.
Interesting.
That's hilarious.
Thank you so much. Allie, click my name and you can see my 2 new feet in pics in video. Okay, so where?
Where?
Is that in X or tell me where? Tell me where, where.
Keep singing.
We're
we-
partying. We know the woman's gonna get it. She's gonna get it. She's gonna get it.
I bet they're fighting.
I'll find the picture. I'm so sorry. I will find it. I think I know where you sent it.
What's an algorithm?
Yeah.
You're saying like Andrew Colvette only has 10,000 people?
Thank you so much, guys. Death Queef 69, 10 jewels. Jacked up, 10 jewels jacked up. Thank you so much.
You think Blake has his security blanket?
Oh, I'm pretty sure he snuggled up with that pretty good.
Sure.
Let's go, Candace. Let's go. Let's go, Candace. Let's go. Thank you so much, guys. This is going to be fun.
Hey.
She's going to kill it. I can't wait. I'm like, my stomach is like, oh. Thank you so much, Death Queef.
What do you bet he's pacing around on her back porch like just...
Probably.
Dale, the real crash out will come after the debate. You know, she's dropping. Yes, she is dropping the nukes today. Hope the pickles are going to be everywhere afterwards. This whole thing is going to go fire.
I don't
I
expect
bet
that.
he's covered in nicotine patches. I bet he is. Not gonna lie, I have one on myself. They're really good
Thank you
for
so much.
long COVID.
I'm expecting Andrew personally to come pretty hard.
Christy!
He can't afford to, after the talking he's done, he can't afford to have a bad showing. So he's going to go hard. And that's, just my opinion, but I think he's going to go pretty hard.
Am I reading
He's
these
probably
right?
faking a
Slowly
medical emergency right now.
So I read that one. Hello, thank you so much for that. I read this one. Did I read this one already?
I hope.
If I
Oh my
didn't-
God! I hope they have an ambulance on standby. I hope they don't.
Oh,
have
ambulance!
smoke.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah. Unlike that day.
Thank you
I hope they
guys. I
actually
don't
have-
love the jewels. I love the jewels. Thank you so much, guys. 10 jewels. Buy a big Is that big leg girl? Did I say that right?
Big old leg girl. Girl. 9578.
I love your
Big-
emoji, your teddy bear.
Ted.
Big old girl.
That's from that movie, right?
Ted.
That looks like Ted, isn't it?
Yeah, it does.
That one movie.
Yeah.
They have like 2. I think maybe there's even Ted 3 now.
Thank you so much, Kiera Michelle XO, for the 300 jewels. Girl power. Yes, girl power today. Let's do it. We're doing it. This is for I think this is for you, Rio. 30 jewels flower.
Mm.
Don't know if it's for you. I don't know who this is for.
It's not me. It is not me.
Maybe it's
I'm
for
not
Anna.
Probably not. Oh.
Maybe it's for Anna then. Thank you so much, Pam.
Big old leg girl. Oh, maybe it's big old leg girl.
Did I really read this one? 1058. Yeah, I already read
Yes,
that
you
one.
did.
Okay, got it. I think I read everything. I will get to all of if you guys if this starts, I don't know, they're running late, I guess, right? He needs his mojo. He needs his cigarettes.
Christy. Right?
Watch him
So
like he says like smoking like half a dozen before he starts.
See, I also have a thought here too.
Oh?
What if it's delayed because they're arguing and Andrew's trying to back out?
Oh, they're arguing right now. He's
I know
trying to
they're
like
arguing.
get her. Yeah.
Well, we don't know that. I'm just saying, Candace is usually on time. Like she goes late sometimes, right?
But
This is
not
a
like
different situation and it's going to be more complicated. And I'm just wondering if there's something happening that we are unaware of because we're not there.
yeah, I think Kiera Michelle, I think he is at Candace's house. Yeah.
One what's crazy, the opening screen's been on so long. I have Candace's stream up on my phone and it's running commercials through the start screen because it's been up so long.
Hold on.
How funny.
Did you send it to me like in XDM or I want the picture? Allie, I sent you how to see my dogs in the last super. Oh, okay.
So go back into the supers.
I don't
she
think
said.
I have them in here anymore. They're gone.
Hey, Mr. Feelgood. Welcome in. Long time no see. Kidding.
Don't I have you on Discord or something? Like maybe send it to me there.
This woman needs to get up on here.
The anticipation's crazy. Can we just start this already?
You're right.
There. I sent you a message, Critter. I think that's you, Critter Casey. I sent you a message, so send it to me there and I will show it after. Yes, I see you are texting me back. Thank you so much for that. Shout out to the mods today. Like,
Yeah.
seriously.
Yeah, big time. Big time, big time. Thank you guys.
Yeah. Stu Peters is on the Kick platform. Yeah, everybody's doing this today. Everybody's showing it. It's going to be great. It's going to be great.
Yeah, lots of panels happening today too.
How many cigarettes does he need? Let's go.
Well, you've watched one of his streams, right?
It's every second.
Why does he
Pretty
do
sure
that?
he has some nicotine patches on his body for today.
They're all over. Oh, we should make memes of that. If anybody's in here, put like these nicotine patches all over himself.
It is so easy to overdose on that. It is a different form, I'm telling you.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't know anything about that. I have asthma, so I can't smoke.
I've never smoked, but I have a patch on right now because it helps with long COVID.
Oh.
I started small and worked my way up just a little bit. So it's good. I highly recommend.
Okay.
Don't buy them
I
from
did not know
Walmart.
that.
You can buy them from Walmart, even the Walmart brand. Don't buy them from Walgreens or not.
I did not know that.
Yeah. Well, now you know.
Anna should be here. She just has to join whenever she's ready. And it is a bit early for her down there. Just, give her some grace. Like, what is it like?
It's
like 8 or 7 in the morning.
It's still only 8:30 for her.
It's 8:30 for her. So she stayed up late. So
It's 10:30 for us.
Yeah.
Yeah. But still. I'm sure it was
Hey,
a really early
Louisiana's in the
morning.
house. Hello,
Yeah.
Louisiana girl. You were
Hey,
advertised to be on someone's
Louisiana.
stream today.
Yeah, I thought you were on stream today.
Yeah, I thought she was supposed to be on with ADN and Dee Dee and Teresa. She's advertised to be on that stream.
Oh, are you over there?
Yeah, maybe she just stopped in.
Or are you guys doing it after?
No, they're live now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, everybody's live now.
Everybody's live now? Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks for stopping in.
Appreciate you, girl.
Yeah. Where is she? I don't even see the comment.
Oh, I sent something to you on XDM last night, Louisiana.
Yeah, maybe check that out. Oh, and I will send. I'll just show this really quickly. It's I don't know if you guys can see it. This is Critter Casey's dogs.
Let's see. Oh, yes, I recognize them from the other day. We've seen them.
Chocolate, so beautiful.
I love them.
I will bring it up later too.
I'm gonna have to reheat my coffee.
Oh, I see why. Louisiana was supposed to go on to their stream, but she didn't feel comfortable showing her face, so they decided not to have her. Well, I'm sorry that happened, girl. I get it though. These days it's crazy.
You can come on mine. You can come on mine after if you would like. Once this thing starts, I'll send you a link. It's going to be a party here. Face or no face, I don't care. Anybody can come here. We can party here. Let's party. What is going on with this lateness?
I don't know.
I'm starting to like get like antsy. I'm going to start dancing. Do 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 do. What should we? Oh, here we go. Thank you so much for the gold.
Are we live?
There we go.
So we're officially live.
We're live, everybody.
Candace, Andrew, good to sit down here with you, talking to you guys about
Can we get the live
the conversation that I think started with you being on Joe Rogan when you said, hey, I'm offering $300,000. And for the audience watching this, you have to know when you see this final product, there's a lot of stuff that happens behind closed doors. There was still communication till midnight, even some of the stuff this morning. Like it's like you're trying to sell a company. It's the last 24 hours that the deal doesn't work out, but kudos to the both of you guys that you made it work. The topic of discussion today, how this got prompted is, Andrew, you said there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson shot and killed Charlie Kirk. And Candace, your position was he's a patsy. Tyler Robinson is a patsy. So, of course, we'll talk about a lot of different things, but that's kind of how the whole thing got started. For the audience watching, I think this is truly for three different people. Number one is anybody out there that loves Charlie, respects Charlie, his legacy, what he did. We have a lot of love and admiration for what he did. He changed the lives of many people, young men, young women. You worked with him for many years. You guys were friends. You've said a lot of good things about Charlie, respectful towards him. You guys may have disagreed on some things, but you had a lot of respect for him. The second audience is the folks out there, you that's watching this. And so for you, you've been wanting something like this to take place. And kudos for Andrew for coming out and saying, hey, I want to have this conversation, and for Candace to accept it. So you have the ability to say, I agree, I disagree, comment, do all the stuff that you're doing online. And if you want to see more of these things, any of the three channels, subscribe to them, the Candace Show, the Crucible. I'm sure some of the people from Crucible are watching as well, and the PBD podcast. The more you subscribe to this, the more we're able to deliver these types of conversations to you. And last but not least, it's about the two of you. My goal is to speak as little as possible. 99% of the time, it'll be you guys speaking, and the audience will be able to see it. If I jump in, just so everybody knows on the back end, both have to agree. In the back, there's three people representing Andrew and three people representing Candace to do fact checking. So at any point, if somebody makes a claim, the other can say, can we fact check this? I can jump in and say, fact check this. Even the folks in the back can say, fact check this. So it is a very fair conversation that we're having here. And so with that being said, kudos to Michael Knowles. Your name was mentioned a lot. You missed out right now. The last 10 minutes, we talked about you. There's a lot of love and respect here mutually from both parties, all three of them here. And then, of course, the great Joe Rogan that started this conversation. And he also volunteered, but it ended up being this format that we have here today. So with that being said, Andrew, your claim is overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk? Opening statements, opening comments.
Sure. And what I mean by overwhelming is I just find it very convincing. That's I think that's what most people mean when they say overwhelming evidence. So I have a brief opening statement. On September 10th, 2025, Charlie Kirk was murdered. Many of you already know a lot about the events which occurred after Kirk's death. You remember the ghoulish laughter, celebrations, and madness we saw from leftists all over, from TikTok invasions, debates, posts on social media, destruction of memorials, and things like this. Within weeks of Kirk's death, a cottage industry began to form, peddling various alternative theories on how he died. What special interest may have killed him, what nations were involved, and was our own government one of them? Because this was the first nationwide traumatic event in Gen Z's lifetime, the demand for answers was severe and palpable. The leading theory from the conspiracy verse is that Israel worked with the United States government to murder Charlie Kirk. Within a day or two of Kirk's death, Ian Carroll claimed that Israel killed Charlie Kirk, and the conspiracy caught on like wildfire. This theory was built on one misleading piece of evidence, that in his final days, on or around September 8th, Charlie sent a text message reading, "Jewish donors play into all the stereotypes. I cannot and will not be bullied like this, leaving me no choice but to leave the pro-Israel cause." This was sent in the context of a platforming dispute regarding Tucker Carlson. From this scintilla of misleading information, it was speculated that Israel killed Charlie Kirk because he would have successfully opposed the Iranian war. Now, that's a fun theory, and who doesn't like a good, fun conspiracy theory? I like them. But there is no evidence that Israel actually killed Charlie Kirk. And if Candace has some, I'd like her to actually show it to me. I'm open to suggestions, but to date, there hasn't been any. There is, however, tons of evidence that a leftist killed Charlie Kirk, just as Charlie feared they would. I believe Charlie Kirk, and I have the receipts. No, I didn't have a dream where he came to me and told me that the left killed him. No, he didn't come to me a dream and say, Candace Owens betrayed him. That never happened. In fact, I don't need dreams of any kind because I hold in my possession never before seen messages from Charlie Kirk to his security team on September 9th, 2025. I'm going to share the message with you today, which is the first time this information's ever been publicly revealed. On September 9th, Charlie's security team wrote to him, yes, law enforcement has been fully supportive and agreed to a security plan and posture. Tomorrow's event will be covered by both my team and the campus PD. If additional support is required, patrol units will be available. I have 11 on site. Charlie responded with this, okay, great. Remind them that they are there for one person's security only, because I'm somewhat worried the left is trying to kill me. That was a message sent September 9th. Whatever could he have meant by that? Well, I think he meant exactly what he said, that he was worried the left was going to try to kill him. Now, we'll discuss this more later on in the debate, and maybe I have more never-before-seen evidence that exposes just how wrong and, in my opinion, idiotic many of these conspiracy theories have been. But that's what happens when you rely on what's called the evidence of the gaps. In other words, they don't have evidence, they seem to just make up evidence. And what did they make up? Well, in my opinion, kind of whatever lined the pockets. And I think it's ghoulish to profit off of the death of a good man. But we came here today to debate, and so let's get to it. The debate topic today is 1, my belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk, and 2, Candace's belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson was a patsy and didn't kill Charlie Kirk. In sum, the audience is going to decide who has more evidence supporting their theory. My theory is that the state is correct, that Tyler Robinson is the killer, at least based on evidence so far. And Candace's theory that Tyler Robinson is not the killer and he's a patsy set up by the feds. To be clear, this is not a question of reasonable doubt. If it was reasonable doubt, and that's all it was, and that's all Candace was proffering, I wouldn't even be here having the debate with her. It's fair to have doubts, as a trial has yet to occur, and the state hasn't even begun to try to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. But Candace makes a more forceful claim. She claims that there's more evidence that Tyler is not guilty of murder and was set up as a patsy than there is for the state's case. And I just think that that's absurd. And she will not be able to demonstrate that in any way. In fact, she has almost no real evidence at all of her theory, whereas my theory is supported by compelling witness testimony, physical evidence, multiple confessions, all of which are independently compelling, but which are even more convincing as each piece of evidence corroborates the others.
Heavier pieces.
You'll notice the term overwhelming was
read
included in both theories. This is because Candace demanded I defend my use of that term, which I think is fair,
Silver producers
in describing the
communicate
evidence
with
against
both of them.
Tyler Robinson. She, on the other hand, only wanted to defend her theory as merely viable. That is, until I showed her clips in which she said she believed the evidence of her theory, that Tyler Robinson's a patsy, was supported by overwhelming evidence. Only then did she agree to defend that position. Regardless, we're both defending the claim that there's overwhelming evidence on our side, so it's worth defining that term. When I say the evidence against Robinson's overwhelming, all I'm saying is that I mean that as of right now, I find it very convincing. I see almost no evidence at all, only speculation on verified claims and suggestions of things that could merely be hypothetically possible. Dreams, vibes, feelings, things like this. Almost done, by the way. I have no problem defending the state's case and welcome Candace bringing up any challenges she would like, but if I'm honest, the reason I was willing to pay the $300,000 for this debate was to finally have a chance for someone to demand Candace be held accountable for the unbelievable theories and claims she's been making. Candace's investigation is indistinguishable from a leftist operation. She couldn't be doing more damage to the right if she were trying. She uses her considerable platform to relentlessly attack one of the most influential conservative outreach organizations for young people, and she's making a mockery of the online right-wing commentary class. She's harming Republicans in an election year by dividing them. She's attacking the very organization Charlie spent his life building, and she's attacking the people he loved, including his wife. And it cost me $300,000, but today I hope that she finally answers for some of that.
You wanted her.
Candace?
Did you get it out of your system?
I did.
Okay, great. Well, I'm not going to waste time with the preamble because I think I just want to get to the substance of the debate, and we'll just speak to the audience. I've obviously had an audience since we've been covering this case. People know that there was a personal friendship between me and Charlie, and diminishing the pursuit of something that makes sense regarding what happened on September 10th by throwing it to this is just people who are conspiracy theorists. These are people who are just trying to generate clicks. I don't think that people should be satisfied by that. I want people to remember that it's important to think. We've been lied to by the government a great many times over, just the last couple of years, if you just think of the things that we've learned about our government. And I do want to say this, what's been the most disturbing element, I think, for everyone is that not only does the narrative not make any sense, which I'm going to demonstrate, I don't need to waste time with the preamble going through the points or trying to insult you or pretending that I've been running a podcast saying it's just dreams and vibes like I'm Miss Cleo. And that's the reason why it's taking so many influencers. It looks like $1 billion industry of influencers to dispute everything Candace says. It's not because I'm on my platform saying I had a dream last night. I don't think I think that diminishes you as an argument. Obviously, we have presented a lot of evidence. You just presented a text message and said, this is evidence. Well, that's how this entire thing began. You're talking about how Israel got into the conversation. It was because immediately after Charlie died, one of the first things we saw was this push to make us all think and remember how much he loved Israel. It's because the prime minister of Israel, who's fighting like a 27 front war, felt that he needed to come do a little mini tour and to be strangely to state that I did not kill Charlie Kirk, when nobody was having that thought that I can remember. Nobody was going, I wonder if Bibi Netanyahu killed Charlie Kirk. And then we had a round of influencers who lied and said Charlie was not changing on Israel, that he wasn't having any disagreements regarding that topic, that the day he died, he just loved Israel so much. And I demonstrated via a text message, which you just mentioned, and you're now contextualizing and pretending it was just about Tucker Carlson, which is not true. It was a part of a broader shift that Charlie was having over the last, I would say, actually, on your show, it began since October 7th, which is when I began asking myself more questions about Israel as well. And so, yeah, when all of these things happen in the immediate aftermath, and then I drop a text message after everyone is denying that, Tucker Carlson then comes out and confirms the conversations that he had with Charlie. Megyn Kelly then comes out and confirms the private conversations that she had with Charlie. People then begin to ask a reasonable question, which is, why are we lying about this? If they were forthcoming with that, and they had said, hey, yeah, Charlie was starting to ask questions. I think after October 7th, it's reasonable that people are starting to re-examine our relationship with Israel. We wouldn't be here today. But it has been lie after lie after lie, debunk after debunk after debunk. yes, I did share that I had a dream that Charlie was betrayed. It's not a dream anymore. It's a reality. I look at what the organization has become, the people that they are partnering with, the lies that they are telling, the extraordinary people that they're sending out to say that I hadn't speak to Charlie since 2018, and it begins to look like a conspiracy. And just as a historical fact, that entire term was created by the CIA to gaslight people after the assassination of JFK. So it's not exactly one that makes me nervous. Like calling somebody a conspiracy theorist is essentially saying that they demand further answers and they're not accepting the Fed slop. So I'm grateful that you came today. I don't need to, like I said, take cheap shots and discuss your manner of debate or your strategy. And I'm also grateful that you shared that you had that text message today, because everybody watching knows that I have been demanding not a debate, just an open conversation with Turning Point USA. They should be here. It shouldn't be you in that chair. It should be the person that took Charlie's place, maybe Erica Kirk, maybe Andrew Colbert. He's a spokesperson. And rather than doing that, they send us another influencer. So let's see how it goes.
Just out of curiosity,
Oh.
between 0 to 100, what is the likelihood that you think Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk and killed him?
Based on the evidence right now, I don't know. I'd say 75, 85%.
Candace?
0%?
0%.
I'm at 0.
So
with what we've seen in terms of the evidence, I'm at 0%.
So not only, that maybe somebody was behind him as a patsy influencing him, you're not even saying that he didn't even shoot Charlie Kirk.
Right.
And kill him.
I would, if you said, was he involved that day, as
Right.
I have consistently said on my platform, I would say yes, he was. I don't know what role he played, but as the shooter, 0%.
Do you have any evidence for it?
For what? My percentage?
The fact that he didn't shoot and kill Charlie Kirk.
Yes, which I'm hoping we're going to get to all of the evidence that he feels that he has. I mean, I'm not even convinced that Charlie was shot from the rooftop on Losi that day, based on the evidence that has been.
Do you think he was shot?
I do not think that Charlie was shot from a 30-06 from
yeah,
Losi.
but just shot at all.
I don't know. I think that a projectile hit Charlie, and I'm open to other people's presentations, but I have not seen any compelling evidence that Charlie was shot by a 30-06.
Can we see maybe if we're going to have an olive branch to each other, if maybe we can establish what we consider the facts of the case to be first?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So you're not sure if he was actually shot. You're open to alternative theories. To
He was definitely hit with a projectile of some description. If we're talking about was he shot from a gun, a 30-06, I would say definitively no.
Okay.
It defies common sense to think that he had a Superman neck, and even if he did have a Superman neck, which has been demonstrated, I think actually recently a YouTuber actually set up Valhalla steel cages and shot it, and it went through. So under no circumstance will I.
So at least not a 30-06.
Definitively not a
Okay,
30-06
but you
from
are
Losi,
open-
150 feet. No,
But you're not necessarily closing off the avenue that he could have been shot at all.
with maybe a smaller.
Smaller caliber. Okay. And then there's some things that I'm going to make concessions on that I do think we need more answers on, and I'm fine with that. And we can get to those things as well. The other thing is in the timeline, one of the things that we dispute, I think, on the timeline is that you think that Robinson drove hours away to a steakhouse in
Yes.
the timeline. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. And what's the compelling evidence that you think you have there?
I spoke to the owner of the restaurant,
Mm-hmm.
and I have seen the receipt. I know the conversation that I had, and I think it's enough that it will be presented. Obviously, if this goes to trial, but yes, I do believe that he was in Panguitch, which is near his grandparents' home.
Did he give you an unedited copy of that receipt?
I have seen an unedited copy of that receipt. It was not given to me from the owner. But I want to, before we get into like all the timeline stuff, I want to address what you think is evidence so we can keep this on par with what your claim is. Since
Well, I think that that's a piece of evidence that's in dispute, and that's why I'm.
yeah, but
Because if
we're
not
trying to get
establishing
to
the
whether there's
timeline.
overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson did this.
Yeah,
So
if you
whether
wanna
then
use the
starting
first-
with
if you want to use the first part of that for the internal critique.
yeah,
for
like
you,
we
that's
should go
fine.
over the actual
Okay,
evidence that
so
we feel.
The first reason that I think it's compelling evidence is that Tyler Robinson's rifle was found near the crime scene. So I would consider that to be very good evidence. And also the fact of the matter is that I dispute this claim that a 30-06 could not have made this wound. I think that that's absurd. 150 grain Remington core lock absolutely could shatter when it hits the neck of any human being. When you say that there's some steel neck and it's a smaller caliber, you have to make a counter explanation. Why wouldn't a smaller caliber also go through bone?
It could. I didn't say it can't.
Right, exactly. So if that's the case, then ammunition is going to be the critical key here. And if we have frangible ammunition, which we do in this case, a flex tip round, well, I'm sorry, not a flex tip, a soft point round from 150 grain Remington core lock, that's just a small jacket that goes around the actual lead piece. This thing could have split apart in air for all we know, but definitely upon impact. And we have the medical examiner who confirms this in a summary. And my team can bring that up, the summarization, which means he would have to be a part of some kind of conspiracy as well.
Okay. So just to start with your point about saying that the gun was found near him, near Losey Center, or I guess off in the woods. That gun, did you watch the testimony? Did you watch the preliminary hearing?
Yeah, we covered it live. Yeah.
Okay, so forgetting what the summary of the medical report was, did you watch the testimony that was given by the Caitlin Oliver, the ATF woman, Samantha Carner, any of those people who went into the science of?
Yes, I recall. You're talking about
the bullet analysis.
Yeah, when they went into the DNA.
Okay, so that's kind of the most relevant part.
Okay.
I'm not denying, I've never denied on my platform or anywhere else that a gun owned by Tyler Robinson was found near the crime scene, right? That doesn't remove, if you think somebody set up as a patsy, you could take a gun out of this room right now and you could walk out and plant it in the woods near a crime scene. That's not convincing evidence to me.
I concur with the fact that that's a possibility.
So I think have said on a platform that you were a gunsmith.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And for how many years?
Many, many years.
For many years.
Mm-hmm.
You also said that you were an Army sniper.
I wasn't a sniper in the Army.
Okay.
And I never said that.
Sorry, your wife tweeted that you were an Army sniper.
Yeah, I don't know. Like 15 years ago, she said something.
Does it change 15 years later?
She said that it was colloquial. So
Army sniper is a colloquial term?
Yeah, I was never an Army sniper.
Okay. What did you do in the Army? Did you teach this? She then I corrected it and said you taught rifles in the Army?
No, I didn't teach rifle. No, I taught rifles as a private citizen.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And I was an NRA instructor for many, many, many years alongside my gun shop.
As with your expertise, when she gave testimony on the stand, Samantha Carner, that there was dust and there was debris that was found in the gun barrel.
Yep.
And then when we had the person who, and this was, I believe, Caitlin Oliver, who explained painfully about the DNA, the prints.
Well, let's start with a point at a time.
I'm not done. You said something, so I'm going to finish my thought, right?
You don't want to do a point in time?
No, well, sure. If you want to respond to, but I want you to respond to 2 points. I want you to start with 2 points.
Okay.
Dust and debris in the gun barrel.
Yeah.
Secondly, the fact that there were 5 sets of prints, 5+ actually by the end of the testimony, 5 sets of prints for which we already had the woman who worked for the FBI forensics testify that above 2 prints, if you're taking a sample, it's no longer a science, right? She testified that when they took the sample of what was on the trigger, they saw 5+ prints. And among those 5+ prints, Tyler Robinson's was the most degraded. So I would like you to explain how Tyler Robinson's prints could be the most degraded when she said, actually, you could have DNA on something that you've touched. You could have DNA on something that you've never touched. And to get DNA degradation, they've looked at pieces, items 20, 40 years on that don't have degradation. Yet Tyler Robinson's prints amongst 5+ other prints were the most degraded on that weapon.
Yeah. So let's get into all 3 of the claims. First, with debris. When it comes to debris, firing rifle doesn't always blow the debris out of the barrel.
Okay. You think there could be debris and dust.
Yeah.
He just fired the weapon.
Sure.
Okay.
Not only that, he left it in a forest. Now, I don't know if you agree with me, but if you leave a rifle in a wooded area, it's also possible that debris could get in that way. But I'm not even sure that that's what the case is. I think it's far more likely that you fired the shot, it just didn't blow all the debris out, and it often doesn't. You'll find this if you take Grandpappy's dirty rifle and it's all dusty inside the bore and you go fire it, you'll often look down the bore and there's still dust.
Okay.
Happens all the time.
Okay. And the prints?
Yeah. So the prints, we don't know all of the details on just yet.
We do. It was excruciatingly long testimony on the prints.
We don't, because they haven't gone to trial, so we don't know on the print front. But Tyler Robinson's DNA was on there. You made the claim that Lance Twigs' DNA was on there, and it was not.
Well, when she gave the testimony, no, hold on. First, let's go to your first point because that's wrong. We can get a fact check on that. What do you mean we don't know until it goes to trial about the degraded prints? She testified, and
Yeah.
this is the person who took the prints.
Yes, but the problem is that inside of this particular testimony, you agree with me that there's going to be much more of the DNA analysis in the trial, right?
But you also would agree that her fact is not going to change, that among the prints, his was the most degraded.
Even
so I'm
if-
asking you to
but
address that. How
well,
could that be
here,
possible?
Let's give it, let's just grant this for a second as a possibility that his fingerprints were degraded.
No, it's not a possibility. It's a fact. The person who took
hang
it.
on. I'm just granting it for the sake of argument.
You should grant it because it's a fact that she presented.
So now it's granted. So what?
What do you mean? So what?
Yeah. So what? What does that prove?
It proves that if his prints were the most degraded amongst 5 of them, you're going to have to explain how that's possible if he's the one that recently fired the weapon.
Oh,
Yeah. So wait a second. You're saying that it's an impossibility that if his fingerprints are the most degraded,
I'm telling you
if
to
that's the
explain it.
case-
You're the gunsmith.
Well,
so
wait a
explain it.
second. How would a gunsmith give an analysis on fingerprints or DNA? Do you think that I work in a DNA laboratory?
So
with
your answer
fingerprints?
is I don't know. You can just say you don't know.
But
You
I
don't
did.
have to.
But I did.
No, you said so what? So
Yeah,
say
so-
I don't know. I
but what
actually
would
don't
that-
have an
what would
explanation for that,
prove,
Candace.
though, is my question.
Well, I think that what it would prove is that it is a more viable theory that people who had stronger prints on the gun
Mhm.
may have used it more recently.
Did they say who else had fingerprints on the gun?
They named Matt Robinson explicitly.
Okay.
And this was a part of the testimony where she was speaking about how they got samples of elimination samples from the home of Amber Robinson,
Mhm.
Matt Robinson, and Lance Twigs. Those were the 3 names they named.
So are you saying that Twigs?
Would you like me to
fingerprints-
finish my statement?
I just want to make sure I'm clarifying.
I'm trying to finish the answer, but it can't be clarified until the answer comes out of my mouth.
Okay.
So
go ahead.
This was a portion of her testimony
Mhm.
where she was explaining how they got elimination samples from the home. And she named Matt Robinson, Amber Robinson, and Lance Twigs as the elimination samples that she was using. And so she explicitly said, some of them, so we can assume 2 out of the 3,
Mhm.
were their prints were found on the gun. She explicitly named Matt Robinson as someone who had prints on the gun, and then said there were 5 people that they had taken that sample from. And again, what's also relevant here is the earlier testimony, which came from the FBI forensics analyst, I believe it was on day 2, where she said that when you're using those mixtures and those samples and you get up to 5+, it's really hard to make any sort of a determination. So both of those things are relevant. If you can't explain why his prints are the most degraded and you're saying he is the shooter, it's not really a so what. It's an open-ended question that people have a right to pursue. It's not a conspiracy. It's actually proof of my claim that there is evidence that he was set up as a patsy.
That wouldn't prove anything about him being a patsy.
It said it's evidence to support the claim that he could have been set up as a patsy.
So this is why I said earlier, so what? Because even if it's the case, this doesn't have an explanation for it yet. That doesn't actually give you any evidence in your corner for Tyler Robinson being a patsy.
Okay,
hang on. I didn't cut you off, right? You would need to actually explain how this would demonstrate Tyler Robinson. This is tied into Robinson being a patsy.
Mhm.
Are you claiming that these fingerprints were Lance Twigs or that he had any DNA there?
I'm saying that it could be Matt Robinson, it could be Amber Robinson. That sort of information is going to come out during the trial.
How would that tie into the idea that he's a patsy?
Yes,
though?
because if his is the most degraded prints and the information that I shared on my platform is true, that this gun was given to Tyler Robinson as an heirloom. I had conversation with members of the Robinson family, Twigs family, both of them. You know, like I said, we're not just dreaming. And if we're having those conversations and they told me that that gun was only given to Tyler Robinson because it was a family heirloom. Okay, so it was his grandfather's gun or great-grandfather's gun.
Okay.
I don't remember the difference. I don't remember which one it was. And so he got it because he's the firstborn. So, but he's not much of a shooter, is what I was told. And so he has this because he inherited it, essentially. So if I get something from my grandpa and I put it up on the shelf and I own this, you could see that could be.
How do we get to the patsy part?
You don't let me ever get to the end of the sentence. So how could we get to the patsy part
Okay,
if I can't get to the end of the
I'll wait
sentence?
patiently till we get to
So
the
that
patsy
could be a
part.
reasonable explanation as to why there was dust in the barrel, because he doesn't often shoot this weapon and he is indeed a fisher. And it could also be a reasonable explanation for why we have Matt Robinson's prints on this. Obviously, Lance Twigs, even if he has prints on things, they live together. That doesn't really mean anything. But that could demonstrate that somebody took his weapon and put it somewhere. his prints are the most degraded. Somebody else's prints, there's more presence of somebody else's prints, and that could demonstrate that somebody is taking items from his house and putting it into various
But it also
places.
could demonstrate nothing. So the problem that you have here is that this is pure conjecture.
No,
This is not evidence that Tyler Robinson is a patsy. It's only evidence that you have conjectured up that, well, if it's the case that these are the more degraded prints, then therefore that means must be patsy because dad's fingerprints on gun.
I didn't say must be
Describe
patsy.
how this actually links in to Robinson being a patsy.
Okay, I just described that for you, so I can explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you, so I'm going to move on from that. But to just go back to your point about this is not evidence, you can't make that claim because the entire basis for why you think that there's evidence for Tyler Robinson being the person that took the shot is based off of a hearing under Utah 1102 rules, meaning that they are doing the exact same thing that I am doing. This is the state. You said you're here to represent the state. Well, did you watch the preliminary
no, I
hearing?
didn't say I was here to represent the state.
The state's position you think is strong and convincing.
What
okay?
I'm here to do is represent my own opinion.
You
which
said
is
in
that
your opening
based on
statement.
Based on the evidence presented so far by the state.
The state has
that I find it
presented
convincing.
evidence under Utah's 1102 rule.
But this doesn't demonstrate any patsy
No, that's very
behavior.
important because that rule is hearsay. So you can't say at the same time,
Great.
Candace, you're not allowed to. And what that means under the Utah rule, which I'm sure you know, because I'm sure you watched the preliminary hearing and yourself understand what
You
that
didn't
means,
watch it.
is that the entire hearing was hearsay. It means none of that information that was presented is going to be allowed. The majority of it, the overwhelming majority of it is not going to be allowed at the trial. They're allowed to present when it's just a probative hearing.
I don't think all the evidence that was put in was hearsay.
Okay, you didn't watch this case.
But not only that, no.
This is a huge point. This is crazy
we
that you
can
don't
call
know
for
this.
a fact check if
Yeah,
all the evidence
we need
was
more than a
put
fact
in.
check. This was every single
The
day.
team in the back is
Utah
actually
Rule
saying
1102.
They want to go there. So they said there's a medical examiner's explanation of the shooting that's in the back. Rob, if you want to pull it up, and then Candace, if anybody from your team wants to pull something up, no problem as well, but they're requesting it. If you guys got it, pull it up so we can show it. And in the interim, is that it?
Yeah. So I'll read this.
Just what are we looking at, just so we know?
Yeah, so this says the bullet, or at least part of it, sequentially perforated the interior left of Mr. Kirk's neck, strap muscles of the left side of the neck. This is a summary, by the way. Left common cartoid on the left internal external jugular veins. The bullet also obliterated the left side C27 vertebrae, transacted the cervical spinal cord. Medical examiner observed a significant portion of Kirk's cervical spinal cord was traumatically absent. Mr. Kirk suffered from other severe injuries, including bilateral, apical, and posterior intercausal hemorrhages, pulmonary, apical hemorrhages, multiple disruptions to the thyroid, et cetera, et cetera. So the summary of the examination is that he was shot.
Chest trauma.
That was what they were pulling that up for.
Okay, and I'm not disputing that he could have been hit with a projectile. We're not disputing that, so I don't know why this was brought up as a fact check. Could you bring up 1102 Utah rule? Because this is an unbelievable point that you're making by saying that I am not allowed to infer off of evidence.
You can infer. I'm trying to follow the inference.
But your entire reason, like you asserted that you believe there's overwhelming evidence on the basis of what we saw in the preliminary hearing. The entire preliminary hearing was hearsay.
Yeah, I'm fine with your inferences.
No, you just literally said I couldn't do that. Yes, I can.
No, I didn't. I'm just saying from your inference, how do we get to Patsy?
This is how you got to Shooter. The Tyler Robinson did it.
No,
You got to Tyler
just Shooter from that.
Yes, you did. You again, this is something important, so we should pull up a fact check about what the 1102 Utah, and under their constitution, for the sake of a preliminary hearing, they do not have to have hard evidence. They don't have to put people on the trial.
They don't have to.
But no, that's why the entire hearing was basically hearsay. Officer Bagley
but
was
not
saying,
all of it, like I said.
The overwhelming majority.
Again, no dispute.
Outside of the one that you don't want to get. Please don't cut me off.
Though.
Outside of that is what's in dispute. It means that
foot.
Your entire brand of saying you don't have evidence falls apart when the entire preliminary hearing is based off of hearsay. In fact, Lance's testimony before they had about an hour debate, actually maybe it was more than an hour debate before he sat, and they said this is not going to be allowed. You wouldn't even be allowed to do this. We'd be able to cross-examine him. The questions that they're asking Lance are all leading. And what did he say? Well, I'm the magistrate under Utah Constitution, 1102. It is my job to allow all of this so we can see if the state has enough here that we can then move to a trial, which will then They would not allow this stuff. They would say we get to cross-examine Lance. Lance
But
just
you're
can't
arguing
willy-nilly
things I'm not
say,
disputing.
but the entire substance of your argument is that people can't infer off of evidence. That's
No,
what you're saying
it's
to
not.
me. When you say Candace,
Here,
you
I'll
can't
give you
talk
the
about the degraded
argument
prints, which is a
now.
fact.
Yeah, I'm not
and then
saying
infer
that.
off of that
Didn't say that.
Tyler could have been a patsy.
You're just
telling
literally
you,
making stuff up. So
I'm
here's
not
what the
making stuff
position
up.
is.
I'm
I'm
not making
asking
stuff
this.
up.
By the way,
I'm
I have
saying
Rule 1103
that
ready.
I
Just
thank
wanna
you.
read
Let's
it.
pull that up. Let's
Pull
pull
up
that up.
Rule
I'm
1103.
doing exactly what the state did. I
Okay.
am looking at a piece of evidence, and I am saying.
But you're not showing me how you get there.
Can you
from the
describe to the
inference.
audience what Rule
Yes.
1102
So
means?
this, just so everybody who's watching this at home understands what I am saying, even if he doesn't. What Andrew is arguing is that I don't have the right to extrapolate from
Never
a
made that
fact
argument.
like
Just making it up.
Quiet.
Just purely making it up.
Quiet, mister.
I'm asking based on
Andrew.
based on
Can I
your
show my evidence? You
inference.
just showed yours. Reliable hearsay.
You'll get a chance.
Reliable hearsay in criminal preliminary examinations. The entire preliminary hearing that you just saw was on the basis of reliable hearsay. And what that means essentially is the people who are making the statements can just say, Patrick told me that he did this on Monday. Patrick's not here. And that is, they can allow that into the hearing. That's just because it's just meant to be probative. And so it's the state saying, here's what we have inferred. So you are allowed to take a piece of evidence and then you are allowed to infer off of that evidence. Okay. Case in point, that's a demonstration that's a demonstration of what I just did. I said the prints were the most degraded off of Tyler Robinson. And from that, what I am inferring is that it's plausible that Tyler Robinson was set up.
That doesn't.
Okay.
That's the point in contention.
That's not a point in contention. That's
the point in contention.
It's not a point in contention. If you're saying it's a
It
point,
is the point in contention.
it's not the point in contention. I'm telling you that is what the entire hearing allowed
Why do you
for.
look
So
at
the
him?
evidence
Great,
that he is
but
describing
we're asking you
that
now.
he is
Looked
using
at
to
him.
argue his case is all based on inference, not fact.
Great.
Inference, not fact. So
We're
what they are
just-
inferring off of the facts.
So again, we're going to take this, and I'm just going to even grant it because it's irrelevant. I'm asking how you get to the inference that even if you dispute that piece of evidence, that means patsy. I'm looking for the logical chain for how you get to that inference.
What I am telling you is it's the exact same way that when you tweeted, I think that this evidence is overwhelming. When they say that looks like Tyler Robinson's car, he drives a similar car. Okay. They are inferring that that's Tyler Robinson.
Can you walk me through the inference? So
Oh.
I understand.
It's not a fact. It's not a fact. When you show a blurry image, which you kept citing that we have
I'm
images.
talking about your inference that the fingerprints, even if they're degraded, equals patsy. How do you get that inference?
I didn't
He's
say
going to
it
be on
equals patsy. I
Patsy
think
for
it
the
is
next
enough
15
evidence
minutes.
that it should be explored, which is exactly what this preliminary
There's
was
no-
in the
but
inverse.
That's not what in dispute. What's in dispute is when you said, I'm using this as evidence that he could have been a patsy. I'm asking, how do you get the inference to patsy from that?
Because what I am saying is that it shows that somebody else had more DNA presence on that gun than Tyler Robinson did. So it is plausible, which is all they're doing. They're presenting plausibility based off of the facts.
Mhm.
Okay. It is plausible that somebody just took his gun and put it there. That's it.
Is there equally
That's how it works.
and is there equally 100 other plausible explanations?
I think that's the reason why most people are exploring when things don't make sense.
Got it.
So,
So-
yes, at the beginning of that, this is how the court process works.
So
Just so we're clear,
if
this
there's
is the
100 other
state's evidence
plausible
and they're inferring.
explanations, then Candace, why is it that we should go with this idea that it was a patsy?
I'm not saying that we should go with the idea that it was a patsy. I am saying that there is
Oh, I
Just-
thought that was the whole your whole claim
no.
today.
My whole claim was that there is more evidence that he is set up as a patsy.
How does that equal evidence of patsy?
I don't know how many times I can say this. Like I'm saying that I am using the exact same mechanism that you are
Mhm.
accepting for some reason in the Utah courtroom.
Yeah.
Right. To say, I'm going to look at the evidence and I'm going to infer an alternative theory. So you just saw the states and you're accepting it. And they have not presented any concrete facts. You listed on your own Twitter that what you found to be convincing was something that looked like his car pulled into the driveway, a blurry image.
No, I didn't.
The standard white guy coming up the steps that could literally be anyone.
This never happened.
Can
You
we
can
get a
fact-
fact
yeah,
check on
fact
that?
check
Can
it.
we pull up his
I
tweet
didn't-
where he goes
I
over
didn't
the
say
four?
that's what convinced me.
When you actually didn't say it's what convinced me, but you said
Right.
this is the evidence that you found to be overwhelming, and you named, I believe, actually 5 things. I think you said it was his car. You said it was.
Well, there's multitudes of things that I find.
You
to
just
be
said you didn't
compelling
say it, so we're going to get a
evidence.
fact check on that. You
Sure.
did.
Go ahead.
You said the blurry images coming up the steps. Quite literally, when
Mhm.
Officer Bagley testified, they talk about when I'm talking about making inference. This is the most I thought was the most absurd testimony I've ever heard. And pardon me, it was actually David Hull. they asked him a question. How did you know the guy in the maroon shirt was the same as the guy that came up the stairs later that was wearing the American flag black shirt? And he said, they're wearing the same shoes.
Why is that absurd?
That's how you decided these two are the same people. Oh, wow. What a scientific. They're both wearing Converses. Okay. That's an absurd thing to say. That is not evidence that these are the same people if we're both wearing Converses. That was what he said. That's what flew on the stand.
But I still don't understand how that would be absurd. If somebody,
it's an absurd thing.
For instance, if somebody were to change their clothes but keep the same shoes on, wouldn't you utilize the shoes to try to track that person? If
the
they were
idea that on a college campus, two people wearing this totally different outfits, but both wearing Converses can't happen is such an absurdity that I don't even need to like argue that. I'm just going to let people deal. Why is it absurd? Just concede that point. Obviously, it's an absurd thing to say.
I'm not
I know
sure,
these are the same people because they're both wearing Converse.
Yeah, I'm not sure if in context that's what happened, but
it
even
is.
if it
you
is,
can get a fact check on
but
it.
even if it is, again,
and it was
if we're utilizing inferences, whenever we're dealing with logic and we're dealing with making a logical inference, we're going to take the entire collaboration of evidence and then we're going to make inferences from that. You would do that with any type of logical proposition. Otherwise, you could never have a true or false claim.
You just told me I couldn't.
So
do
when
that.
that never happened. You're just making stuff up. So anyway, when we're talking about logical inferences, what I'm looking for is the logical inferences that you have that Tyler Robinson's a patsy based on the totality of evidence that you have.
We can keep going through your other evidence. We should find his tweet where he lists the reasons that he was convinced.
So let's start with the 30-06. I think that's fine.
Your team's looking for. Do you remember how long ago that was?
The tweet of the 5. Did you delete it or no?
No,
Did
I
you
don't delete tweets.
Okay, cool. I just look for. He said it was his car. It was his. It was the car, and it was definitely the staircase photos, and it was when the trial was going on.
Okay, she has it. Perfect. If you got Skylar has it. If you want to pull it up so we can see it.
Somebody said, so give me the clear evidence right here. I want you to provide it right here. All I heard from the investigator was, we believe this to be Tyler Robinson. Is belief something you go as a fact? You wrote the car pulling in. That's a totally blurry image. Robinson getting out of it. You have no idea if that's Tyler Robinson. The fact that he is seen 4 other times on camera, the fact being just a standard white boy with brown hair was seen walking up staircase. The DNA on the roof, we should discuss that. And on the screwdriver that he left behind, it's overwhelming, man.
Yeah, but that's not an exhaustive list.
Well, just so we're clear, you did tweet it.
But it's not an exhaustive.
Yeah, but just 5 seconds ago, you should concede.
You said I only said this one thing and said that was overwhelming, actually.
That's not what I said.
It is. You can even
Patrick,
pull your own clip.
Did I say that?
Can you fact check if that was said or not? I did not hear her say
So the
this.
thing is funny here is like we still aren't getting to any of these inferences. So
why are you pivoting?
So
just say you were wrong. It's cool to just say I was wrong.
I'm not wrong. So back to the tweet aspect here. It was really funny. That's not an exhaustive list of why I find it.
I didn't say it was exhaustive. I just said you said it.
And on top of no, you didn't. You said that I only said this one thing.
Can't say he's wrong.
And then said based on that it's overwhelming. You didn't mention that I mentioned the screwdriver, DNA, all of these other things. You never mentioned any of that. So no, you're actually incorrect there. But on top of that, moving over to the actual evidence itself.
Are you
yes, I'm okay. Anyway, back to the evidence
you're
itself.
Okay.
Yes,
actually, I'm glad you're asserting that you're
But
okay. I wasn't worried about your health. I'm just saying
back-
that you tweeted this. You said no, I didn't. We got a fact check, and now you're like just gonna gaslight me and pretend that I
There's
said
no gaslighting.
it wasn't exhaustive. I never said that. I just said you did say this.
Zero gaslighting.
I didn't say you couldn't have said more,
Yeah.
but I would like to address what you said in that tweet.
Time. If this is how you want to spend it interrogating my position, you can do it that way.
I'm just addressing what you asserted on your Twitter was like the hard evidence that convinced you was overwhelming. That's literally your debate
not what
claim.
you said. That's not actually, in fact, what happened in that exchange.
Is he? Yeah. Is
I
he
was here
okay?
for it.
Is he go?
So
is he
what's your
good?
position?
Yeah, so my position is that based
Textbook
on
playbook.
all of the evidence, which has been demonstrated,
Pick apart
at least all
facts
the
that have already
evidence,
been
to my
proven that
knowledge,
don't matter.
that
Yeah.
I am actually not seeing anything that's compelling as an alternative theory. I'm not seeing anything which is convincing me of something otherwise than what the state is presenting as evidence. That's my position. If
Okay.
that's what you're asking me.
So just going back to what you did actually tweet, is it fair for me to ask questions about that? That's
Is that the only tweet you're going to ask me about?
Well, we're addressing your claim that the evidence is overwhelming, and this is a tweet where you listed what you felt was overwhelming. I think that's fair,
but not
right? I feel like that's fair,
but not exhaustive. Just
and I never said it was exhaustive.
Go
even
ahead.
though you said I did.
Sure, whatever you want.
But yeah, so going back to that, all
Sure,
of
whatever
that,
you want.
As you say to
Oh my
me,
God.
well, Candace, why are you addressing and making inferences off of the testimony?
No, I never asked you why. You're making inferences. I asked you how, with the inference you made, you got to the conclusion.
Okay, so I would like to know how you got to the conclusion. And I'm just going to throw it right back at you because
Yeah,
for some
that's
reason
fair.
you permit yourself to do it. And that's what I'm demonstrating is that you permit yourself to do it. And then you say, when I do it, it's a conspiracy, right?
No.
How are you able to infer off of blurry staircase images that that is Tyler Robinson?
Yeah. So in that particular case, what you do is you take that evidence, you combine it with other evidence. So
Two
it's not
different
just
backpacks.
that Tyler Robinson is seen in the staircase.
Why are you calling him Tyler Robinson in the staircase? That's what I want to get to.
Yeah, because I mean, we'll just use this. If you don't agree that that's Tyler Robinson, then you would just have to humor me. I think it is, so I'm using the name.
But why do you think it is? Because you
I'm
make
trying-
everybody, you
that's
call them
literally what I'm
conspiracy
trying to
theorists.
explain to you.
Okay.
So if you're asking for my inference, why I think it's Tyler Robinson is because Tyler Robinson said in his text messages, you'll be able to see me on security footage at the campus. Said it in his own messages. On top of that, Twigs, yes, you can pull them up if you want to fact check that. He did say. On
Yeah, I
top
would.
of
I'm
that,
sorry. I actually think I really did miss that. I'm not saying you're wrong. I
Yeah.
don't remember him saying you're going to see me in.
I'm
in
paraphrasing,
footage.
Can
but
we
it was
pull that
close to
up?
it.
Yeah,
If
I
you
don't-
may
I
have
feel- I
it.
think
And
if
that's
by the
not
way,
right.
pull it up.
Twigs himself said that he
You're
had
gonna see me on
some
the staircase.
Maybe a tiny bit of doubt, but it sure looked like Tyler Robinson inside of this various surveillance footage that he saw.
So Lance, sorry.
Hang
Go
on,
ahead. You're
hang
right.
on. So there's multiple reasons why it is that I believe that that's Tyler Robinson,
Mhm.
not just because of blurry footage.
Did you have a dream? Just
Oh.
kidding.
No, it's because I combined multitudes
Sorry.
of evidences.
Okay, so let's address those multitude of evidences. The first one we're working on a fact check on because I do not ever remember him tweeting. That's me in the stair. I mean, or
well, he didn't tweet
texting.
it.
Texting
Yeah.
that's me in the staircase. I think that I
I didn't say that. I said I literally didn't. What I said is that he texted over, you'll be able to see me in footage at UVU. And I'm paraphrasing, but that's what he said.
Yeah, could we get a fact check on that?
You
The
can find
second
it.
thing you said was Lance's testimony, and actually what Lance says is I'm not 100%,
I agree.
but in terms of what he wears, again, pointing out the absurdity,
Mhm.
he wears Converses, he wears sneakers. If
Mhm.
his boyfriend is not 100%, I'd like to understand why Andrew Wilson is overwhelmed by it. That's what I'm trying to get to. And lastly, I would like to remind you that Lance's statement would not be permitted. This was a huge part of the preliminary hearing,
Mhm.
that they were leading. All the questions that were asked of him were leading, so they would be struck down at the actual trial.
Mhm.
And also, I would like to remind you that he got use immunity for that. Use immunity,
I understand.
which means like
That happens, by the way, all the time in these
and
cases.
I'm wondering why it particularly happened for Lance in this testimony. And I would also like to point out that something that's remarkable about this, again, leaning to my perspective, that Lance has a lot more, which I have said many times, Lance has a lot more involvement than the feds are letting us know. I think more
Nobody
is going to come
disputes
out
that either.
because they interviewed him
Yeah.
on September 11th. And then for whatever reason, just ahead of what was supposed to be slated as the preliminary hearing, which was initially supposed to be in May, they bring him back to do this interview,
Yeah.
which in my opinion should have never been allowed. And I actually agree with the defense that it's a violation of his constitutional rights not to allow them to have cross-examined him. But I understand Utah 1102, do what you do. It's all hearsay. But to allow it in that way for him to just be able to also have use immunity, knowing that he's not going to get in trouble. He could literally get up there and lie about anything and he's not going to get in trouble because the use immunity was given to him in April, I believe. April 28th is when they gave that testimony to the defense. I think they shot it in like April 20th of 2026. That is not compelling to me for somebody who has use immunity to give a testimony and to
Mhm.
say, I'm not really sure, but definitely like he wears jeans and stuff.
That's not what he said.
He did. Actually, you can get a fact check on that.
Yeah, that's
Skyler,
not,
I think
he
you
said
pulled
much
it up
more
if you
than
want
that.
to. So a couple things we have. We have Rule 801, Tyler's messages that says it's not hearsay. But first, go to what Candace is asking about. Skyler, I think you have it. You just texted me if you want to pull it up. You said you have the text. If we can put that up on the screen. Thank you.
It was me. Look at the pictures from the surveillance
Oof.
footage. It was me. Okay. I
Oof.
literally said to you, it's not an oof. I said I didn't remember this. And I'm happy to have a fact check on that. Okay. I didn't call for the fact check saying you're wrong. I literally said I
Okay.
don't remember that from the
Well,
time
I'm just saying to you, like,
Okay.
I'm trying to be concise
Okay.
for you.
And then also bring the 801 that you just said. What was the other
Mhm.
one?
Yep, the 801. Tyler messages saying it's not hearsay. If you have that as well. There you go.
Wait, what are we saying is not hearsay? I thought
Statements
you said
that
the
are not
messages.
hearsay. A statement that meets the following conditions is not hearsay.
It was hearsay. They said it in the trial.
Hang on.
Okay.
Okay. is consistent with the declarant's testimony and the declarant denies having made the statement or has forgotten, or is consistent with the declarant's testimony and is offered to rebut the express implied charge that the declarant recently fabricated or acted in recent improper influence or motive in testifying. So then wouldn't that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
So the issue with his
I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Would that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
So the opposing party, which down the line, like I said, they talked about this for about an hour and a half, and they discussed how if Lance was in court and he was giving his first party, giving his testimony as the opposing party, whatever, all of this would be fine. They had an issue with how the questions were being asked and that they were not allowed to cross-examine him.
Mhm.
So that is why his video testimony would not be accepted in the main trial. And what I said to you is this entire preliminary hearing is under Utah's 1102. So they are allowed to just use hearsay. And
No,
so the
you didn't
judge,
say
when
that.
he
You said most of it was hearsay, actually.
Yeah,
The
it was.
overwhelming majority.
Well, I mean, I'm leaning now into my opinion that some scientific aspects, which they kept asserting, like the federal rule 403 or 402, some of those parts were quite
Sounds
scientific.
like you're backtracking quite a bit.
No, I'm not backtracking at all. What do you feel like let me help you. Where do you feel like I'm backtracking? It literally was done under Utah's 1102.
Yeah, nobody disputed that.
Okay.
What the dispute was is whether or not most of it was overwhelmingly hearsay.
Yes,
is that the case?
it was. Yes,
Okay.
that's a fact. I'm not backtracking on
And
that at
what
all.
are the things?
How many times did you, if you watch the preliminary hearing, it's like they constantly, I'm 1102, 1102, 1102, 1102,
That's true.
1102. And the reason for that is because it's allowed. I'm not saying it's illegal. It's allowed at this stage, but I'm just reminding you that when you're going to sit across from someone and your claim is going to be, where is your hard evidence? This is what I heard and I agree with what I'm watching. You are watching the state put on a hearsay preliminary hearing, and all of those things are not going to be allowed, right? Even when they got into witness statements and things of that nature. There's a reason why they swear you in and they say, you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth. Did you, write this statement? So it's the overwhelming majority of what you saw was hearsay because other people were representing other people's statements. They were saying they had conversations. We don't know where it came from, all allowed at this stage. Okay. But it's hearsay. So
but even a lot of that stuff may not fall under hearsay under what we just read, right?
But the evidence that you're speaking about, like when you're just, when you say that we're going off vibes, you don't know Tyler Robinson. Okay. His boyfriend is not 100% it was him. So I'm going back to your points that you made that this was overwhelming evidence for you. That doesn't make sense to me.
Well, overwhelming just means
you can't consider another option that there could have been another white guy wearing Converses on campus.
Yeah. Do you agree with me that I said that what overwhelming means to me is that it's just very convincing to me?
Yeah, and I find it to be completely unconvincing.
And that's fair.
Because
I understand that
I looked at those blurry photos that they presented and said, your statement on right now is that he's wearing Converses and he also that's just crazy.
But these aren't the evidences that I find the most convincing.
Well, you said that in your Twitter.
That's not the only thing I've ever said on my Twitter about this case.
Right, but the question that was asked of you was pretty direct.
Yeah.
Right. What did you find?
This is not an exhaustive list of all the things that I find.
Well, that's not what you said
convincing.
in the tweet. You can tweet longer too. It's not like we're limited now to 240 characters anymore.
So anything that I tweet and all other tweets that I've ever made are now excluded because I used the word overwhelming in this one.
Well,
even though all of this information I've said so publicly over and over and over again is what informs my position for why I'm convinced on the case. That's bizarre to me.
I feel like this is Andrew versus Andrew. Somebody asked you a question. What are the points that you find to be the most overwhelming? And you answered.
You mean from that day, from that particular day of the hearing that I was responding to?
Okay, this is something you find to be more overwhelming? Let me ask you that question.
Yes,
okay. What do you? Okay, go ahead. Go on. What do you find to be more overwhelming?
Yeah.
Can we do this? Do we want to get into it, or do we want to do a quick ad break? Are you guys good to keep going, or
I'm fine to keep going, but we can also.
Would you like to take a quick break?
Doesn't matter to me either way.
If we're going into a different topic, that may be another 30 minutes, 40 minutes. I don't want to stop you guys in the middle of it.
Let's
So
end it on what you
to
find
do?
to be more.
He needs a break.
Yeah. So if we're for me, it's the confessions, the text messages, all of that is what I consider to be. From my opinion, that's the most convincing for me.
Okay, we should discuss the text message confessions when we get back, if you'd like to.
Okay,
that's a good idea. Folks, we're going to take a quick ad break. We will be back in 3.5 minutes. Thank you.
All right, you guys, for nearly 2,000 years, Christians
I'm
have
going to mute that.
continuously
Hold
in
on.
a small village just outside of Jerusalem called Taibeh. They were
all right. Oh.
Well, guys, I've found the first part of this pretty fiery, and Andrew just seems like whenever he can't get her on a point, he just dives down into semantics or deflects and then tries to change the value of the point, if that makes any sense, tries to manipulate what the point actually is they're discussing.
Yeah.
And when she provides evidence, especially with the part that they're just talking about the hearsay being allowed as evidence in a preliminary hearing, she's right. And she explained it to him multiple times, right? And he just would not accept that. And it's like I felt for her because she explained it so much.
What do you think, Rio?
I'm wondering why he and TPUSA thought this was a good idea. Like, I think this is the way we all thought it would go. I mean, it's even worse than I thought it was going to be, but he literally would fail in a deposition. Like, he keeps circular arguments. He's not getting to the point. He just runs around. It's like zero substance. And literally, it's like he's unwilling. I don't know if he's too stupid to get it or if he's unwilling to accept that it is hearsay, but it is allowed at this stage, right? So later on, it's not going to work. It's all hearsay. Anyways.
I don't think he watched the hearing. I don't even think he watched it.
I don't think he reviewed all this information. Also, it's not a soft tip. No, we've never been told it was a soft tip. Like, I went over there's like 17 variations of that 30 cal, the Yacht 6 sold by Remington. There's like 17 different ones. They never told us, ATF didn't say that it was a soft tip. So he's making that shit up. Pardon my French. Yeah, like, did he just not prepare?
Yeah, and I find it weird that was one of his talking points. He's supposed to be a gunsmith, but then couldn't bring any of that expertise to his talking points.
Yeah.
So I felt like, why are you bringing that up if you're not going to bring any knowledge from that job you had?
And he said that it could get dust in there if it was in the woods, if it was left in the woods.
He thought that was going to be funny, that like people were going to like buy that. And I don't know why, like, if this was a touchy topic about him, like being, you know, some sniper stuff, like why he even went there. Why did he even bring, like, why, you know, I don't know. It's wild.
I was just checking Andrew's Give, Send, Go, and it's up to 70K USD at the moment.
Whoa.
Wonder
so that's
how much
him paying himself for showing up.
Yeah. And however much Blake Neff paid him on Venmo on the 20th of July that we found. And also,
yeah, maybe that was the 300K to get in.
Honestly, probably. And then like the Patsy stuff. I mean, I reposted it to X just now, but that was like our first video together where we found where they were being Googled out of Vegas, you know, in like June or July. So these kids weren't even known, but they're Googling their address, both of them at the same time as the Franz base. You know, we know Meemaw lives there. I don't know. I think that's pretty solid. You can't say it's concrete evidence, but it sure as hell is suggestive.
Agreed.
He went off with the Patsy for like, I don't know. That's what he was going with. You claim.
He was trying to jump like the pond from New York to the UK, you know? Like, you got to make your steps, lay your foundation. And, he can't say declarant, right? I normally don't care if people say things wrong, but it's declarant, not declarant.
Oh, yes, he did say that.
Anyways. And
I saw you taking notes, or you were doing something when you were listening.
Oh, I was. Oh, yeah. I was rage tweeting. And I also popped in over into her chat and said some stuff. So, anyways.
I should do that too.
What an oosh canoe, whatever it rhymes with that, giving an opening statement like man, or an attorney. Like, nobody cares. Oh my god.
I'm gonna put make a little meme with him with Frank Turk and the pickleball. Because don't forget Frank Turk. If you're in here, Wisha, we need to combine those two. Combine the pickleball Frank and the pickle man Andrew. Together they are one.
So full of himself. I
think you need a cigarette break. I agree, everybody. Did you see his foot? Watch his foot. His foot goes like this.
Yeah.
Did you see his foot? He's like
da
da da da da da. I'm like, okay. He's making me nervous from just like the shaking of his leg.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a total dipshit. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, like
I'm surprised he hasn't sworn yet, though. Thought there was going to be a crash out. I do have
he
I do have a
already kind of
poll.
like went for the dig in the beginning, which was disrespectful. You don't like dig at somebody. It was like within his opening statement, like, you know,
Yeah.
I don't recall what it was, but he's so condescending, and she's being very like professional and stuff. And he's stopped being condescending now. You notice he's like, okay, yeah, okay, I agree. That's
because he realized it wasn't going to work. Like, and with those short comments, like, yep, whatever, I don't care. He's trying to gaslight her with those. That's what he's trying to do, right?
Yeah.
So he's playing the same routine that we saw when he went at Stu, right? He's doing the exact same thing, and that wasn't even a debate. That was a mockery of a debate. And we're getting a little more here, but I will give Andrew a little bit of credit where it's due. He's actually conceded a couple small things.
Yeah.
And, you know, he's not being as rude as he was there, but the debate is still young.
Yeah, I'll do another poll now. So, okay, I'll end this one. What should the other poll be? So this poll was, who will have the first crash out? Candace, Andrew, PBD, Blake Neff. Oh,
Blake Neff won.
Did anybody check the tweets? We got to check the tweets for Blake Neff.
Oh my
Let me go
gosh.
check it. And we can do another poll.
He's actually the perfect representative for TPUSA because he's perfect. That's exactly how they are. Go ahead.
What should the other poll be, Rio?
How long do we think he's going to last before he just throws in the towel? I don't know. Maybe not that, but I don't know.
How long before his crash out?
Yeah, that foot is a crash out. His foot has crashed out first.
Oh, before he crashes out and swears. How long before he crashes out?
You know what I've noticed is that he's conceding a lot, which is good, but usually people do that not out of coming in his approach. He's not doing that to come to the table with her. It's because she's running all over him.
Yeah. Let me know when that's back on.
Yeah.
Okay, so how long before he crashes out? Crashes out and swears.
What do you think they're texting him right now on his smoke break? You got it, bro. Just get back in there.
I don't know what to put for that. Immediately, soon. I don't know.
Just say 15 minutes, 30 minutes, 1 hour.
Okay.
He doesn't crash out.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm watching on Candace's page just to see when they actually do come back. They are still in commercial break, everybody.
Oh, it's because they needed a smoke break.
Oh, and somebody was asking about earpieces. I think they either both have earpieces in their ear that's facing PBD, or they don't. That's just my opinion. I haven't been able to see an earpiece. I saw Andrew go to touch his right ear, which is sort of suggestive that he has one, but it doesn't mean he does.
Yeah.
And
Another pulls up.
Did y'all see her face when the camera started rolling? She was just looking at us like this.
Yes.
Like, here we go. And also PBD, did you hear him say, I don't think she said that?
Yes, I did see that. Did you see him look at him like almost like they're friends or something? Oh, they're back.
Okay, we're back. Fantastic. I think we're back. By the way, just an FYI for those of you that are watching the Crucible, there's 30,000 concurrent there watching. Support Andrew Wilson. That's your fans of his. Click that subscribe button and helps him grow his business. If you're watching Candace, I think there's 225 to 250,000 concurrent right now. We'd like to see that 300, 400,000 number on there. Click that button as well to subscribe and share it with your friends and family. And if you're watching it on PVD Podcast, do the same there as well. This allows us to have more conversations like this. The mainstream media hates the fact that we're having these conversations right now. Just so you know, they want to control it. This is free for all. This is what's best for the audience. That's why we like freedom of speech. Having said that, let's go back into the text conversation you were having, right?
Okay.
Let's stay there, and then we'll go into the cross-examination stuff in about 30 minutes.
Okay. That sounds fair. Okay. So, yeah, I used basically three pillars for the totality of the evidence. Okay. So if you want to know exactly what those three pillars are, this is going to be the testimony with the text messages and the confessions. This is going to be the physical evidence. And this is going to be the totality of the summary of the case. Okay. So Right now, we're focusing on one of these pillars in my defense, which is fine. I understand that I have to defend my claims as well. So when we're talking about the messages themselves, they seem totally valid. I have no idea why they wouldn't be valid. And I have not heard any good explanation for why it is that these messages should even be questioned. The defense hasn't questioned them, as far as I'm aware. Nobody has actually questioned that these messages came from Robinson to date, except perhaps you and other people who are kind of in that camp. But why should I question these exactly? I'm not sure.
Okay, so first let's just go over legally what the point is of a probative hearing. The defense is not putting on, they're not there to say or to argue or to defend themselves at all. They have to address what is being presented by the state, okay? So they're not here to then say, let me give you an explanation for these text messages.
Agreed.
The relevant portion of what the defense did do was actually before we got to the preliminary hearing. I had mentioned that it was initially supposed to be scheduled for some time in May. They asked for an extension. That reading through those filings of why they were requesting an extension and why I actually believe their extension should have been granted, because they did not receive discovery on their text messages. That was one of the reasons. There were many reasons why they wanted to have an extension, but this was crucial, right? So forget just the general sense that these messages feel off. And yes, you are allowed to have an intuition. You are allowed to have a sense and just go, this is very weird. We're being told this kid had like above a 4.0, Tyler Robinson. He wanted to get away. I think the text messages almost run head to head with themselves. Like he wanted to get away with it. So he thought the best thing to do would be to text a full confession of what he did, down to what I didn't even remember, saying, yeah, and that's also me in the surveillance footage. It felt a little too on the nose. People have common sense. You just don't text message. But then we're also supposed to believe that he put a note under and burn this and get rid of the evidence. But don't worry about that because I'm about to text you a full confession. That it felt off. It felt weird off the bat. The manner in which they were texting, we're told he's like a gamer who's using a Dremel to carve expressions, catch fascist. But then suddenly he's writing like a 1700
also, as a Helldivers
novelist
player, he did actually get the 500K code correct.
Yeah, I'm not a gamer, so
Look at his foot.
If we start debating that, you'll be way over my head.
But yes,
yes. But my point being
yeah.
is just first, it's a general sense of why people had a reaction to these messages that seemed like they were written by Jane Austen rather than like a kid who games and writes catch.
Yeah, but do you see
fascist.
how that's intuition?
That is, I am. I just said that. I said just parking aside the intuition of just something feels wrong here, which you should follow your intuition. You should actually do that. If you say the COVID vaccine is running out, feels like it's coming out too fast and there's too many celebrities telling me to do it, I'd like to take a pause. That's good. That is, you are allowed to do that. I believe in intuition.
But hang on. Let me respond a little bit here because you've been going for a minute. Let me at least respond to a little bit of this. So the first thing is like when people bring up the COVID vaccine, not trusting the COVID vaccine en masse was the science. That wasn't just intuition. That was the science. There was tons of competing science. Now they tried to suppress it. That's true. But there was tons of competing science for why you shouldn't take a risky mRNA vaccine and mass and things like this.
Kept telling us was 100%.
Now, when you're talking about intuition, though, when you say trust your intuition, I'm actually giving a different message. You actually should be very wary about trusting just your intuition. It is true that intuition can be useful, but it has to be tempered with logic, reason, explanatory power, and evidence, not just intuition.
That's why we're parking it aside. Intuition is the first step. Something feels off, right?
Okay.
That was my first step with COVID. I don't like the way it's being pushed. It shouldn't require a celebrity campaign, by the way. Another element of that is why people don't feel good about the Charlie thing. Why do we have so many influencers saying things? It's over. Why are you guys all using the same adjective? Can you switch it up? I'm overwhelmed. Like, chill. Like, you could say, I found some
kind
parts compelling. I think this should go. I found some parts compelling. Maybe we should, see at the trial. That would be
Don't you think Fed slop's a buzzword for the counter industry?
But everyone on the same day of watching this trial, which was, I would say, not overwhelming at all. Nobody came in medium, right? No one came in like there were some interesting aspects. This was a little suspect. But I do think it's enough to go to trial. They all came in like they were passing away and we're going to die from being overwhelmed.
Well, they're trusting their intuition.
Okay. Well, actually, in that scenario, they're looking at the preliminary hearing and have a reaction to it. It wasn't their intuition. But like I said, parking aside, just getting to the substance, parking that aside, aside just a general intuition that sometimes might be second messages. Then we look at the filings, which came from the defense, and they were requesting an extension saying, we have gone to the prosecution and we have requested all of this stuff in discovery. yes, you are saying that you took Lance's phone, okay, and that you collected his phone on September 11th and that you sent it off or whatever. You took a picture of the text messages, and we are being given these text messages to review. Crucially, Kathy Nestor said, I have not even been given access to my client's phone during this hearing. She said, I haven't even been given access to my client's phone. She can't tell you, as a part of their discovery request, is it's not enough to say to me, Candace, I just got a text message from Candace. And I say, I didn't send that text message. Maybe that's what her client's saying. We don't know because we're not at the trial, right? Maybe he didn't send those messages. Could there be someone who logged into his Discord? Could there be someone who logged in to his Apple? George could be sending text messages right now. We are married. He has every login that I have. And remember, he's up for a death sentence. So if I'm able to sow reasonable doubt with common sense, he may come during the trial, and when they actually have to address these points, say, I did not write those messages. I was here. Lance, my boyfriend, was logged into my phone, logged into my Apple ID and my iCloud, sending messages. I know that we have the capability because my husband does it. He has the capability to send messages from my phone. It is not convincing to the public when, for whatever reason, the FBI would not, FBI combined with the SBI, it was not the prosecution's fault. They made that clear during that hearing, would not allow them that discovery request to be able to see where did that message come from. Because you're saying my client was here, right? I want to know if that message actually was generated from his iPhone when he was waiting to retrieve his, rifle, hoping that the pooch doesn't have a bad sniffer, like just weird messages. I want to make sure that, yes, it was actually him. He was holding his phone and his boyfriend didn't just log in to his computer when he was home. Lance was his boyfriend. That is a crucial fact here. That discovery was not met by the time we got to preliminary hearing. So I remain unconvinced by these text messages. Just as you feel convinced by them, I feel unconvinced by them.
Okay. So then the idea here is the reason that you don't think that these are valid text messages, and you don't, right?
It has not been proven that these messages are valid, and they don't sound valid to me. I don't think anyone, even if someone was selling like a, I don't know, pot on the corner, would be smarter than to write a full-fledged confession. He even writes, I thought I would get away with it, and I was hoping never to tell you until old age. And then we're being told that he wanted to commit suicide. And okay, but he just said he wanted to get away with it, but he's not smart enough to, I don't know, maybe not text it's such a confession like we've never seen. I think this would be like the first time ever somebody has start to finish written an entire, I'm in this surveillance footage and I'm here and I'm wearing my Converse, I'm being a little facetious here, but it was a little ridiculous. It didn't pass a sniff test for me.
You have kids. And you love them more than anything.
I do.
If it was the case that you thought that your kid was innocent, wouldn't you be out telling everybody and their brother that you thought that they were innocent? And also, wouldn't you maybe recant and say, hey, he didn't actually confess to me. He didn't actually, none of this happened the way that the state is presenting it. What would have prevented the parents from testifying?
Well, two things I can answer that. And if you watch my show, I keep telling you it's not vibes. So right after the shooting happened, Lance Twigs, the FBI put him into a safe house they paid for. They went to the parents as well, to Matt Robinson and Amber, basically said, your life's at risk. There could be somebody who jumps up and wants to avenge Charlie Kirk. And, we're going to watch you. And they went into a federal safe house. What happened next is that they started thinking that the feds were maybe gonna, maybe not as honest as they thought. And
how do you know any of that?
So you gotta watch the show, right?
Yeah, no. How do you know that?
I had a source within the Robinson family.
You have a source, an anonymous source, of course. So there's no way for us to verify that what you're saying right now is actually even true.
Do you find it to be reliable hearsay?
No, I don't find it to be reliable at all. It's just a source.
I'm just doing what the prosecution
What you're doing
did.
is a cool story.
It's not cool. Well,
hang on.
You must have hated watching the preliminary hearing.
You're giving us a cool story. Wait, you're saying that according to your sources, that the reason that the parents haven't recanted any of this.
Recanted what? They have no statement from the parents.
Wait, I just want to make sure that if it was the case, it was being reported in mainstream media that your father came to you and said, hey, is this you? What's going on here? And then he and one of his buddies took you in where you turned yourself in. You wouldn't go out and be like, no, that's not what happened.
That isn't what happened, though. You're just wrong on this.
Okay. Maybe I'm paraphrasing. What am I wrong on?
So what is just so I'm clear, where is your evidence that the parents turned him in?
Well, no. I didn't say that.
You said it says the mainstream media?
I said with a sheriff friend.
Yes.
But the father did confront him.
The father confronted what?
Tyler Robinson.
And where did you learn this? That the Tyler
Well, I mean, that's
confronted
part
him?
of the official documents. Our fact checkers can pull that up. But yes.
But I'm saying, but when you say official documents, do you mean you saw this on CNN or you saw this play out in the hearing?
No, this was one of the things that I went through and fact checked pre-debate.
Are you talking about like the charging documents?
I think it was it could have been in the charging documents, but we can pull them up.
No.
And yes, are you disputing this?
Do we have that in the back to pull it up?
I can already tell you what you're talking about, the charging documents, because
Okay,
this
go
is
ahead.
where we had to figure out where this story came from, because everyone was operating under the assumption that Matt Robinson turned him in. Until we got to the preliminary hearing and we understood, like I said, even for that, when you are charging someone, you can use hearsay. It's all probative, right?
Sure.
Nothing. So they didn't have statements. It's not like Matt Robinson, even though he was interviewed that night. Amber Robinson was interviewed that night by a Fed, separate rooms. Tyler Robinson was interviewed by a Fed. They did not produce statements saying, my son did this. I believe my son did this. But what happened was they did interviews, but also the crucial person here who you just brought up is Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell is the biggest unknown in this entire case. Everyone keeps saying they heard from Mike Mitchell this, they heard from Mike Mitchell that. So when the person wrote up the report that night, and it was Brian Davis who wrote up what became the charging document, he after they transported Tyler Robinson from the Washington Sheriff's County office up to, I think it's Salt Lake City. I think it was 4 a.m. in the morning that they got up there. He then writes the what becomes a charging document. So he's basically saying, we all spoke to a bunch of people and here's the information that we got, right? We've not seen that. So it could have come from Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell could be saying,
I don't know how this negates the point though.
It
Why wouldn't
truly
the
negates
parents?
the point, because you don't have a statement from the parents.
Yeah,
you are going.
Why wouldn't they just correct the
It's not
the
correcting. That doesn't
misinformation?
negate the point. The point is that we now got the preliminary hearing. If the parents were the ones who said, I'm turning my son in because he's guilty.
I didn't say they turned him in.
I think you're talking about you said it's been the narrative. Everybody's known this. The narrative initially, which I think you agree with, was that, Matt Robinson knew his kid was guilty and turned him into the police station. What actually happened in terms of Sheriff Brooksby, who was present there and gave a press conference, what happened was this Mike Mitchell character essentially peer pressured him. And we can get a fact check on this. We can find Sheriff Brooksby's press conference. And he said, they know it's you and you're going to come in peaceably, or people are going to be banging down your door. He was a undercover cop, which I don't like that. I don't know what he did undercover. It's very hard to find anything about Mike Mitchell, but he worked with them for 20 plus years, the police officers. The reason why Tyler Robinson knew him was because he lived nearby and he was also his Boy Scout leader.
How does this negate the parents could write this second? And by the way, if you had the evidence,
address that point. I'm just saying that your first point, which is that the parents did this.
Yeah,
we don't know that the parents.
I didn't say that they did ever. Never
you're quoting the parents as having said. You said that Matt Robinson said that his kid was, you say, involved. I don't want to misquote you.
Confronted him about
confronted him.
Yes.
And I'm telling you that we have not seen any evidence that that is true.
We can fact check that.
Okay.
Because we do have evidence.
And I'm saying it's the charging doc, which could have been derived from a statement Mike Mitchell said.
Two things I have ready in the back. One is the charging doc, and the other one is a video of Kathy Nestor saying she hasn't seen Tyler's phone.
Okay, we can run Kathy to go back, and then just to go backwards to
it's in Quantico.
She didn't get her client's phone. Yeah, and then I think we'll go to the. If you're okay with that,
thing not in dispute. These are all things that I'm not even disputing.
Okay, so we don't have to show it.
We never get to the thing that I am disputing.
Well, I was just providing an answer. We were coming back in from a break because you were talking about the text messages as something that you felt was concrete. So it was just my rebuttal to you that it's not concrete because they haven't had a chance to actually answer that. And she didn't even get to see your client's phone. So that's effectively, again, the state saying these messages are real. You don't get the discovery on these messages just yet. She will during trial. They will actually get discovery on the messages.
That would make their case fall apart if it was the case that they weren't able to actually pull the data off the text messages? Do you think the prosecution would go to court with fabricated text messages?
It's called winners and losers. They may not be fabricated, but by the way, as what they are saying, like I said, if there was somebody logged into his phone, they may not be fabricated. That's the point.
So let's get to the.
They just could be somebody else.
The parents.
His phone and rifle.
I believe what you're talking about was derived from the charging doc, which was signed off by Brian Davis. Let's see if that's correct.
But not Charlie's phone.
What are we looking at?
Robinson's mother explained that over the last year or so. I'm sorry.
Can you zoom in a little bit?
Is this the charging doc?
I can't see it. Robinson's father reported that when his wife showed him the surveillance image of the suspected shooter in the news, he agreed that it looked like their son. He also believed that the rifle that police suspected the shooter used matched the rifle that was given to his son as a gift. As a result, Robinson's father contacted his son and asked him to send a photo of the rifle, which makes sense with the text messages. Robinson did not respond. However, Robinson's father spoke on the phone with Robinson. Robinson implied he planned to take his own life. Robinson's parents were able to convince him to meet at their home.
Yes. So this is proving my point. This is from the charging document, correct? Yeah. So what I'm saying to you is that 3 people got interviewed on that night. Mike Mitchell got interviewed, Amber Robinson got interviewed, and Matt Robinson got interviewed. Of the 3 of them, only one of them actually wrote a statement, which was referred to in this preliminary trial. He came in, I believe, in March, Mike Mitchell, and he wrote a statement, which I find to be very shady that they decided to bring.
But why aren't the parents disputing that?
No. Well, first off,
that's the question.
First off, the parents are not going to ever play in court. Play to the cameras in court when they have a legal team that is going to be advising them not to speak to the court because your son could go to prison
but
forever.
They're playing to somebody else who's your source.
I'm not going to address that.
They're playing to someone else who's your source, but won't go publicly tell the media this is not true.
Well, what I did not say to you that I just said I have a source, so I want to be very clear and take it from somebody who is involved and permanently sued. When I have to take my lawyer's advice, I mean, there's so many things that I want to respond to when people are speaking about.
Yeah, but it's bizarre that they would utilize a source which would get the information to you, but wouldn't just go to the media and be like, actually, that's all wrong.
I am telling you that you would nary find a lawyer who would advise you to go to the media.
This mother,
especially when your son is was up for death.
If I thought that my kid was in any way, shape, or form going to be up, you couldn't shut me up. Or my wife, she would be like, that's not true. That's ridiculous. There's no possible, that never happened. These people are lying through their teeth. They'd be public whether you like it or not.
Yeah, that's for you and your wife. But when a judge issues a gag order in a case and your son is up for death, and your lawyers could be advising you that if you say anything, you could blow the case, you would have a more responsible consideration.
I see.
And we're speaking opinion here. You're like, well, I wouldn't care. I'd violate it, and I'd violate the judge's orders and see what would happen.
If you have a source, it seems like they're violating it with them.
I'm not speaking to a source, but what I am saying to you is speaking just relevant to what this is. We have not seen any proof that statement that is included in this charging document. I think it is highly likely on the basis of the preliminary hearing that all came from Mike Mitchell, and Mike Mitchell would be a part. He's
based
saying,
on the statements of
it's him saying the parents told me this. The parents could dispute that. That's going to come down the line, right? They're going to be able to seat the parents. I will say this, putting together context clues. If the state had it on, 100% certainty that Matt Robinson and Amber Robinson said it, a 5-day preliminary hearing would be a good time to say we have enough evidence. And I can tell you why Matt Robinson made this statement, and here is his statement that he signed. That would have been a good time to present that evidence.
That would also be a good time for the defense to say that's just totally fabricated.
No, it's not. It's the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
That is completely the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
Because what they're doing is they already said they didn't receive discovery. They literally can't. They literally can't because they can't. They did not receive discovery. You're saying that they didn't
receive that information?
No, they just received the text messages. But in order to...
That's not the text messages.
The probative information.
Yeah, we're talking about the information that we just reviewed. That's not the text messages.
They never presented it. The state never put it on.
Yeah, they didn't. The defense could easily still have presented this. Yeah.
No.
They could have said they're
no.
They're not allowed to. Are you sure?
In a preliminary hearing,
yeah,
the defense is engaging with whatever evidence the state decides to put on. They did not put this on as evidence. Brian Davis was up there.
So they're not allowed to present anything?
They're responding to the state's evidence.
I'm asking, are they allowed to present anything?
They are allowed to say...
Like if there was a conspiracy that they could prove right then and there, would they present that in one of these hearings?
No, it wouldn't be the right time for that.
I disagree. I think that they not only could do it, but they would do it. In fact, when I talked in depth with my attorney, they said that's exactly, if you had actual evidence that there was fabrications by the feds, that's exactly when you would introduce that.
So when in the document that they filed yesterday or a couple of days ago, the appropriate, like what you're doing at this stage of the hearing is the state is saying, we have enough evidence that we think this needs to go forth to the trial. Hence the reason that there's this extraordinary, we allow hearsay because it doesn't really need to be perfect. It can be enough that we feel like we can move forward. Right. And okay, I disagree with that in general when somebody's rotting in prison, but whatever. The next phase is for them to meet in court and for the defense to essentially present an argument to the state that says, we find this filing to be defective in and of itself. We don't even have to defend ourselves because you, the state, have enough, you know what the laws are on the books, and this filing is defective and you should get rid of these charges because they don't make sense based on what you can decide based on a law on the books. So then that's why they then file the dismissal, right? So in the dismissal, what they're doing is they are engaging, and this is what was widely misinterpreted.
Well, yeah, they're engaging as though as it's a hypothetical. If this is hypothetically true, then
so
X.
they're saying all of
yeah,
these
but that's
charges.
not, I'm not disputing any of that.
So that's
what
you're asking.
What I
why
am,
you're saying could they just
what
put
I'm
out,
asking specifically is like, who could shut parents up who are like, no way, there's no possible, this never happened, this is ridiculous. They would be shouting it on CNN. They would be shouting it from the rooftops. They would be losing their minds. And you're like, nope, the gag order would be enough to keep them quiet. Not enough for them to talk to your source, but enough to keep them quiet. I think that that's quite ridiculous. But I'll even concede this whole point to you. Let's just say maybe this was misconstrued, right? If there's a little bit of reason to doubt it because we're still waiting for the evidence for trial. If that's the case, then why not take the same standard for the evidence that you present? You're just waiting for trial.
Well, you didn't do that.
Wait a
reason
second.
We're here.
Wait a second. I just want to make sure that I got this right. That's your argument to me, right?
My argument to you is what?
Your argument to me is that, hey, wait a second, Andrew. There's not enough here that convinces me, right?
Well, that's actually my rebuttal to you, is that you are saying, why are people engaging in what you term to be conspiracy theories?
No.
I term it to be thinking. They're just thinking because they're recognizing there are a lot of holes in these stories and that this is not strong evidence, right? This is the reason they're doing it. I'm explaining to you, this is the reason that they're doing it. I'm addressing what you view to be overwhelming evidence. And by the way, I want to be clear.
That which convinces me.
Yeah, well, but thus far, every point that you've brought up, every point that you've brought up, did you feel like this is beyond a reasonable doubt? I mean, you realize
remember what I said in my opening.
Going to be
it's not beyond a reasonable doubt. It's just what I find convincing is what I find overwhelming.
So why are you so upset when people say they don't find it convincing?
If that was the limitation of the claims that you made, if it was just, wait a second, there's a little bit of problems. There's some problems in this case that I have questions for that I want answers to. Nobody have a problem, actually. At least of all me. I would be the least likely person to have an issue with you, any of your fans, anybody saying. In fact, I've had tons of Discord calls about this. My position's always been clear. Of course, conspiracies exist. Some of them have way better evidence than others, but I've seen them myself. I know conspiracy. In fact, the federal government has hundreds of thousands of laws about conspiracies. They see them everywhere. We both know this, right? That's never what the problem is. The problem is when you make claims outside of, well, wait a second. I'm just questioning evidence here. I'm just questioning what the state's case is here. I'm just asking questions. It's when you make claims outside of that, where you claim that there's good evidence or good standards you should believe because, and then it turns out that it's all nonsense or it's wackadoo stuff or it makes no sense. And when we have a chance to cross-examine your evidence that you've presented, I'm going to show a lot of that. A lot of this conjecture that's based on literally nothing, that leads from no inferences whatsoever. Like you couldn't even infer it logically. That's the problem. The problem has never been whether or not you just said, you know, there's not enough in this case so far until we get to the trial. I remain unconvinced. I'm sure there's tons of people who remain unconvinced yet until we get to the trial. I think that's fine. I think it's fine. There's people who are convinced too. That's never been my problem. My problem is the claims which are external to that.
Okay. I'm not sure I really care if you have a problem with what I think in my own spare time. I don't understand this like lecture that you just gave. But beyond that, what I'm saying is that if the state is allowed to use,
I didn't
this is what
you.
this is what my problem is. You guys are not allowed. Yeah, you guys think while it's still legal, you can. You are allowed to do that. So, but anyway, going back to you saying I wouldn't have a problem. I think I just demonstrated pretty thoroughly that what you claim that you have a problem with is exactly what the state is engaged in at this stage. So it just doesn't make sense.
That's not the case. In fact,
so if people look and they say, I'm looking at the gun and I see, and I'm inferring this, and someone else says, I'm looking at the gun evidence and I'm inferring that, they're both doing the exact same thing.
They're not.
You're just saying, I want to do it for the state.
That's propositionally false.
That is not propositionally false.
I'll explain exactly how. It is the case that every proposition is going to have a true or false conclusion, period. That's just logic, right? It's the law of excluded middle. All propositions are going to be true or they're going to be false. when we get into when we're making inferences based on propositions. We can actually come to true conclusions with false premises inside of a proposition. In fact, what we're talking about here is not whether or not you feel that you're convinced by this evidence.
But you felt like you were convinced.
Right? Sure. But here's the thing. When you ask me my reason, Andrew, why are you convinced by this? I can give you my reasons why I'm convinced by it, why it seems reasonable and rational to me to be convinced. You could even say, but Andrew, I'm just not convinced by it. If that was the limitation of your claims, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. That's why I wanted to have the conversation, in fact, was so that we could move into your actual claims that you've made, which transcend the idea of I'm just asking questions.
Before we get into that, your
Claims.
team has one thing
That's
they
all he
want to show
says,
before we go
claims.
into that.
Okay.
So if you want to pull that up, this is the prosecution filing showing defense had full discovery by April 1st.
Oof.
They did not. That's not true.
Wait a second.
Yeah.
To date, the state's prosecutors have disclosed all evidence that is presently and reasonably available to them as required under Rule 16, Utah R Criminal, to be more precise, as of April 1st.
Yeah, that was not 100%. That's why they're caging that by saying what's reasonable. There was an entire, and we can pull this up. Like, we should now play the Kathy Nestor clip because that's from there. So, and they were basically saying you don't need it at this stage, meaning it's not reasonable that you're asking for this when we're going into a hearing that's just going to be based on hearsay and stuff, things of that nature. But of course, by the time a trial comes, you're going to get all of the
Where
discovery
it's just show
documents.
cause.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's what they're saying
Yeah,
there.
I understand.
Okay. So that's
I'm even fine with it.
That we all know. And then, by the way, just now that the hearing is over, and you can also fact check this, they now at the end of the preliminary hearing dropped like an insane amount of the discovery stuff they gave to them like the week after. You guys can give me the exact amount. I don't want to say because I don't know my I don't remember how much it was. It was an absurd amount of stuff that they gave to them right after the preliminary hearing that they had been asking for. Because that was one of the things that I kept saying on my show is as we were watching that preliminary of the preliminary, why not just give them the stuff now so they can engage in these arguments? Because I feel like you, it's like, I want to hear what they have to say about the text messages. Why can't you just give them what they're asking for so that they can actually engage you? And it didn't happen. So, but the judge ruled that it wasn't necessary at this stage. And that was the whole point of that
because it's
preliminary
a show
to the
cause.
preliminary. Yeah.
Would you like to play the Kathy video?
Well, he's saying he's not disagreeing, so I don't think we need
There's
to.
no point here.
There's no
Okay.
disagreement
Yeah, right.
that she said that.
Yeah.
So so I guess the disagreements now
also-
would move into
I,
the evidences that you have stated on the record, which transcend elements of reason.
Why are we
in regards
having
to this
a
case.
transcendental conversation now? Because I mean,
Because
first,
they're all
because
related to this
your
case.
entire thing
Because he's gonna give
was
it to
about
TPUSA
looking at
after.
the evidence, which never made sense to me. Again, because all of the evidence that you felt to be overwhelming was hearsay. That was bizarre to me.
You told me that I could take as much time as I
No,
wanted
you
to
can.
question you on
No,
these
but
things.
I'm just asking you to lay the groundwork of what you're saying is
Because you've
problematic.
made
That
many,
you
many
decide that it trips
claims.
into
I'll
something
explain.
else. And I do still want to hold you for going through because we've discussed the gun, we've discussed
Mhm.
your
and you can hold me to those things, but I would like to get into the
and we
things
should
that you've
discuss
said.
the screwdriver as
So,
well.
and I'll explain exactly what the groundwork is.
Mhm.
When you make claims which pass the idea of I'm just asking questions because the state's evidence is not convincing, I think you have to answer for those claims because they are in regards to this case. You're saying, I have a claim. It is in regards to the assassination of Charlie Kirk, which is what we're talking about, not just the case of Charlie Kirk, his assassination. You should have to answer for the claims that you've made in regards to the assassination itself. You should, agreed. So if that's the case, then I would like to finally dive into some of that evidence and dive into
Well,
it.
just to be clear, and I'm happy to have you talk about, like I said, publicly, you want to engage in some conspiracies, but I said I want to make sure that we get to the substance of our debate. The substance of our debate
is the major
is me
substance.
demonstrating that all of the quote unquote evidence that you feel that you have, which demonstrates that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
You don't find convincing. I get it.
It's been invalidated by the testimony that we saw. And in your answer for when I
you haven't
explained to you that he had
invalidated
the
it.
most degraded prints was, I don't know. Okay, well, there lies my ability to process that.
It's just fine for you to not be convinced up to this point. All of your viewers, everybody watching, you're conceding. Nobody's giving a dispute that if all your claims ever were just up to now, the evidence that the state's given, I'm just kind of not convinced. That is not what's been happening. What's actually been happening is that you've made tons of claims in regards to this case, And in regards to the Kirk assassination, which are far above and beyond, I just doubt the state's theory.
Okay, yeah, I mean, sure.
those are
I
the
do
things
doubt. I
that
do doubt the state's theory. I also am
I get it.
welcome to say what I think. You know, if you want to move into opinions, if you want to talk about Erica Kirk, if you want to talk about
Yeah.
Turning Point
I'd
USA,
like to talk about all
and
of
get
it.
into it, I'm
Yeah.
totally happy to do that. But I just want to say that, like, I do not feel, because I've said what's important to me is that we exhaust this topic
Mhm.
first of our actual debate claims. I do not feel that you sufficiently have argued that the evidence is overwhelming.
sorry.
Candace, question for you.
That
What,
Tyler
But I am
Robinson.
sorry you feel that way.
Candace, one question. What evidence do you need to see for you to say Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk?
That's a great question.
A picture of him?
I actually expected in this preliminary hearing, actually
On the roof, maybe?
the almost the inverse of what he was saying is true, right? So this is now the time the state is putting on their evidence. That's the purpose of this hearing, right? The
Mhm.
state is using hearsay, but they're also putting on their evidence. So I was just expecting some sort of a slam dunk. Like, we got him on camera taking the shot. At least we have him clear on camera. You're telling me this guy drove 13 hours all around. Like, we can definitely show you a picture that it's going to be beyond a reasonable doubt. Before we even get to the trial, people are going to see and go, oh crap, like, it was really Tyler Robinson. I was expecting to at least see evidence that, because I had reported early on that the source was saying that Tyler did not step foot on campus that day. It is my perspective that he had something to do with something. I do believe he was disposing clothes at this stage, at this phase. I do believe he was disposing clothes. He was involved somehow. I find Lance to be more suspicious, if I'm being honest with you. And also, like I said, the use immunity that was given to Lance by the feds, the fact that the feds didn't ask him any questions, the fact that I spoke with Lance Twigs' family, and they were like, it's very weird that the feds are not asking him more questions. He's exactly the person that I would imagine to be involved in some stuff. Allegedly, I'll say allegedly. But when we got to the preliminary hearing, there was not a single piece of evidence that I felt was slam dunk. I was waiting for that, a photo. I mean, anything would have made me go, all right, I think this could be the guy. If they had handed over the discovery on the text messages, since that was their big ta-da, we've got the text messages, that would be the first thing that I would hand over. But actually, who was holding them up? Like I said, it wasn't the prosecution. They're right to say we were handing things over, and we heard the defense argue on behalf of the prosecution, saying it's not them and it's not the SBI, it's the FBI that's holding on to things. Is the FBI took everything. The FBI took the gun. The FBI took initially the screwdriver. And then when I heard testimony about the things that they found that were suspicious, example being the backpack, that's something that really bothers me, that they say they traced the shooter, they traced the route that he went on, and then there was an abandoned, we know it looks like he's wearing some sort of a backpack. We know that there was an abandoned backpack found at the bus stop in front of a library, and they felt that this should be taken into evidence. They took it. The FBI, this was the testimony of Amanda Baker, I believe her last name is, but you might want to fact check that because I think I'm blending last names. She was the forensics for the FBI. And then she says she gets a call on the 13th and they stop testing on this backpack because they find that the backpack actually belongs to somebody on Charlie's team. But if you know the map of the layout of the campus, you're going, well, what the hell are they doing all the way up? This is nowhere near anywhere. And by the way, that's not an acceptable answer for why you just gave it back. That's like, why would you give it back? You're acting like no one's ever been killed by somebody on their team before, right? So I found that to be very strange that it was on the exact route that the alleged gunman ran, and that their excuse was, we just gave it back because we heard that this belonged to somebody on Charlie's team. So that to me is, this is why the investigation itself feels underwhelming. When you learn, and this is completely crazy to me, that some of the artifacts that Charlie was wearing were immediately returned to Erica. That's absurd. That is absurd. Everything should be in evidence. When you learn that the car that they carried Charlie in to go to the hospital, they had immediately towed, cleaned, and back up for resale, that's absurd. That should be sitting in evidence. And any police officer that you speak to will say,
what are you going to say,
person
Andrew?
that's been involved in a crime will say, I didn't get my stuff back for years. It had nothing to do with anything. It was just around. And they kept it into evidence until the trial was over and it has to be approved. I think somebody said by the attorney general has to sign off on giving you those objects back. And we were told this is all fine. And we see, this is just one example, Erica holding the crucifix.
Point
The
on
necklace.
SUV
That should be in
is what
evidence.
Andrew-
Irrespective of if you feel bad for her and think she should have, have it and it's sweet, That should be in evidence. Immediately paving over the crime scene. This is like the craziest thing ever. This is like defies common sense. You immediately, and when you heard the guy who did it actually go up on a podcast and explain, I got the call. They said it was a paver emergency.
It's an extension of the crime scene.
Heard of a paver
it's
emergency.
An extension.
They had already had someone come up and dig up the dirt. So by the time he got there on Sunday, the dirt had already been dug up for him to lay down pavers. That is what people are looking at and going, this is weird. There needs to be answers for why this was done. And he tells us the call came from the feds and the governor's office. UVUs washed their hands of it. And what he's saying sounds true because we heard during the testimony, one person described the regions of who was in control of everything. The feds were in control of the courtyard. So in order for anybody to have paved anything, that was federal territory, so to speak. Maybe not.
He had arguments for me,
but the feds were in control of the courtyard. So
yes, he did.
These are things
None
that
for
I
Candace
think
yet. We'll see how he responds.
For. Why are we doing things differently than you would in any other criminal scenario of keeping the evidence until we know more, until we're confident? The various decoys. I did it. It just doesn't look right.
Okay, so go back to the question. So what would you need to see for you to say
something? If they had, I was expecting, here we have him, he took the shot, here it is. And then I'd be like, great, a clear image of him on the staircase where I'm like, that's definitively Tyler Robinson and he was on campus. We got nothing. We got literally nothing but hearsay of people saying.
But you basically get no case.
What?
You basically no case on planet Earth. You get the,
sure.
Oh, we got a picture.
Okay,
Here's him with the murder weapon.
Right.
Here's him taking the shot.
Most of this doesn't take place on a college campus that has surveillance everywhere. One clear image of his,
and everybody's taking videos.
His car plates.
If you're asked the question, what would it take to convince? It'd be the same question be asked to me, Andrew. What would take to convince you that the oppositional's true, right? That he's a patsy or something like that. Just good, clear, concise evidence that's been presented, right, and is being presented that I could go through and link all together to see if there's actually some clear picture of there being a patsy. That's what it would take for me.
Okay.
I
don't disagree with that. We haven't heard the defense
just
respond.
a good evidentiary standard. And then, of course, I would change my mind.
So just to qualify this, so there is a possibility in the next few months that you may come out and say, guys, it's done. Tyler killed him. Yeah. So you're saying yesterday.
Yeah.
I think it's very important for the audience here that from
without question.
For you, is there anything that you could see for you to say, yeah, this guy was a patsy?
Of course, I'm going to always follow evidence.
Perfect.
So my whole thing is just this. It's really important to me. I don't mind people being truth seekers and justice searchers, and the internet has helped solve tons of crimes. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that, right? However, there's also people who, they not only don't solve crimes, but they just come up with conjecture and what's called flooding the zone. You flood the zone with tons and tons of conspiracy-based ideas and they go nowhere, right? And in fact, they actually take away from legitimate investigation. Now, I'm not even saying anybody here is purposely flooding the zone. That's not even the claim. All I'm saying is that the claims made absent, this is just me not being convinced by the state's evidence. Those become claims, and claims have to be defended. Just like mine have to be defended, yours have to be defended. And that's what we're going to get to now, yeah?
You want to get into it? Would you guys like to take
He's all about the claims.
He
said nothing about the SUV, though.
Yeah,
and
nothing about
the conspiracies
SUV.
that have been conjectured by Candace Owens in regards to this case in the Charlie Kirk assassination.
Folks, we'll take a 3.5-minute break.
Yeah, we're going to talk about this garbage.
All right, you guys, you have
Hold on 1 second.
Seen all the buzz around red light therapy lately.
Hello. I was in a space with this dude and we were talking about the SUV and why did they take it, not take everything out of the SUV when it got to the auction. All of there was like a coat hanger in there. There was, bloody bags. There was fragments. Everything was still in there. They didn't confiscate that, but they gave the necklace and the coat, his coat, back to Erica. It's just bizarre. And then I said that in a space, and Andrew was there, and he goes, "So you're making a claim, Ellie?" I'm like, "No, the SUV is an extension of the crime scene." And he goes, pull that up from a Utah law. So I put all the links there, and he didn't want to read it. So he's reading something else where it said, literally in the state of Utah, forgot which number it was, that if you're transporting someone that passed away or died, that vehicle is an extension of the crime scene.
Yeah.
Am I right? Or
No, you're
I
right.
put all the links there for him, Rio, and he was just saying I was bullshit.
Well, it doesn't, with people like him, it doesn't matter how much evidence like you feed to them, and you shouldn't even have to, like they should go look at it. But they didn't prep him with a lawyer. Like they did not prep him with, I cannot believe that. Like he said, my lawyer. I'm like, okay, so you have a criminal lawyer that counseled you on this? Because I mean, criminal law is different than civil law. And it's like he didn't even know the full extent of a preliminary hearing again. And she just made him look like a fool, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And exactly like what you're saying about that. And his
it's an extension of the crime scene. I mean, like here we are taking the rifle, putting it in Quantico, taking Tyler's cell phone, putting it in Quantico. But now we got like severe things that have happened. And, you know, in crime scenes, like we take all that stuff and we just put it away because something during the trial could happen.
Right.
Where it's needed.
And if we get rid of it, how stupid is that? Stupid is that?
They never don't preserve double negative. They hold on to that stuff forever. I mean, I don't know how he can refute it. I mean, he's just sitting there listening to all this, you know, evidence and all this stuff. And it's just like, I mean, like, how can he sit there and still say, you know, okay, well, what I consider, you know, overwhelming.
Well, and that's his thing, because he's always like, you don't put your opinion in it and this and that. And he puts his opinion into what the officer or the law enforcement should have done with the SUV. And that's how he tried to debate Ali on that subject in X Space.
He told me it wasn't part of the crime scene anymore. I'm like, well, in the state of Utah, if you're taking a person, you're transporting them in the vehicle, there's blood. There's his who knows, his phone could have fell in there. I don't know. There's everything's in there.
Yeah.
Everything's in there.
I mean, it doesn't take a genius to figure that out. And even did y'all see Julian Dory and Barron and Steven?
Yes.
Yeah, amazing. Even he was saying that, you know? And it just doesn't take a genius, but like arguing with someone who is dead set on like disagreeing with you is obnoxious. Like it doesn't matter.
For me, it's suspect that you don't think that's so. Like I think I said something like, if your kid was in that vehicle, you wouldn't want to confiscate that vehicle, see what was in the vehicle.
Right.
Like you don't want to preserve that.
Right.
We're just going to ship it. We're just going to ship it back to Utah auction and auction it off.
Right.
And not take Rio. They didn't take anything out of it.
Well, they did.
No.
They did.
Babe, I'm talking about the FBI, the investigators or whoever, the peace officer, whoever, because Andrew Wilson said it's up to the peace officer to make that call. Okay.
Well, we know they did take some stuff out. The candies were gone.
So
we know they took stuff out.
Why are the candies gone?
Like we know they took stuff out, but for some reason they left a lot of stuff behind.
They took the necklace out.
So you figured they would have just taken everything in, because, you know, it looks obviously some of the things that were left behind had DNA on it. Most likely Charlie's, but we won't never know that now.
Not to mention it's also a biohazard, you know, on top of that. I know that's separate, but it's also that. I don't know how he can sit there and say this stuff. And then he was saying, what was he saying? Like, well, this is just the way, you know, I feel or I think. And I was like, oh, well, we all grieve differently, don't we? You know? Yeah. Exactly. See how that holds up. It's ridiculous. He is like, I don't know what the word is.
He's being a little bit like, he hasn't sworn yet.
No. And
I'm like waiting for it.
And if you watch him debate, he does debate in circles a lot. That's his tactic, right?
Yeah.
And he does that until he can catch you in something. And he's having problems really nailing Candace on something. So he's going to keep going in circles until he does.
Because she knows this like the back of her hand. It's her best friend.
She's schooled him a couple times. You know,
she sleeps and eats this stuff every day, like all of us do. Mm-hmm. We're doing this every freaking day because we know deep down inside this is bullshit. Mm-hmm. Absolutely bullshit. I'm sorry. It
no,
is.
no, be sorry. I mean, the whole world, the whole country thinks it's bullshit.
Yep.
I mean,
Yeah.
I'm surprised. I don't know. I think, yeah, he thinks that he might have made money coming on of this. He's going to lose a job at TPUSA.
Tell me when it comes on. I'm just going to play something really funny to break the ice. Ready?
Sure.
Let me play it. Just tell me when it comes on, okay?
Yep.
Let me show you what freedom looks like. Time for some pickleball. Here we go. Yay for Fed Slop! These pickles are great. Yeah, they're the best.
Oh my
Hope
God.
you guys enjoyed that. Let me play one more time.
I love the like the book on the left or whatever.
Do you like that?
I love that.
So I'm
Let's me
taking
put it
that.
back up again.
I'm
Sorry,
taking
guys.
that's obviously Frank and Blake. Is that Mr.
It's
Sneff?
Frank and Blake. It's
Mr.
Frank and Blake.
Sneff.
Hope you guys like that. I'll play it again after.
I can't believe this. I
Just
mean,
hit that like button for Rio, Anna, and
Yeah.
myself, please. I don't know. I think she's coming for the after party. I think she's,
Okay.
it's early there for her. I don't know. She was supposed to have a show with Stu. I don't know what happened.
The Stu's
I
on somebody
think
else's show right now.
Okay, so I don't know.
she's doing that on Monday, I think.
She's doing Monday, right?
Going
Yeah.
on. But it's like drevel. Is that a word? It just feels like in my ear. Him.
Yeah.
He's so I don't know. Like they could have at least the audacity to come on here not prepared bewilders me. Like they actually thought that they could just roundabout argue her without knowing anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Play
weird.
the pickleball flamingo. Hold on. Okay, tell me when it comes on, babe.
Hey, what the? Ow! Stop that!
There you go. Did you enjoy that?
Yes.
I'll play the pickleball one more time.
Smell like a man of faith, ball like a legend. Let me show you what freedom looks like. Time for some pickleball. Here we go. Yay for Fed Slop! These pickles are great. Yeah, they're the best. Smell like a man of faith, ball like a legend. Bold,
Oh
brined,
my
unapologetic.
Oh my God, that's great. I love it. Thank you, Wisha. Shout out to Wisha for that.
Oh, good job. That's hilarious.
Shout out to Wisha. Yeah, she's also a mod in here. I don't know where she is. That was funny. Shout out to Wisha
She's
Birchwood.
working.
Yeah, she's working right now.
What do you guys think is going on over at TPUSA right now?
They're watching it. We know they are.
Do you think they think they're winning?
No,
Sure
they're
they're
losing.
not.
I think they're losing terribly. I think Candace is doing fabulous.
I mean, this is like a smoke out.
this is a smoke out.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but you know they're going to be spinning it. They're already
They're gonna turn the
going to be
narrative, yeah.
spinning it. So I would look for like Blake and Andrew and all those people out there and Gary Melton and that
Yep.
whole camp to be a little irate and trying to sell a narrative that Andrew won tonight. So
Yeah.
I would actually say if you're on X, the crash outs and spaces tonight are probably going to be
Yeah.
epic.
So good.
Gary-
Epic.
Gary's
Friday.
streaming it. Gary's streaming it right now. I want my balls back from Frank.
Oh my
He's
God.
got none of these guys got balls.
I give you permission to take him back, Scotty. You're more of a man than Frank is. Take him back, brother. Take him
Kidding.
back.
What they're gonna do is clip this, like somebody said in the chat, and they're going to like flip it. Like
They're gonna have to try real hard on this one.
Yeah.
She's gonna sleep so good. She's gonna sleep so good. Man, it's
I
embarrassing.
guess Andrew's trying to get 2 or 3 smokes in since we're a little delayed here.
Let me play some. What do you call it? I got some super chats. I think I already showed this
Yeah, play
one.
some super
Did you
chats.
show this one? Thank you so much, Miss Doro. What's a car toad? What?
Toyd, does he know how to say cart?
Oh, we're behind in that. Yes, I remember that now.
Yeah, because they put out a video making fun of Candace mispronouncing things. So I think that's literally what she's getting at and just pointed out, hey,
Yeah.
you guys do it too.
Yeah, thank you so much for that.
Big
And
clarinet.
Tornado Alley member for 5 months. Thank you so much.
Yeah. very
Um,
cool.
A poll. Okay, let me close the other one. How many cigs can Andrew smoke in 3.5 minutes? Oh my god. He smokes one every minute.
He's probably like, not enough. Okay, part of me, I don't really feel bad for him, but part of me kind of feels it's hard to watch sometimes. You know, it's hard to
Death
watch.
Queef has a comment here. Sorry, don't mean to interrupt.
No,
Blake
go
is
ahead.
crashing out live, apparently.
Oh, I would
Is he
love to
really?
clip that.
That's what Death Queef's saying in the chat right now.
How long before he crashes out and swears? Should I just still leave this up? Has it been an hour?
Yeah, you can start it and go to another one. It's fine.
So it said in 1 hour. So that was the winner for that poll. I can do another one. I want to count how many times he says claim in this one.
Claim. Like, why is
He says
doing
claims.
that?
He did that to me all the time. I swear to God, he was in a space and I didn't know that was Andrew Wilson at first. And he goes, so, Allie, you're making a claim. You're saying that the SUV... Shut up.
You're like, well, I mean...
The SUV
claim,
is not an
fact.
extension.
Like,
He said it's not. He said it's not an extension of the crime scene.
He's full of shit.
And that Utah law doesn't consider that. Because the peace officer would just go, you can take it, bye.
Yeah. It's so nice to hear Candace say all this legal stuff because I'm like, oh my gosh, this is exactly what I've been covering. Like even just this morning, I did like the first part of the briefs, you know, and I was like, this is how the preliminary hearing works. So the fact that we are freaking out that they didn't say all this stuff, like this is why the prosecution has to open the door. And then we can say something, but we don't get to present all of our evidence at a preliminary hearing. It's just not how it works. It's just for the prosecution to show the court, like, hey, we have enough that there is a question of fact, right? So to go to a jury. That's why even if you have competing evidence with what the prosecution says, it doesn't matter. Because the judge doesn't in that moment like rule which one is better.
Okay, so we're officially back.
Oh, they're
Andrew,
back.
before we go into the other issues you want to talk about, is it fair to say you're good defending your position of the overwhelming evidence?
Yeah.
Okay, beautiful. You take the lead. Go for it.
Yeah. So I have a bunch of questions for you, and I want to make it super painless, right? So no traps, no gotchas. I'm just going to ask them direct, and I think that as long as they're not loaded, if they're loaded, you should not respond yes or no. But as long as they're not loaded, if I just directly ask them, I'm hoping that you'll just give me a direct answer. So here's the questions that I have.
Wait, before we get into that, I would like to just reply to that. So just to be clear, we agreed to debate our claims, and then I agreed publicly that I have no issues having a conversation with you about other things that I've discussed that were outside of the court hearing and things like other evidence that's come across our lap and things that we've been speaking about. But I just do want to make it clear to viewers that for whatever reason, you think that you have a right to sort of depose me.
I'm not deposing you. I just want to ask you some questions.
You literally said that I want to be able to question you.
This is a meta conversation.
Right,
we're
but okay,
debate.
so now we're transcending. Like let's use a
I mean,
word to use a word that you're
transcendent.
saying. But this is what you're doing, right?
Okay.
So this part to me feels like a bit of
am I allowed to ask the questions?
I've already said you can ask questions,
Then
but I
let me
made it
ask
very
them.
clear to you via email and with you in conversation that we should be speaking. This isn't like you get to sit.
I want to
I
ask
said
you
if you
some
want to
questions.
depose me, you should join
I'm not
Brigitte
deposing
Macron's
you.
defense team.
This
But
is
you're
part-
like, I'm
this
just
is
going
a
to ask questions.
legitimate
Can you
part-
answer it? Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't know what you're going to ask. And
I
I'm
know.
going to
And
answer
if
as
you
I
have
see
issues
fit
with it,
because I'm not.
I get it.
Yeah.
I
okay,
get it.
Just so we're clear. 'Cause-
Usually in the debate, if something's not loaded, I'm just direct with
because you kept
question,
saying
with
I'm
the
Joe
answer.
Rogan. They have no evidence. They have no evidence. And now you're like, let's move away from the evidence.
You
Let's talk about transcendentals.
Okay. Anyway, so direct question, super easy. Was Lance Twigs DNA on the rifle, as far as you know?
We can't say that for certainty.
As far as you know.
I already answered that in the first part. We can't say that for certainty. I told you the context of which they spoke about those things.
So no, as far as you know.
We can't say that for certainty until we know what other the 5 sets of prints were on.
So that
there.
would be no, as far as you know.
We can't say that for certainty.
You can say no, as far as I know, for certain.
We can't say that for certainty.
You can say that for certainty.
if your energy here is going to be like you're my dad and you can tell me how to speak or what I'm supposed to say, you're just going to come up against the wall. I'm familiar with this debate strategy.
But I am just
yes or no. We're not debating anymore. We're having a conversation. So I already addressed that in the first half of this about why
No, we're still
there's-
definitely debating. This is still
no, it's not a debate.
this is
Now
inclined
this
to
is you
your-
saying I want to probe
Yeah.
things that sit outside of the evidence. I actually already
That you've
addressed this.
stated.
You asked me.
Uh-huh.
You're not going to go like where you're
Okay.
sitting and I'm on trial. I'm not on trial.
Okay, great.
So
let's
you
talk
can
about
have a
the
conversation
let's
as
talk
we've
about the
agreed
French.
to.
Let's talk about the Foreign Legion.
Sure.
Was the Foreign Legion, do you believe, trying to kill you?
Yes, that's why I reported it to the correct officials in government. That's what I was told, and I handed over that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office.
What's your best piece of evidence for that?
Well, it was
Positive evidence.
Whoa.
It was told to me
Mhm.
by somebody who is high up in the French government. I passed off that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office. I also passed it off to Trump's office, Donald Trump's office.
Mhm.
And that's all I can tell you. I wouldn't be able to probe any evidence because I don't have the power to do that. I'm not the federal government. And I would also like to say that this becomes this other piece of what you do, which is when people say, this, I was told this, and this is the evidence that I have, and I'm willing to have that conversation and write the email to the correct government body that deals with this. Like, I can't hack into Emmanuel Macron's bank accounts and say whether or not the
I
information
agree.
but then you go, well, where's your evidence? It's like, well, my evidence is that I reported it. I did the right thing that you're going to do. So if somebody calls and says, hey, Andrew, there's a viable death threat against you, and that person definitively has the rank to be able to tell you this, and you say, well, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to report that to the feds. Then I go, what's your evidence? It's like, well, I got the information and I gave the information that I got from who I got it to the right body of people. And that's
Okay.
what I did.
Got it. I just want to
Cool.
make sure.
And so
I'm not
it-
trying to trap you.
Well,
I just want to make sure I got it clear.
and that's why I say I want to know what you're doing now, because this has always been the thing. It's like, we actually can't win on the overwhelming claim. So we're just going to go and bring up everything that I think can try to embarrass her. I reported
I'm
exactly
not
as I
trying to
received
embarrass
it.
you. I just want to make sure that I get your
Yes,
positions clear.
I have not said, yeah, go ahead.
And now you have stated multiple times that you believe that Israel's involved in the death of Charlie Kirk.
Can you give
Yes,
me?
we can pull up the clip.
Can
I'm sorry. I'm just saying.
I finish the sentence?
Go ahead.
Can you give me the context for what are you talking about? Like, when I say, generally speaking, why people think that Israel's involved?
hmm
Okay, where's your question?
Yeah. Do you have any positive evidence whatsoever that Israel killed Charlie Kirk?
Well, I couldn't say Israel was on the ground and shot and killed Charlie Kirk. I would say that there are various things that we're trying to establish, one being a motive. And since I don't believe that Tyler Robinson and his transferee is a convincing motive because he was fired up about politics, which Lance testified that he never spoke about with him, nor do I believe that he was so into LGBTQ issues, since Lance testified they never spoke about LGBTQ issues, that he stopped and ate at Chick-fil-A, which, if you are into LGBTQ issues, wouldn't be your lunch before you go kill Charlie Kirk for LGBTQ issues, because,
Yeah, but do you have positive evidence?
I'm answering the question as I feel like I want to answer it. Like I said, you don't get to, for an hour and a half, pepper
But the question I'm
questions and
asking is
tell me.
about positive evidence.
I'm telling you that in any case, establishing a motive and
Mhm.
and again, I already explained this at the top of the show, but the reason why people find Israel to be an interesting question is because, truthfully, Charlie's perspectives were changing on Israel.
Sure.
And he was starting to realize how much pressure was being put on not just our government to constantly fight their wars, but also being put on his organization personally. If people had come out and been honest about that, rather than rabid claiming he never flinched and everybody's lying and this is not true, you would probably have people that just go, that's life. People change their opinions.
I understand.
And then there was the rabid, I mean, not even that. It's like everything was about trying to convince the public how much he liked it.
So then, other
Israel.
than intuition, how you feel about things, do you have any evidence Israel was involved in killing Charlie Kirk?
I have already said, and if you're watching my show and the context of what I said, this is the general sense of why people think Israel's involved. Nobody has made the claim that Israelis, there were also, obviously
Ian
Joe
Carroll
Kent.
made the claim.
Well, Joe Kent, who I think would have the right to assert it, noted that there were 12 Israeli cell phones on the ground that day. I think most people would like to probe that. Now, it could be maybe they were students, and there were Israeli students in Utah that day. But we'd like to probe that narrative because what we've seen after, coming from the Israeli government, the Israeli prime minister, kind of denying that he did it, which wasn't really necessary, was quite busy. The phone call that happened, which no one wants to discuss, in the Hamptons the week prior, or not the week prior, I think it was around August 5th or 6th that took place. And again, the almost desperate lies about Charlie shifting opinion on Israel lead us to believe that there could be an Israeli angle in this. But we cannot say for certainty that Israel called the shots, and this is how it happened. But it is definitively, I think, a thread that a lot of us would like to see
there's no
pulled.
positive evidence.
Whatever you want to say, however positive, negative, however you want to say it.
Well,
I
like
don't need
positive
to, I
evidence
can just
would
have a
be
conversation.
Material evidence and other evidences, which would
what
point
we've said
you to
is on our show is what we said, which is this feels like a conspiracy building. There's no reason to lie about these things, and yet people are lying. BB ain't acting right. The Hamptons thing was weird, and the way they tried to shove the Israel narrative down our throat immediately. I mean, the day he died, posting a picture of him with an American and Israeli AI'd photo on the president's feed doesn't feel right. So,
do you have any evidence that Erica Kirk or TPUSA participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I've never said they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk. So how could I say that I have evidence they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
Okay. So then you don't believe that they did?
I never have said that statement.
Trapping
so I'm
her.
not going to get you to ask me personal questions about things that I've never said on record.
Okay.
He's trapping her.
He's trying to make her make an accusation. So
What he
that
did to
can
Stu.
catch her and
I don't know what the video is. If you're, yes, you said that there's a video you want to play that Candace said she has full confidence Israel was involved.
Yep.
Yeah. He said evidence that they killed him. I said this
ahead
is
and
why
play it,
people think
though.
their involvement.
So she
If
can
they have the clip,
yeah,
they
they
can
got
play
the
the
clip.
clip.
Yeah.
They're referring to
This
the-
is what he wants. This is what he wants to do.
Via who? My guess is Pierre. Erica. I think that there's a reason Pierre knew that Charlie was dead first. I think there's a reason he was a priority. How? Why? I think France and Israel are involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination. And I'm going to put that out there with full confidence.
Okay.
I also
Involvement.
I understand.
Yeah.
So you
That's-
think you with full confidence, you think that
Yeah, I think
that
Israel's
France
involved.
and Israel.
Yeah, I mean, the person that gave me that thing that I reported said that French Foreign Legion were on the ground that day.
Mhm.
Again, this would be at a professional limitation for me to then go and probe that information that I handed over. I can't do that. I'm not
But
the
you
United
don't have
States
any
government.
positive evidence of
Okay,
that.
okay.
right?
Liz, can you just stop? It's actually just like annoying to hear you keep saying positive evidence. I've just asked me what I think, and I just tell you, yes, I think they are
that's
involved.
a claim.
No, I said here's what I think.
I have every
I
right
think-
to ask you about your claim.
Yeah, but
and if there's
I said,
positive evidence
in
for
this
your
statement,
claim.
I literally just said I think.
Two
and
claims.
I'm allowed to think. And
Yeah,
you
you're
keep
allowed
saying,
to
do
think,
you have
but you're
positive
making a
evidence?
claim.
I
Three.
have tons of positive
Three.
evidence that I'm allowed to think. Yes.
I agree. You're allowed to think.
Okay. So
Nobody's disputing whether or not
yeah, but
Candace
like
Owens is
you're-
allowed to think. What
you're-
I'm asking is
but
you have
what's your issue then?
positive
What is your issue with the statement?
evidence.
I think
Uh-huh.
that Israel
I wait.
is involved.
That's
I
not
do.
what. That's not just what you said. You said
I
that
did say I
it's with
think.
it's with full confidence.
Yes.
You
That
would
I
think
mis-
that if you had full
Can you have confidence
confidence,
to think when you think?
but if I said, for instance, I think I'm going to be late to work, right? With full confidence, I would say my evidence for that is that I'm 20 minutes away and I need to be there in 5.
Andrew,
That's how you would know whether or not you had full
I'm just going
confidence.
to tell you something.
Hang on,
sis-
let me finish.
Sure.
Let me finish. If it was the case that I said I have full confidence I'm going to be late to work, I would say my evidence that I'm going to be is that work is 20 minutes away, right? And I have to be there in 5. So I have full confidence. That's why I would think that. So I'm asking if you think that Israel and France were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and you say with full confidence, I'm just asking for the evidence, or at least walk me through the mindset of why it is that you could think that with
I actually
evidence.
don't have to walk you through why I think. I can give you something that I think with full confidence. I think with full confidence that you know you lost the substance of this debate, and now you're moving toward things that I have said that I think, which I can do. I'm allowed
They're
to
pertinent
think
to this debate.
it's not exactly pertinent to this
It's
debate.
100%
It's
pertinent.
not pertinent because our debate
These are claims
claims
made about Charlie Kirk's assassination. That's the complete
but
substance of the debate.
no, actually, would you like to
Claim.
remind him of what our debate claims actually were?
And would you like to remind
You
that you
said-
said I could ask you about any of these things
I
to my
said
heart's
feel
content?
free, but you do not get to
Oh.
structure how I'm allowed to reply or ask me
I'm
why
not
are you allowed
structuring
to
how you're
think.
allowed to reply. I'm just asking you direct questions.
I have full confidence that you do not feel that you represented your claim well. And so now what you came
That's
prepared
nice.
to
I just
do is
wanna
to
know-
present yourself like a professor of
I
fallacies
just want to know.
and to say, you're not allowed to say that. You can't. It's
You
my
can say
podcast.
whatever you want.
Well, I
Nobody's
said it.
disputing that. I'm
It
asking.
seems like you are disputing
I'm
it.
asking
I think that
specifically
when this
why
is
you
all
think
said
that.
and done, I've already explained to you. I explained at the beginning of this
Mhm.
why I think Israel is ultimately going
France.
to be proven to have involvement in this.
Mhm.
Yes,
I just
and
explained to you in the middle,
France.
and now you're wanting me
Yes.
to structure the sentence or provide evidence. You don't have to. You're just allowed to think. And I've explained to you my thought process. I don't need to structure it in a sentence. If you feel like a professor today, you picked the wrong day.
Don't you think that like tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people would want to know what Candace Owens' positive evidence for why it is
No, I
that
don't.
Israel and France were involved in the most traumatic public assassination of Gen Z's lifetime is?
That's why they watch my podcast.
So you're just going to drip to them? Like, here's why
it's
I
not
think
dripping.
that?
Every time we come across any of these discussions, they're watching this in context and they know why I'm saying it. So, for example, when you're bringing up, well, Candace, where's your evidence for France doing this? I just told you someone who was high ranking in the French government, right?
Who's nameless?
Of course.
Of course.
Of course.
Of course.
But
so there's good reason
so
to
it's not a
doubt this.
conspiracy, though, if I then took it to the federal government. Like, you can't just go out there making a claim to the federal government. You can get in trouble for making false statements and things of that nature. So, and then you go, well, I'm going to probe that. Well, how can you probe that? This happened
I
to
can
me.
ask you, well,
This
that's
is
not
my
what I'm probing
podcast.
specifically.
This is my podcast. I am sharing my life and my experiences and what has happened to me.
Mm-hmm.
And you're basically coming in like you're going to, regulate how I'm allowed to say
Nope,
it, if
I'm
I'm
not trying to
allowed to
regulate
say it.
anything. I'm asking
Well,
very pertinent
you're sounding a bit
questions.
like a professor trying to regulate and say, Candace,
You sound
you
very
can't say, I
defensive and
think.
like you just don't want to answer questions.
I did answer your question 3
You
times. I just
literally-
didn't say it in the way that you wanted
You
me to
just
say
kind of
it.
obfuscate and you run away from it. But I would like for you to
let's
actually
just go through
focus
every
on it.
clip that you guys have prepared, because it's pretty. I think with full confidence, people will recognize the strategy that you're trying to employ. So let's get to the next clip you have prepared.
Sure, they can pull up whatever clips they
whatever
want.
it is
yeah.
that you guys have prepared. So
But
let's go.
there, but I would still, on this point, I just want to make sure that you have full confidence that France and Israel were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk,
I think in
and
the
you
end,
have no evidence for it at all that you'll give us.
well, I already did tell you where it came from. Like I said, I can explain it to you. I can't understand
Did
it
that
for
same
you. So if
higher
you
up
need to,
tell you
if
that
need
he was
to-
going to kill, or that France killed Charlie Kirk, or just that you were in danger?
They said that the French Foreign Legion was involved and on the ground that day. I've already said that. You
Okay.
just don't like hearing it.
No,
And just out of curiosity,
Yes.
when you pass down that message to a Tulsi or Trump,
Tulsi's office, yes.
Tulsi's office, are you giving them who told you that, or you're just saying, here's what I heard from
And
somebody?
I have this information.
Sure.
And of course, if they wanted to open a file on it, which I thought was quite mysterious, that Trump's office never got back to us. It was kind of weird about maybe they're not the correct office to. I did receive a response from Tulsi Gabbard's office, but I don't think there was ever any investigation into what I
Got it.
said.
So the call was, hey, I've been
Emailed.
told
It's-
the email.
Yes.
Email was, I've been told
I have
somebody is-
information, that the French Foreign Legion was on the ground during Charlie's assassination, and that, I mean, it was a lot of information, but
Well,
like
you didn't give specifics who it was from.
not in the first email, because I figured they would
Perfect.
yeah.
So if they do contact you, are
100.
you
Yes,
comfortable giving 100% who it is?
I would absolutely give them as
And-
much
and
information
can I
as
ask a
possible.
question? If whoever's the U.S. government, why are you not?
Yes, it's very strange to me.
You know, so if that's the case, now they may respond back and say, we did. You know, that's their position.
I did.
I'm
That's
not
why I
involved.
did it in writing.
And so I'm glad that's the case
Yes.
because so if they
And
do
right
ask
away in
you-
Trump's office, his Margot got right back to me. She said it was on his desk, so he has that. There's no.
And if you do say that and they
Mhm.
contact that individual, obviously you don't have to leak your sources here.
Mhm.
Is there enough credibility where that person would be willing to talk to them and explain to them exactly what their sources
Yes,
are? Okay. I mean, that's,
it seems reasonable. And so why he's asking me to defend that is like,
I'm not. Never
Okay.
I
did.
think those are two different things. That's more
Two
something I'm
totally
asking
different
to say,
claims.
why are they not reaching out to you?
I've asked that many times on my podcast.
What do you think about that, Andrew?
What?
The fact that she emailed, she gave it,
Mhm.
and nobody reached out to want to contact the
They
source. that she's
probably
willing
didn't
to
think it was
share.
actionable, is my guess. But even if they did think it was actionable, great. Every lead should be followed up on within the confines of what's rational and reasonable.
Is it fair
Mhm.
to say that this is maybe a different individual because this is a person that was involved with TPUSA
Well, we
and had a
don't-
relationship
Wait,
with Charlie?
who?
No, her relationship. Like
Yeah.
this isn't just anybody. So if an average person sends it, yes.
Yeah, but I mean, we don't know who the source is. We don't know any
Well,
of
then
this.
if you were in that department, wouldn't you want to even you assign it to one of your
There's
guys
no
to
guarantee
say,
they didn't look into it. How do we know? We don't
How
know.
could they
No,
if
how
they didn't
could they
come
if
get
she didn't give it
the
to them?
information, more of the information? Because it
And
was a
by the way,
long
this-
file.
Yeah.
This is a separate. This has
Did
got
you send
nothing
them
to do
the
with the
guy's
debate. This
name?
is more on.
Well, I sent the email assuming that's you kept saying like you go and you make a report, you think they're going to come back to you and say, hey,
Huh.
what's more information? We're investigating this. And that didn't happen, and which is what I raised.
No,
I
I'm
found
asking,
that,
did you send
especially
the source
because
of the
this was at
claim?
a time where they were saying that they wanted to explore every possible lead. I even texted Dan Bongino.
But did you?
So actually it was three offices.
Let me ask
The
one question.
executive
and then I'm gonna come to you.
office,
Yeah.
Dan Bongino,
Yeah.
and Tulsi Gabbard's office.
Okay, so a follow up to that is the following:
Mhm.
if they contact you to say, is that specifically to the French government or Israel's involvement in the killing of Charlie Kirk?
That wasn't about
Those
Israel.
are two separate things.
That wasn't about Israel. It was
Okay,
they were
got it.
saying the French foreign, that person as a part of it was saying that it was the French Foreign Legion that was on the ground that
So
day.
I'm
And
surprised
I
they haven't
think
called you.
then I find that to be very strange
Very-
too.
I do as well.
Because who would want to make a report? Like, I mean, I've never
But-
made a report with the federal
But when
Let me
you
government.
ask one
did-
question.
but
Let me
when you
just
did
ask one
send
question.
it-
Let me just ask one
Okay.
question, and then I'm going to bring it
Okay.
to you.
Sure.
The question is in regards to, I've not seen that clip, so I'm seeing it now.
Mhm.
I'm full confidence. I believe that
Mhm.
Israel and French was involved. Is that also based on a source that somebody told you that Israel was involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, or is that a gut feeling?
So in terms of Israel, I mean, what I've said is what I publicly have said here. I do think that at the end of this, we are going to find that Israel was involved. I do. Now, in terms of any of the hard evidence that's been presented, I think this has been a huge problem that a lot of us have had is that
Mhm.
they won't even explore anything else that was going on in Charlie's life personally. So if we're not satisfied that Tyler Robinson did this in any way, then every alternative theory should be explored. Other evidence should be brought forward. We've done that in our capacity. Like when people keep saying she has no evidence, it's kind of crazy. I think we've broken like more stories than any news source in the world. I mean, down to pictures, details, police officers, what the dog's name was, because we're not the only people that believe there's a conspiracy here. The police officers that were involved, the many police, sheriff's offices, that were departments that were involved that day, all believe there was a conspiracy. Down to the U.S. Marshals believe there was a conspiracy. They were, my sources at the U.S. Marshals were saying they were basically sent on a wild goose chase that day.
But do you see how you say my sources?
Am I not allowed to have sources?
Well,
Like
the thing is funny.
So is CNN allowed to have
Well,
sources?
hang on. I
but
have
we can't-
sources. If I said I have sources that claim none of that's true. In fact, my sources claim that her sources are lying. My sources claim that none of them believe that there's a conspiracy. My sources claim all of them really think that Tyler Robinson was a lone gunman. If I just said that as hypothetical, wouldn't you say, what?
Yeah, I think what probably adds weight is like then when I drop photos of the car that no one was supposed to see, people go, okay, her sources are legit. So, and then when what I say is then proven in court and nobody knew those things, people are recognizing that my sources are legit. When I say Charlie was scared in the last days, and then I dropped the text message, which you've just learned about a couple of weeks ago, of him saying he was leading the pro-Israel cause when everyone was lying about that, then they say, I think Candace's sources are legit. So I think what's happened is I've actually built up a rapport with my audience that it's not vibes and dreams, and that's why they keep watching my content, because like, for example, when I just the other day released the content of the shooter on the roof doing the lateral crawl, then they're going, I don't think these are just vibes. It seems like Candace's sources are legit. So I've proven myself in the market.
Yeah, I'm not sure that would legitimize your sources as being legitimate when it comes to the idea that, they all believe that there's a conspiracy going on, which is actually what your claim is now. How
Well,
would that
I
actually,
was just-
hang on, I'm almost done.
How would that talking to PVD?
How
We're
would
not-
that legitimize? Well, it's not his debate. How would it legitimize these sources that even if it's the case that you get some court footage or some things like this, why would it legitimize that your sources are telling you all the marshals believe it's a conspiracy, all the police believe it's a conspiracy, everybody believes it? How would that legitimize
Well,
any
what
of
I
that?
am saying to you, and you are not forced to believe it. So let me just explain what I was answering here, and I think that you understood what I was saying. Is I have, because people trust me, compiled a lot of information and presented it to the public, and this information has been proven true. We've presented photos, we have presented videos, never before seen stuff. The public has never seen it. And so what that does is your audience goes, okay, when she says that she has these sources, clearly she's telling the truth. Now, whether you would then go, well, I'm going to believe her when she says they think that there's a conspiracy, that's up to you. You cannot watch my content. I'm not here to tell you that you have to watch my content or believe everything I'm saying.
Well, don't you think
but I am-
questioners should get questioned as well?
By who? I'm not committing a crime, am I? By just like saying what
Well,
I
I
think and
mean,
collecting
aren't
evidence.
most of the people you ask questions of not actually committing crimes?
But what do you mean they should answer questions where? Like at a police station? Like what
No,
are you
just
saying?
like if you want people to come in and answer questions for you. I have questions about this in the investigation. I have questions about this. I have questions about that. You want them to answer your questions. Doesn't it seem totally fair that you answer back the questions people have for you?
Well, they're not answering our questions. So it's also fair that they don't answer them.
So you're
That's why I
okay.
said
So I just
Andrew
want to.
Colvett should be in this chair. He's not.
But
That's
isn't
his
that a double?
prerogative.
But isn't that a double standard?
No, it's not because he's not doing it.
Yeah, but what that would still be a double standard. If you're requesting that he does do it, then
Mhm.
that seems to infer that you think he owes you answers.
Oh, so inferences are allowed again?
And they never weren't. So that seems to infer that you think that he owes you answers. If that's the case, then don't you owe answers?
Yeah, well, I feel like I'm answering your questions and his questions about. I mean, I'm talking about Andrew Colvett. His position is he's a spokesperson for Turning Point USA.
Uh-huh.
So when the crowd turns against Turning Point USA on the basis of a lack of information or because there has been, I don't know, seeds sown of distrust, I would imagine, and forget answering my questions because it doesn't need to be me.
Then aren't you sowing a lot of those seeds of distrust?
Well, I think they're doing a pretty good job themselves, if I'm being honest. You can blame it on Candace all you want.
Well,
people love
you
to
know,
do that.
the thing is funny is
People
like,
act like I'm
I think
ground
their
zero.
PR I'll be fair with you.
Ground zero of people not
I think-
trusting Turning Point USA.
I think that there was some
actually kind of
PR there.
last.
I think there was some PR there. Sure, they could have done better. Absolutely. I'm not disputing any of that. One thing, though, that I want to just directly ask you is, do you actually believe that anybody in TPUSA or Erica Kirk or Erica actually participated, had foreknowledge of, or facilitated the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I'm not going to get myself into a legal pickle here. Everything I've said
That's
on
what he
my
wants.
podcast. I
That's
think
exactly what
I
he's trying
think
to do.
firmly that if I was the investigating officers, I would seat them all and I would ask questions. I would at this phase. I would.
Okay,
So
well, what does
using a
that mean?
hypothetical.
Does that mean that you do think so?
I think it was not a sufficient investigation into what we know to be true of 80% of homicides. It's usually conducted by someone you know, right? And the fact that that was never even considered, that like I said earlier, the backpack was returned.
How do you know that
that-
was never considered?
Because they gave back the backpack as just one example. They gave back the backpack. They gave back the.
That doesn't show a conspiracy.
Well, I mean, it shows that the police trusted everybody and didn't just hold things up for a
Yeah,
second.
they
and
ruled them out as suspects.
that quickly. I'm not comfortable with that investigation. It's a pretty big organization. There's $100 million incentive. This is
What $100 million incentive?
what I'm saying is his organization, like it had grown to, I think it was 100 million.
Plus per year.
Yeah, per year. If that's something you want back.
Yeah, but
that's
what was
fine.
the-
Your
what-
team wants to play video, if you don't mind.
Yeah,
There's a video they want to play of Candace said it's impossible to not believe Erica's complicit. If you guys want to play that video.
Could also just ask.
And so right now, their guys are going out and they're going to look for evidence. And then by May, which is fortunately around the corner, then she'll see what they found. So what the F is that performance? How could you sit up there and say, yes, I 100% believe Tyler Robinson did it. That right there is why it is impossible for me to think that Erica Kirk is not complicit somehow. Because what?
Those two thoughts actually don't even follow. How would it be the case that even if Erica Kirk did believe that Tyler Robinson was 100% responsible for the death of Charlie Kirk, let's just say she believed it with every fiber of her being, believed all the evidence, because she did. She just actually did. Would it then follow that somehow she's complicit in his death?
I didn't say implicit in death. You added those two words.
Okay, so what's she complicit in?
Yes. So sowing this narrative that Tyler Robinson is guilty. So you're chopping up clips. Like I said, you didn't have the confidence to
Okay,
come
well,
in
tell
debate.
me,
So
what
now
does
you're
that mean?
chopping
What
it
does
up.
complicit mean?
We are showing a clip of her on Barry Weiss, which I can't remember the date that she did that interview. And Erica, when she is asked, "Are you one? Do you feel with 100% certainty that Tyler Robinson did this?" And she says, "I do." Then again, context matters. I sit down with Erica for 4 hours under the assumption that she had some evidence, right? Like I'm like, this is why I did not engage in any like Erica, everyone's questioning what she's wearing and all this stuff. I was like, I'm going to wait here because I don't know, just it feels weird to think that, did I think that some of her mannerisms were weird and stuff like that? Yeah, but that's not, you can't convict somebody on weird mannerisms. And then when I sat down with her and I was expecting for her to say, well, you know, I'm obviously the victim on the case and we got to see the shot, you know, taken or this or that, whatever it is. Great. You know, that's why she has that much confidence 2 months ago. And when I sat down with her, it was nothing. It was nothing. Okay. So this is a conversation.
How would that make her complicit?
Complicit. And when again, you said complicit in the death of Charlie Kirk.
Complicit in what? Yeah.
Well, if you let me finish my sentence, I could tell you that. But my point being is that then you take a look at this and you go, okay, well, this is weird. Why would you have this confidence? And then when you sit across from somebody and you say, okay, great, I want to go out there and defend you now. I want people to know that you can't say this stuff publicly, but you know more things. And she just blanks. And then she says, well, I'm going to call the lawyer. And she called the lawyer. Again, all of this is on my show. So out of context clips is not going to work because I know what I say on my show. Okay. So we call her lawyer and her lawyer says to us, she calls him on the phone, pardon me. And it's me, her, and Justin Strife. And I'm like, okay, great. What do you guys have? He goes, well, we don't have anything yet. We're not at that phase yet. And I'm like, well, what do you mean you don't have anything? And he says, well, don't you know how it works? It's a probable cause hearing. So basically the state says that they're going to bring this forward. And now our people go out and they look for the evidence to assert that Tyler Robinson is guilty. And so I asked her directly, her lawyer directly, the phone's in between us. I'm like, wait, so just so I'm clear, you haven't seen anything that the public hasn't seen? And he says, no. So I'm going back in my head and I'm going, okay, so why is Erica saying with such a degree of certainty, like she was sent out to convince the public and people bit, by the way. I remember even Megyn Kelly was like, let's wait. She's going to have access to things. I did think she had access to things that we didn't have. Why express that confidence to the public as opposed to just being like, we don't know yet. I feel confident he's involved. They made an arrest.
I don't understand. How would any of this make her complicit and in what?
Well, I've already told you. She's complicit in trying to fool the public into thinking this is some open and shut case.
How is she trying to fool the public into this? If she believes
don't look anywhere else.
If she believes that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk, if she believes that, how would that be complicit in anything?
I do.
Are you saying that you think she doesn't believe it?
I don't believe that at that stage she sat down with Barry Weiss that's what she believes. No, but that's my opinion.
Right, but so when you just say complicit, you just mean she believes that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk? That's it?
That's what we were talking about. That's why I said if your strategy was to dice up clips and take it out of context and make it seem like I said she was complicit.
Everything.
Yeah, but then why not just play the full thing? Like why?
Because we don't have like infinite amounts of time. I'm guessing you probably don't want to watch.
Well, I'm going to go back to my theory that you didn't feel confident that you could defend your claim that it was overwhelming evidence. So now you're trying to move towards doctored clips and getting me to respond to it.
There's no doctored anything. I'm just making sure that we got this right.
Yes,
that what you're actually saying is that Erica is just complicit in believing it.
When I re-examined her actions backward, because I did not have this perspective of her at the beginning, which is why it's so funny to me that you guys make it seem like I'm ground zero. People thought Erica was sus from day I forgive him. And I was not a part of that. I did not lean into that. I did not contribute to that. I was getting actually terrible messages from my fans being like, Candace, you and Charlie always say to go with your intuition. You won't address this, how we all feel about her. Things changed for me when I saw that Zoom call. I will tell you that. For sure. And the fact that she lied to me. So I sat across from her and, I wanted to have that conversation publicly, but they're probably grateful they didn't do it publicly. She told me some lies. And so the next thing that happens naturally when somebody lies to you, when any person lies to you, whether it's a toddler, people only lie when they're trying to obscure something else.
Have you addressed what that lie was?
Yeah, I've talked about, we have a list of lies that we've been told by Charlie. We can find that,
I'm sure. In the meeting with her?
Well, no, I didn't want her to cage up. I didn't want to do this, and because I didn't know what to expect. Like I didn't know if she was going to be like, I'm so overwhelmed with everything, and I don't know who to trust in the organization, and I don't know what I'm doing. Like I didn't know. I didn't want to.
Just out of curiosity, before anything happened with Charlie, how close were you and Erica?
Not very close.
So there's not a relationship.
No, I would say it's totally normal. Like it's not like there was any issues at all. We were always nice to each other. It just is our life went to a different phase, right? So Charlie and I hitting the ground, running around, traveling 4 days a week. Now I get married. I find love of my life. I get married and I get pregnant. I've been pregnant. I haven't stopped being pregnant. And what you want out of life changes. You don't want to be running around for 4 days a week and traveling on a plane nonstop, you suddenly want to start building at home and live. I was desiring that suburban life.
Did you guys ever do the double dates? You, George, her, and Charlie? Was there ever double dates between the four of you?
I was engaged to George quickly. We were planning our wedding. I was kind of in my bubble with George. George traveled with me and Charlie, but Erica and him were just starting to date at the beginning of 2019. George and I were planning our marriage. So George really got to know Charlie. I wouldn't say that I really got to know Erica. I was just rooting for them because I knew how much Charlie wanted to, find love. And so I was kind of his wing woman throughout that phase. And I was just happy. And I never was under the impression, obviously, that they were going to get married when they were dating. So it wasn't like I was conscious, I really need to get to know this person. And so it was just kind of normal that by that time, because of where I was in my life, that I wasn't spending any time getting to know Erica per se.
So the complicit part about Erica to you, is that a gut feeling? You think
it transformed when she lied?
You can take the lead. I'm just asking questions.
Yes.
Go for it.
I actually I still don't understand what you think she's complicit in.
Yeah. So when I say Erica's complicit, that's my opinion. When you tweeted Erica's too retarded to kill her husband, would you like to explain how you developed your evidence, your positive evidence for the fact that Erica was retarded?
He doesn't like women.
Yeah, sure. So I just think all women are retarded.
Oh, so you're allowed to just say stuff. Who knew?
Yeah.
So what dramatically transformed your opinion of Erica after going to the headquarters? Because you were pretty hostile about.
I wasn't hostile towards them.
You don't think calling somebody too retarded?
No. Come on. That's like normal tongue-in-cheek stuff for me online.
Oh, you're being tongue-in-cheek?
Oh.
Usually when I call someone retarded, I'm being tongue-in-cheek, yeah. Like, for instance, you got
you tell your wife to shut up? What's that?
If you want to use the
you told
same
your
exact
wife to
argument,
shut up.
You would take a supporter like Owen Benjamin. He called you bad names and called your husband bad names. You're just like, well, that's no biggie?
I've never answered him on anything that he said. I'm saying that you now are her biggest defender. So do you still think
I'm not her biggest defender?
Do you still think she's too retarded?
No. I didn't know Erica Kirk. I'd never met her before.
Okay, but you had an issue with Turning Point being led by a bunch of fembots talking about the feminist angle.
Still do.
And then suddenly you go to the headquarters.
Still think it's a terrible idea.
You go into the headquarters. Now all of a sudden you've got text messages that you're sharing with them. You say that you and your wife are getting involved with management.
No. I'm not involved in any management at Turning Point.
Well, I'm pretty sure there is a clip of you where you say that your wife went to their recent conference and sat down. And then when you were on Joe Rogan.
No. Hang on. I'll explain what happened just so that you understand.
Yeah.
So I was invited there to do some debate training. That's literally what I was invited there to do on recommendation. So I went down and did some debate. That's the first time I ever met anybody at TPUSA.
Okay. And then you said you sat down with Erica.
Well, I didn't sit down to her. I talked to her in a hallway.
So you didn't sit down and speak with Erica?
No, I didn't have like some sit down long conversation. We talked in a hallway.
Okay. Is that when you gave her the hug?
Yeah, gave her the hug right there. My wife did too. We were both very sorry for what happened.
Okay, so at what point did you start receiving text messages from that you cited in your opening statement?
Oh, I just reached out to TPUSA and said, I'm prepping for a debate. Is there anything that's pertinent that I can use here?
Do you find it interesting that people have been asking for, basic answers to questions, and you're saying that you walked into their headquarters and reached out and they instantly...
It's amazing, isn't it? If you reach out in good faith and you're not demonizing them and saying that they're complicit in the murder of people's deaths, that perhaps they're actually willing to release things to you that are pertinent.
You're done.
Thinking that
you're done.
Perhaps you're diabolical.
Well, I don't know. I feel like if I was going to release that information, I didn't demand that it be released to me. I actually never demanded that it be released. I just simply said that this is what was going on in the last 48 hours. Maybe to the media, they could release it. They could release it to PBD. They decided to release it to a guy that called Erica too retarded in June.
So what?
Yeah, I just think it kind of shows that Turning Point is sending you as their horse.
Well, I don't know.
They don't have the courage to have the conversation.
Like,
if they were just releasing something in good faith to answer questions.
Do you have any
I've never
evidence
demanded
of that claim?
It's not evidence that
No.
you're sharing your opinion
No.
that she's too retarded. I can't share my opinion that I think it's going to register as really obvious to the public, that rather than presenting that throughout the course of everybody wanting to know what Charlie was going through his last days, they decided to give it to you to come to my house as some sort of a surprise.
Well,
do you think the public's not smart enough
Yeah.
to
Do
see
you
through
think?
that.
Do you think that if
It's
you
talking
know
about terrible PR,
if you know that there's
like-
a huge debate that's coming up, that's going to be probably one of the most viewed that year, and one of the debaters calls you and says, "I'm taking this position. This is the position that I feel like there's the most evidence for." And Candace also agreed to answer many of my questions in regards to this. So if you got pertinent evidence here that I can use, I definitely like take a
But
look.
what is the?
It was actually amazing to me. It really was actually amazing to me how if you approach people in good faith and just say, "Hey, I'd actually like to know what the facts and details are around this."
When do you do that? You never do that.
It's amazing.
Yeah, I just do not believe that they are doing this in good faith. I don't believe that anything you have done has demonstrated that's in good faith. It demonstrates that you walked into Turning Point USA headquarters and came out a different man because you were critical of the organization.
Oh,
Still am.
You were critical of Erica, and now you're sitting here going,
Well,
Candace,
first
I
of
want to
all,
interrogate you
have
for an
you
hour
ever
and a half
been-
about
hang
everything
on,
you've
hang on.
ever
Have
said
you ever
about
been
Erica.
critical of somebody that you hadn't met and then you meet them and you're less critical of them?
And the inverse has happened too. I was
You're right,
less critical
exactly.
about
You're
Erica,
going
and now
down.
I'm more
But I'm
critical about
asking
her.
you, isn't it the case that there's people you've been critical of and then
Mhm.
you've met them and you're less critical after you meet them?
Too retarded. I feel like if you think that she's dumb and let's just talk about your record. I mean, you're a person that has spent time in what most people would term to be the manosphere, talking about
Kind of.
well, yeah,
I debate against the
against feminists.
and red pillars.
Okay.
And a lot of the actual. So I'm a Christian ethicist. I
And then
always
you
take
go
the
on to
ethics
Joe
position.
Rogan and you're
Mhm.
like soft explaining away why Erica had to take over Charlie's company when they don't have a parent at home.
What's
So
wrong
now
with
you're a
his
feminist
leg?
icon? Like you just go into the headquarters and you just shift all of your
That's
perspectives.
a bizarre criticism. Like nobody's in the bigger girl boss position than you.
Yeah, I'm actually no.
You're in the
this is-
biggest of the girl boss positions. Like you don't have to do this.
Look,
You just do this.
I-
You could definitely not do it at all and be fine, right? But
I
you
don't-
still do.
I would say that you are making a comparison that cannot be compared because Erica's husband was just assassinated in front of the world.
Which
the
makes sense why
parents-
she would take the organization
No,
over.
that it makes sense why you would go home to your kids, just so you know.
Wait a second. That's bizarre.
Yeah,
You
because
wanna
they don't have a
protect-
parent. They don't have a
you wanna
parent, and they've
protect-
just suffered a trauma. You don't
Yeah.
go into the office.
You
6
want to
days later.
protect your husband's legacy,
Yeah,
right?
No,
And you're trying to find some
the
new
legacy
normal.
is his children, not the organization.
It's
Oh.
both.
No, it
Yes, it is
Oh.
both. It's
Yes.
totally rational and reasonable to
Nope.
believe that it would be both Turning Point USA, that is part of Charlie Kirk's legacy. He worked his whole
I
life
think this
for
is
it.
why people think she's sus.
You're
his
done.
Children. Now, for you though, to say that anybody's a girl boss, right? That's
I
like the
didn't-
pot
that
calling the
came out
kettle
of-
black.
That came out of your mouth.
No, that was you. You brought up girl boss.
Girl boss came out of your mouth.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I'm telling you that you brought up this idea that I'm defending some feminist nonsense. I'm
She's
not.
laughing.
I'm pointing out that they're. By the way,
She's not qualified
always
to take over
objective-
his company.
there's always objective outliers to each situation. In fact, it's the exception that proves the rule. And the interesting thing here is like, I'm still just as critical of feminism inside of TPUSA as I've always been. And I'm just as critical of any pro-Zionist position as I've ever been. None of that's ever changed. By the way, I would think it's the most rational, reasonable thing on planet Earth to do if you wanted to actually see an organization change, to try to work with leadership or reach out to leadership to try to do so. Doesn't that make the most
Well,
amount of sense?
I would like to state for the record that I think Erica is underqualified from to run
Perhaps.
that to run the organization.
Sure.
And on the more emotional aspects, I agree with what seems to be a majority opinion, because I'm not gonna say it's scientific, that any woman that would leave her kids and go right into the office after their husband was publicly assassinated does not have their priorities straight.
Okay, well, I understand that you can have those criticisms,
Yeah.
but I'm not understanding still how that would make her complicit.
I don't have to keep answering the same question.
Okay,
so
but
let's
do you
let's
feel
your
like you
team
got
is
an answer
asking
to how
your-
it's complicit?
Your team is asking to play a clip. So if we
Okay.
want to play this clip to just finish this segment on the Erica Kirk topic, we can spend some time on that as well. So
Okay.
if you guys are ready in the back, we're ready.
and causing that 30-06 diameter, as would happen with a pet and explosives, as we've demonstrated to you in the past, it accidentally, because of how Charlie was crouched, went up and hit his neck. And that ruined everything. That ruined everything. It was problematic. It's the reason why Terrelton had to scramble to get the cameras down, because they were never supposed to see it. They could have said reasonably that a 30-06 got eaten by Charlie, much more reasonably, obviously, than saying that the chicken bones in his neck stopped it because he ate vegetables. They panicked. That was what, then that's why Terrell's nervous on the phone with me. Again, this is my theory, and I am now very much sticking to it. Okay. They panicked. It's the reason Erica had to step out. That's why she would have gotten on the phone with Terrell so quickly, because I was going, why is Terrell saying, well, I didn't want Erica to relive. Oh, that's why I did it. He didn't have an answer. He was nervous. It was crazy. But he acknowledged it. He spoke to Erica immediately. Why did you speak to Erica immediately?
So do you believe that there was a shape charge that killed Charlie?
Hey, can I ask you why you keep starting clips mid-sentence?
Probably to get to where the clip is.
No, it doesn't seem that way, because you can always start a clip at the beginning of a sentence. Like
Yep.
you're just it's completely out of context.
You're done.
I didn't prepare the clips, but
yeah, I think
I didn't.
you
But
were
it's
kinda
fine
ready.
to ask it to back it
Like
up.
I said, I don't need to say what's happening here because the internet will clock it. But
We're clocking it.
in this episode, we are now going, and that's why I said we're now going to look at some alternative theories. I made it very clear that this was a theory that I didn't want to look at. This is, I believe, because I don't have every episode on my head, but I'm pretty sure this is an episode where we presented the evidence that was in the car, the photos of what was in the car, right? And so we are now inferring off of what we see in the car that this very
Only
much
one clip.
does look like
Only one
that
or two clips.
we
That's
are
it?
see a bunch of shattered Rode microphone, which was an
Here we
early
go.
theory that I was actually interested in, but couldn't really wrap my head around what was the shape charge explosive. As I say at the beginning of the episode, it was just not my expertise. And I was concerning myself with timelines and stories and statements that didn't make sense. Without question, Terrell Farnsworth is someone who made me think that we were missing a big part of the story. So I'm walking them through John Bray's theory. If we started to insert what we are actually observing with the evidence that we're taking a look at and what took place that day. So we're completely in the hypothetical right here. And you're now introducing this.
If that's the case, if you're just hypothetically exploring it, that's why I'm just asking directly.
Yes, but that's obvious when you watch this episode. So that's why it feels like I'm in the middle of an interview with CNN when they like pull up random clips and they're like, "What's this? What's this?" You watch the episode, you know what it is.
I'm just trying to make sure. Do you think that your alternative theory?
I think John Bray's theory should be explored. Yes.
Okay. Do you think that Charlie Kirk was killed with an explosive?
I think that is a possibility. Yes.
Okay.
And it should be explored. He's done a lot of work on it. John Bray has done good work, and I think that that's why that theory is now starting to gain steam since we released the second set of the photos of what was in the car. I think it's viable.
So this was the big thing I wanted to get into with you on the explosives too.
Mm-hmm.
What is it about that theory that's actually compelling to you? So I looked into the explosive mic theory multiple times, and the biggest thing that stood out to me is there's no explosion. there's literally no explosion. In fact, there's videos when the shot rings out that kills Charlie. At least it sounds like a shot to me. People are actually like looking up towards where the gun is being fired. They're looking away for where the sound is. Like, where's the actual explosion?
Well, for every person that you say looks away, there's going to be a person that was looking forward. We have former Marines that have gotten on and said, it looks to me like there's an explosion under his shirt, right? You obviously saw Rob O'Neill go on to, I'm forgetting which platform it was, where he said, it's the first thing I thought was it looked
Rob
like
O'Neill is the man that killed Osama bin Laden.
Yeah, and I think he's qualified to say what he believes he saw. We should actually, since they're pulling clips, we should run that clip of Rob O'Neill and what he said and what he observed and his experience.
Yeah.
So I'm going to take that. And also there were people who immediately spoke to the media that day who said the same thing, that they thought that something happened under his shirt. That was actually, if you go back to like my first episode, when I was just observing what I saw with my eyes, I was asking the serious question. I was seriously saying, why is it like somebody shot him from underneath? Why is his shirt moving first? It doesn't make sense to me. And that's
because of air dispersal from the bullet. So whenever a bullet is shot, a projectile shot, you can actually run this experiment yourself if you have a rifle. Take like an empty box of ammunition and put it on the table, and then fire it near the muzzle, and that box will actually blow off the table.
Okay, so question for you. Does that box go sideways off the table?
It can. It depends on the dispersal.
You 3,000 pounds of energy or 2,000 pounds of energy coming at you. That's how much it carries.
Well, it's not 2,000 pounds of energy.
Can you look in the private chat?
How many pounds of energy
Hi,
is it?
hey, everybody.
30.6.
Hey, we're listening. We're
being
listening.
shot
Hi,
150
guys.
That's a great question for Grok. I'm going to say when we looked at it, it was between 1,500 and 2,000. I'm pretty sure pounds of energy coming at you, and you just go upward and to the side. I don't really buy that. I'm going to just say I just think that that's not
but
possible. It doesn't go through on top of that. So there's another miracle. You didn't get blown backwards. It didn't go through. But I also want to say that you're saying this can happen, and Rob O'Neill is infinitely more qualified, I think, to speak on that.
Why?
And because he's actually shot and killed people.
Why would that have anything to do with anything?
Because
did he slow down all the videos of the people he shot to see if their clothes moved?
Well, why are you able to assert your position as
because I'm gonna tell you how projectiles work. He's not even gonna I guarantee you this guy's not even gonna disagree with what I'm about to say. If it is the case that you have energy and you have mass and the mass is moving in the air has to go somewhere. It doesn't have a choice.
I think you're totally BSing right now, man.
Not only am I not BSing, I'm telling you the truth. If a bullet is moving in air has to move out of way of bullet.
But maybe not at the bottom of a shirt here. I don't know. I disagree with that. I'd like to say for the record, I've watched some of you do these sorts of things where you assert something with a lot of confidence, and
you can fact check it.
Your
check if bullets displace air.
Not about whether it displaced air; it's where it dispersed the air. Underneath his shirt here.
It's not underneath the shirt.
A bullet's this big, and you're telling me it's going to hit his neck,
Candace,
and then
it's not underneath the shirt.
The
it
shirt
starts
puffs.
up here, and the collar's moving, and then you see the wave here as he's moving backwards.
No.
Yeah,
that's not true.
It's not.
And we obviously
is he okay?
That clip. I disagree with you.
Okay, I understand you can't show it for TOS purposes.
Exactly.
That's fine.
I disagree with you. People can go watch and make up their own minds. We don't need to debate it. Whether or not that was the first thing I said was, why is his shirt moving first? That didn't make sense to me. It almost looks just like this. It goes across. His necklace breaks first before Charlie even reacts. If you watch it in slow, his necklace breaks first, which I thought was very odd. And then you see a puff here, and then the next thing you know, there's the entry wound on his neck. I would not confidently assert that I see smoke. I've never said it on my platform.
Do you think that an explosion generally has smoke?
I don't think that there's any quality version of video that would get us to be able to answer that question other than Terrell's 4K footage that he has from the front. So
there's a lot of, if you look at the Israeli pagers, it's assumed that it's a similar, if not the same type of explosive that was used inside the pagers that would have been used inside of this road mic. I
think that you should, since you love debating, you should debate someone like John Bray, who's worked on that theory for 11 months, and ask those sorts of questions of how a shape charge would work. I presented the evidence of what was in the car. And I also, at that episode that you're clipping, said John Bray has done an unbelievable amount of work on this. Mm-hmm. And I think he has debated a ton of people actually regarding this topic. So that's the route that I would send you on. For the purposes of my show, mm-hmm. I do believe, to answer your question, that it is a hypothetical. I mean, that it is a theory that should be thoroughly explored.
There's two clips your team wants to show. One of them is the Rob O'Neill clip, since we're on it. So if you guys are ready in the back before we go to ad break, if you want to pull it up, this is a good time to do so.
And good to see General Holt. A lot of things bother bothers me about this. Nothing in particular. It's not like I'm out there saying big lie or conspiracy or someone did it. I'm just saying I've been in a lot of shootings. I've killed more than a handful of people, and this thing looked shady off the bat. I mean, I've killed people closer than I saw the camera, and I've never seen a shirt move like that. That looks like an explosion to me. Just the fact that no one started doing first aid to Charlie Kirk, they were more concerned about getting SIM cards out of cameras, removing cameras, and then getting him off the X somehow. There didn't seem a lot of concern for his life. It seemed like just clean it up. And then, I mean, I've been told they paved it over a couple days later. And then you get Erica Kirk behind all the razzle dazzle, and she's really quick to forgive the alleged shooter, which technically says that was him because I forgive him, but then she can't forgive Candace Owens for having an opinion or asking questions. And they mock people by saying, "Oh, I'm just asking questions." Yeah, I'm a SEAL Team 6 sniper. I'm asking a lot of questions. No one wants to answer them.
And you're able to ask.
He's actually said very little about the explosive there. So
I'm just saying he said he's shot people up close, and he's never seen a shirt move like that. And it looked to him like an explosive. That's what he just said.
But when I play that video at full speed, I can't see a shirt moving. I can only see a shirt moving when we slow it way down. So if I'm in real time, I'm just assuming this, right? I mean, if I was in real time and I was in like a close quarters combat, you kill somebody situation, and I shot them, would you even see the shirt move?
Well, I just feel like 5 minutes ago you were arguing that it was because the bullet carried air. Now you're saying you don't see the shirt move at all.
Yeah, but that's if you slow it down, the disbursement of air, that's where you're going to see it, right? It's going to be very quick, very, 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 very fast.
Yeah,
and then
that's
over.
not what I saw, and clearly it's not what he saw, and he thinks that there could be an explosive. So I'm just saying to you,
When you
people disagree with you. Your opinion's not a fact. That's all.
I
I
understand.
think that's a good place for us to, if we have another break, and then we can keep answering your questions.
Yeah, I mean, I think
Yeah. Break it up.
sounds good.
Perfect. We'll do a quick 3.5-minute ad break. We'll be back for the last segment.
Cool.
All right, thank you.
All right, you guys, I want to tell you about Ethos.
Hold on
because
a second.
life
I gotta
has
mute
a
her.
way-
Oh my God.
Welcome in, Anna.
Hi guys. Oh my gosh. Hi everybody. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. How did I oversleep that bad? Of
It's
course.
okay.
Oh my, I
It
feel
was
like I'm
early.
waking up.
It was early. What time was it for you? It was really early, like 7:30.
Yes, and I'm like, oh my goodness, like yeah. And so I was up all night because I was worrying about this. Oh my gosh. Okay, I need to be caught up. I need to get caught up. I feel like I'm walking into the Super Bowl at halftime.
Well,
so somebody give me the breakdown.
Well, let's talk about what she said about France, because and I've been on that, and I did a paper. So
Yes.
like we have to go back to his digital footprint, Charlie's digital footprint, and
Right.
where he was. He was in South Korea.
That's
I
right.
did a video on that, and we want to know why, because I said in my video, he called the president. Macron called
Right.
South Korea president. Why?
Right.
Where
Well,
is
and
Charlie's travel records from South Korea to Japan?
where was Charlie in the last days of his life? It is an incredibly important consideration that I think that in most serious homicide investigations, that is absolutely taken into account. Where was this person? Where was the victim in the last days of their life? Now, also, I would like to remind folks that as far as I'm aware, I seem to recall there being a credible threat to her life that she discussed. That's right. When I woke up, just so you guys know, I woke up, I'm only up from France, right? So there seemed to be a credible threat to her life. Now, what I want to understand is why is it that Candace Owens is responsible for investigating and proving that the president of France may or may not have had any kind of awareness about a threat to her life? I don't think that that's an unreasonable question. I want to know why it is that she's supposed to investigate that. And then what? She's supposed to go and take the French Foreign Legion and make arrests appropriately? Like, what are we talking about here? That's
But,
not her. The onus is
Joe
not
Kent
on
was
her.
trying to do that, right? He was trying to investigate these foreign ties, and he didn't get a
Right.
chance to do that.
Exactly. And he said specifically that he wanted to investigate multiple foreign ties. We know about the Israeli cell phones. And so that's what I'm saying is it's like they're treating her. These are the questions that should be being asked to, I don't know, Kash Patel, maybe. Like, I feel like that would be a good person. Maybe Dan Bongino, who apparently received communication from her about a credible threat. Have you ever heard of a time when a victim, and she is a victim, just to be very clear, Candace is a victim in that situation because a credible threat to your life means that you are under threat. And that means that she is a credible victim in that part of the situation. So why is it that the victim is expected to investigate something that is being done or threatened toward them? Has that ever happened?
It's pathetic. It's scary. It's scary too. We can all obviously it's not as great as Candace, but I think we can all empathize with how that must feel, but at such a grand scale, and your government not even follow up with you.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It must be so isolating. Can you even imagine? I can't even imagine how isolating that must feel. And by the way, we all know that the federal government, those are the individuals responsible. Candace does not have to prove anything. Candace is allowed to bring forward information that may assist the federal government, but that's the onus is not on the individual who is concerned in the crime. She is a victim of a crime because she was threatened. And by the way,
I feel like
you know what I feel like?
all this shit now with his phone not being she has his phone. We need to figure out his last digital footprint. I've been saying this since September. Like, where the heck is his travel records? Why did the Macron call South Korea? And why? Like, for me and Japan, Now and then the pastor went to jail, and he was trying to get him out of jail, and now he's freed. And now the pastor and Rob McCoy's at the White House, and Rob McCoy's on the advisory board for Build Up Korea, and Build Up Korea is like everything. It's a little TPUSA.
Absolutely. Right. They're trying to.
It gets me riled up.
Well, understandably so, Allie. That's what I'm saying, is that the idea that we are unwilling to even investigate the individuals that were directly around Charlie Kirk. I mean, how often is it? Candace, I think she stated the right statistic. What is it? 80% of homicides are committed by individuals who know the individual who is the victim. And so the idea, so here's a question. Here's a question. Yeah. If we think that it is so likely, quote unquote, that Tyler Robinson was involved in this, right? Then has there been a credible investigation to find out if, I don't know, what if someone around Charlie had just paid Tyler Robinson to commit this crime? How often is it that we see, I don't know, a spouse who pays off someone to go and commit a crime? Now, if the spouse is then given the victim's cell phone, well, how do we know? Has anyone looked at Erica's cell phone? Because I'm just saying that in a serious investigation, something that would need to be ruled out is the idea that what if, and I'm not saying that I don't think this is what happened, but a credible investigator would need to rule out that Tyler Robinson and Erica Kirk didn't know each other prior. How do we know that didn't happen? And by the way, in most homicide investigations, the rule of thumb is it's always a spouse. And the second rule is if it's not the spouse, it's the business partner. Have any of those individuals even been questioned? No one is saying convict these people. No one is saying, that these people are have direct involvement. What do we all say? We know that Erica Kirk was not on the top of the Losi Center, but the idea that we're not even willing to investigate whether or not they knew each other. What if it turns out, and I'm not saying this is true, but what if it turns out that Blake and Tyler Robinson already knew each other? Yeah. So when we talk about how important it is to investigate the digital footprint, not only does that apply to the victim, to Charlie, but it also has to apply to the individuals directly around him, especially those traveling with him in the last days of his life and those that would directly benefit from his death. That's my feeling.
And also, too,
absolutely.
We're not even saying that they did anything wrong, but investigations are investigations because they lead to more information. They have information about what was going on with Charlie, So it's they literally don't care to go down that road at all. It's, They
are wholly uninterested. Tyler Robinson has already been forgiven and convicted in their minds. And that is that's just ridiculous. It makes zero sense.
It's sick, is what it is.
I agree.
Are we still doing the echo or are we good? Are we good on?
I'm so glad that she talked about the France part. I'm really glad.
Me too. I keep wondering, is it possible potentially that now that we're done with this nonsense of Andrew Wilson begging her to have a conversation with him, it's so pathetic. Listen, Andrew, I'm sorry to tell you, she is not that interested. She's willing to sit here because you went on Joe Rogan's podcast to decide to sit there and soft pedal. I'm put him back in the chair in the corner of the hotel room. I don't want to be too graphic, but you know what I'm saying. Sir, get back in that chair that's in the corner of the hotel room. Can we get back to a serious conversation now? Because this is a waste of her time. That is my feeling. But also, it shows that she is reasonable. She's having conversations that are rational. And it feels to me like he can't stand that. I want to know who the people are that he brought with him. Do we know that?
No.
We don't know who
No.
Probably just his tech
Probably brought his lawyer.
Well, I would assume that there's someone who's sitting there because the impression I got is that someone on his team, their specific role is to sit there and be like, you want us to bring up a clip about exactly what? And someone is sitting there feeding those clips because that's his team that's sitting there and feeding those clips to him.
They also want him to shut up. You notice that they ear, whatever radio in, and he's like, "Oh, your team wants you to play this." It's
right. So your team has to come and save you. That's what's interesting. Is that so does Candace also have that person with her? I'm not sure, but it just feels like every time he says something that makes zero sense, then immediately what's happening is one of his whoever his nerd is that he brought, right? I don't know if it's Rachel. It's probably Rachel, his wife, right? Or someone is sitting there going, okay, can we find a clip of her saying something different? Can we get her to sound contradictory? Let me find it. It's just, ew. Give that man.
Death Queef said somebody was yelling in his ear, Team Erica was yelling.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Um,
And
He was-
yeah,
him like blatantly just like admitting that he thinks women are dumb. Like
Yeah.
that just kind
Retarded.
of rolled off our backs because we expected that. But
Right.
hello, why do we have to be why does it have to be normalized from him in this whole manosphere
And-
crap?
right. Well,
Yeah.
it's just he
Sitting across from a woman.
right. He's
Well,
sitting
he
across
told
from a woman. and he's
his
like,
own wife to shut up on the podcast. On the podcast, like that just
well,
tells you
no
kind
one.
of.
I'm like,
He
do
said it's
people watch his
tongue in cheek.
podcast?
It's tongue in cheek. So like this kind of stuff is very,
So
that's
then
his
why was he
language.
begging? If he thinks that women are so stupid and he thinks that we're all morons, then why was he begging her? He was begging like
I feel like a lot of the women are actually leading this freaking investigation, so they can all F off. So
Thank
no,
you.
we're not
There's-
doing
yeah.
that. Not today. You're done.
No, there's no
Well-
point. It's like you're not even being funny and goofy and cute.
No,
He
thinks
looks like
is.
he looks like he just crawled out of a Scotch bottle. He's not interesting. He's not intelligent. He's sitting there and you know what he's doing? He's trying to soft pedal his narrative. That's what I've been trying to do since I woke up. Sorry. But what I've been trying to do is take note of the pieces of information that he is specifically trying to cross-examine her on, because so often when we hear them talk, there's not much point in listening to them because they are idiots. No offense, but realistically, they are there to deliver a certain message and also to try to gain certain pieces of information. So that's what I've been trying to follow with is, okay, so what is it he's here to make sure that he tries to say to the audience? And then also, what is it that he's here to try to get her on the record about or drop into the narrative?
Oh
Right?
yeah, he's tried it so many times. Thank God, she's just not like he thinks she's dumb or something. I don't know that she's gonna fall for it. Which,
Right.
I mean, she's very, very dexterous. I guess dexterous. I can't even speak anymore at this point.
That's okay.
But she's maneuvering it well. I mean, she's solid.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
I just think
The first half was okay.
Oh yeah. It's
Okay.
been like this the whole time. It's just been. It's not even a close call. I mean,
Really?
he's just sitting there bumbling on. You missed his opening statement.
Love you, Scott.
Oh, it's so
And it's his
stupid.
opening statement. What was it?
Oh, just the fact that he gave an opening statement like Baron does.
Oh, he gave an opening narrative.
Oh yeah.
I'm like, never, ever. I'm so glad that I missed that. I'm like, never, ever make me listen to a man that is that stupid ever again. Like, you could not, I don't care. Whatever the money was, whatever the money that he was begging for on GoFundMe was, double it. I will not be forced for free to sit there. I'm glad that I slept. That was the Lord taking care of me, because you know why? I would have been furious.
All right,
You're back.
fantastic. So, Andrew, if you want to go
What's
with your
that?
last couple thoughts.
They're back.
Yeah, so I just have two more clips to play,
Okay.
right? And then we can do final thoughts. I'm guessing. I feel like we got where we were trying to go, or at least for the most part. So the two other clips, I do want to play the Twigs clip. That one is important to me. The Twigs DNA clip.
Yeah.
And they're gonna pull it up just to have you respond
Well,
to it.
you don't have to play it because, like, if you're saying that when I initially watched it, I thought that Lance Twigs' DNA, like, he was directly responding to that because the testimony was a bit confusing. They started by saying that they were going to, like, explaining how they got the samples, and they said Lance, Matt, and Lance, Matt, and Amber Robinson, how they got their DNA samples, and then they started speaking about the gun and said, multiple prints were found on them. And then they moved and they said Lance Twigs's DNA was found on the screwdriver. When I went back and rewatched it, I realized, well, they haven't officially said that Lance or Amber are on the gun. So I think I've already conceded that we don't know that. So I think, like, but if you want to play the
this
clip
is directly you saying it is on the gun. Twigs'
yeah,
DNA
I'm saying
is
that
on
I
the
feel
gun.
like I've already said to you, like, I've made that concession. But just to be clear, whenever I make a mistake, I just correct it. So that's why when you were asking me 3 times, I've already said we don't know yet, and I've corrected that mistake. So if the purpose of you showing this is to demonstrate that Candace makes mistakes sometimes when she's taking in a lot of information and she's reading through legal documents and she's trying to remember
No, it's not
9-hour
actually.
testimony.
It's just demonstrate something else. It is, in fact, the case. We're all going to make mistakes.
Yeah.
I'm going to make mistakes.
and I've
on
already
the case.
I've already
You're going to
conceded.
make mistakes on the case.
Yeah.
But in this case, you were very adamant that his DNA was on the gun itself.
Yeah. So I'm just saying that it's not ruled out. We know that there's 5+ prints. I've said this so many times. I had to rewatch the
Leo,
testimony
was
again
it?
9 hours a day. It got very scientific when they were speaking about this.
No,
And I think I
it was
wrongly
answered it
extrapolated that they meant
again.
all 3 of them were on the prints when the only person they officially named was Matt Robinson. So we don't know yet if Lance Twigs has his DNA on the prints, DNA on the gun officially just yet.
Okay.
I've already conceded that.
Sure.
So
That's fine. And then the last one is
Yeah.
one with Erica Kirk.
sure. This is like the Erica Kirk. like, all right,
Well, this
Erica.
just
You
goes
could
back-
just sit down with me, Erica,
this
but we
just
can do it
goes-
this way.
This goes back to a previous claim that you made.
Yeah,
Why I'm
sure.
bringing
You just
it up.
accepted defeat. Okay.
Straight to jail, straight to jail. For questioning, at least, Erica.
I don't care who's mad. I really do not care who wants to be upset after this episode. Really, you will be wasting your breath. You can spend $1 billion on influencers because this is all becoming increasingly inexplicable. You are asking me to be an idiot, actually, and I cannot do that for you. Someone once commented beneath this show that if the situations were reversed and there were this many verifiable lies.
So straight to jail.
Yeah, so that's the show intro, and straight to jail is a monopoly term.
Okay.
Like, you know.
So do not pass go.
Yeah.
Do not collect $200.
Yes, it's
You're going straight to
obviously
jail.
tongue in cheek, and then we explain that
It's also
actually
from
I
Parks
think
and
that
Rec,
she
I
should be
believe,
brought in for
guys.
questioning because of inconsistencies. So this is the exact episode when I started to think that she should be sat down and questioned, and I still believe that. I still hold the perspective that Erica should be sat down and she should be properly questioned.
Do you know that she hasn't been?
No, actually, that would be a great thing for the spokesperson of Turning Point USA to say that she's already
but
sat
why?
through.
Why do they?
I mean, my guess would be she hasn't because they returned everything to her.
Yeah.
But
Why do they owe you that though? Why do
they don't owe me
yeah.
anything. That's my show you're watching. Just, you know, the clips that you're pulling are
Yeah.
from my show. So if I want to say something on my show, I can say that. I
You
didn't say
can.
they owe me something. I don't think that's ever,
You
unless you
can,
have
but
another
if you
clip.
say like you need to be sat down for questioning
Yeah.
and you don't even know if they haven't been, that's strange.
He looks
right?
like a
Do you know
German
if they have
Shepherd
been?
that's on
No,
trazodone.
I have no idea.
He's
So
like
you're just
nervously
saying that they
medicated.
haven't been.
Yeah, if your
You're just kind
entire
of filling the air.
if your
with
entire thing
just
is
junk.
if you're no, it's not junk. If the query is why is it that Erica Kirk's not being sat down for questioning, but you have absolutely no knowledge whether or not she's been sat down for questioning or not. What that does is it creates an innuendo. It creates an inference. It creates out to the ethos that this should be happening because something's wrong here when you actually don't have the knowledge that anything's wrong at all.
I just think that my opinion is that she should be sat down and questioned.
But you're not sure if she hasn't been.
Yeah, and you're not sure if she has been either.
Hmm.
So, like I said, I feel like now you're just kind of filling the
Well,
air
to
with
my
nonsense
knowledge,
because
this
Turning
is
Point's
to-
like, we want
To my
make
knowledge,
sure that you go in there and you
nobody-
defend Erica. And I have to say, I don't think you've done an extraordinary job
Great,
at that.
but I'm not here to defend Erica. The thing is,
I
though,
would
is
say
like
that since 4 out of 5 of the clips that you
Yeah.
had on the ready when we asked you guys ahead of
Mhm.
time, I mean, I want to just assert how professionally we have dealt with this debate. As you can see, we have not planned any gotcha clips for Andrew. I expressed to him that what we were going to do was just to use people for fact checks, and because I might not remember something, or I do remember something and you're saying no, and that is what I think will register to people as very
well, wait,
fair.
I expressly
We did not take out of
wait, what?
context clips of Andrew
But
to
I
try to repair.
expressly said
Please
that
don't
I
cut
was
me
going to
off.
bring
We
claims.
did
He
not.
needs to
No,
stop
when
talking
you
over
said
her.
you were going
Shut
to
up.
bring claims
Shut
that
up.
you
Your
would want me to
claims.
speak to, you didn't say I intend on sitting you down with out of contexted clips to which we said to you before in an email. Any clips that you want to share with us, send it
Mhm.
over. Let's assert a debate claim so that we can both be ready to respond to it. This just
That's not really what happened.
well. What didn't
yeah,
happen?
this the way that you're framing the exchange.
What
That's
do you
not
mean?
that's not actually what happened. We were negotiating. It is true we negotiated out the claim itself, right? Which one's going to take which position? I wanted to make sure that I had at least an hour and a half on mine, and you got the time for yours to question me. We did. We got through your hour and a half on mine, roughly an hour and a half now on mine. That's basically how this went.
But in the beginning,
Exactly,
I did
get
not take an
cracked.
hour and a half to just pull out of context clips with Andrew. I actually debated the substance of what's going on in this trial and this hearing. And I do think that
there's,
I think you fell short of that.
There's nothing
And you-
out of the hang on.
And
There's
I did
nothing
not
here
say,
except
I'm
holding
just
you to
going to
account
get
for
you
your
to say
claims.
yes or no. Well, hold on. We were
Yeah.
supposed to be debating the case
This
and
is
whether
part of
or
the
not
case.
there was overwhelming evidence.
These are your claims about the case.
No, you then admitted that now you're getting into another sphere and you want to talk about the transcendentals and things that I've
And
said.
we got through.
And
Maybe
like
he's
4 out of 5
busy
of your clips are
on
about
the phone
Erica
with
Kirk. So the
television.
general
I
perception
don't think 4 out of 5 even were.
is your Turning Points horse.
Oh,
I
so you
think
just-
quite
just-
a
you
few
just-
of them were.
you
Was
just-
there 3
just made it
Ericas
up?
or 4?
So you're just making stuff
Can
up?
we get a count of how many were about Erica? I feel
I
like
think it was
Yeah.
3.
3.
Three.
Okay,
Yeah,
3. I
three.
said 4.
But those are extraordinary
sorry.
claims. That's which is why you're asked
Okay,
about them,
well,
right?
okay, but the point being is now you're veering
Claim,
into
claim.
trying
How-
to get
what
me
are
to
we at
defend
on
my opinions,
claims?
and then you completely shirk responsibility when I point
claims.
out yours. So they're not claims. When
No,
you
The
they're
limit
say
does
claims.
not
America is
exist,
the
Allie.
party,
The
you
limit
go,
does not
That's
exist.
just whatever, and then you move
That's
on.
a claim.
Uh,
that I,
That's
I'm
a
responsible
claim.
for the claim.
The claim.
Well, earlier when I brought it up, you said that it was tongue in cheek.
Yes.
The
sure.
claim.
That's me responding
The
to
plane.
your
The plane.
criticism
Okay.
of the claim.
I-
That's
The
all I'm
claim.
doing
I
here.
was interested, and
And I'm happy to get into
We have a
all the
poll.
patchy
We have a
Thank you,
poll
Jen,
on
with said
this
slot.
claim.
well,
Your
that
team
was
has one more
33
clip they want to play
The
for
one
7
more,
days
okay,
ago.
sorry.
They got one
They
more
had
clip.
two.
and
we
then
were
can
getting
go to
into the
Patsy.
Patsy stuff, and you stopped it, and I was explaining to you. Oh, they have one more clip. Okay, let's go.
They want to hit the minimum of 4 clips you were saying with Erica. So
100%.
Good for him.
okay. And this is the one you're saying from 7 days ago.
We need a drinking claim. Yeah, we need that. We need that. Put the claim.
Okay.
Memes
and
in the
while they're
chat.
looking for that, do you want to continue?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
can I
yeah.
ask a question? I know it's been, or like, can I ask a question? Or are we
Not
just in
really. I'm just gonna.
Okay.
We're going to hold to the actual contract.
Not
itself.
really.
The contract
You're
does
kidding.
not say that you are allowed to just question me without me being able to respond to you
I've never said you
or
can't
have a
respond.
conversation.
You've been able to respond to every question I've asked you. And by the way, the other thing is like
Let's
I'm
have it your way. I want it to look like
Still happy
we've
to have
done
the
everything
debate.
Andrew wanted to, so that people can fairly assess the situation. So you have it your way. I
Totally
will not
fine.
ask a question.
Totally fair with me.
So are you good with her asking a question or
He
no?
said no.
Waiting for the clip.
Okay. So you want to wait for the clip first. Okay.
Oh,
You
he's
guys have it in the bag?
scared. He's
Okay,
afraid.
beautiful.
He won't even answer. He's like, I won't do it. No. So she's like, okay. She should just do it. Go for the jugular. That's okay. You're
Need to
kidding.
Jeopardy.
The
Pretty
team
thing.
told me they had it. So
That's what I heard.
He's like, let me
Okay, there we
come
freeze.
on, guys.
Did this crime. Okay. Because Lance
I can't
Twigs
hear this. My
has
thing
his
went off. Just
DNA
tell me what
on
it
the
says on
towel.
here. It's fine.
Lance Twigs has his DNA on the rifle.
Lance Twigs
And to
has
be
his
clear,
DNA on the
Lance
right.
Twigs'
Said this-
DNA
repeated this 4 times,
was
but I don't
not
know why they
as
feel like they need
degraded
to-
as Tyler Robinson's DNA was on Tyler's rifle. It's Tyler's rifle.
Oh, you
But
also
Lance's
said, yeah, it's
DNA
not as degraded on the rifle.
Yeah, because I thought he was one of the things, but I've
Right.
already that's what I mean when I say that. Like, it just seems like you're not actually here trying to engage, because even before you got to this, and I knew that you had some secret clip planned, I said to you when I rewatched the testimony, I realized that they didn't explicitly say Lance Twigs. They said 5 other profiles were on it, and that his was the most degraded. So I hope your team feels fulfilled in playing that. Is there any more? I'm happy to play every clip that he has on the ready. Anybody?
You said you
Let's
said
just
you
watch
had
Candace's
some new
show.
evidence at the beginning.
love
of
it.
the
Oh yeah, we
debate that
should
you had
show that
something
text
new.
message that you read,
Did you
just
want to
because
share
I
that?
think that's important for the public. You shared it out of context,
I'll do it on my show. I'll share the text
so you're going to
message.
read it on
He's
my
a
show, but not
wimp.
show it.
Correct.
Okay.
So I'll show it on my show, but that's what I'll do. I'll show it on my
Can
show.
I ask why?
Liar.
Well, because I want to drip out the evidence. You
You're done.
got to drip out that evidence. Keep people. coming
You're
back to the show, right?
kidding.
Snark serves you so well.
I'm just saying, like, yeah, I'll release it there. Yeah, that's my intention. But yeah, I'm fine with closings if you want to do closings.
Well,
He's
I'd
calling
also
her
like
out on a slow
if I
drip.
may ask
Yeah.
a
He's
question.
sweating, you guys. Look at him.
Permitted.
Go ahead.
Just so I also have clarity, since your basis has been evidentiary, you keep saying that you have evidence or like you are following evidence. Which one of the charges against, or all of them, do you think Tyler Robinson is guilty of?
The specific charge?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think is that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, but of the 7 charges that he's being charged.
Yeah. Can we list them real quick? I'll tell you exactly which ones. We'll pull them up.
Well, do you know any of the charges that he's up for right now?
Yeah, of course. But
Can
I
you-
want to
can you
make sure
name
that we
one?
have them listed.
Yeah, but like can you name one? Because my general perspective is that you don't actually care about this case. You're not following
Is that
the
it?
case.
That's the
Yeah.
question. You're just not following it enough.
It seems pretty like if you're going to engage and you're going to say the evidence is overwhelming that Tyler Robinson is guilty, I just think that you should
All
like.
right.
Can you tell me one?
Then let's do the
charge that
counter.
he's-
You can really, hang on. This is a great gotcha.
No. You just got to ask me, play
Yeah.
clips out of context,
Yeah,
put me
yeah.
in the hot seat. So
Mhm.
please just answer the
This
question.
is fair. Name
you
all
name-
7
can
since
you-
you've been following the case.
Okay, sure.
Go ahead.
You name one.
Yeah, you named all 7.
I'm happy to do that, but can you name one?
I think he's been charged with murder.
That's actually incorrect.
Okay, great. Now name all 7.
He doesn't even. This is like.
Name all 7.
And I
Can you
I think
name all 7?
I can't.
Then do it.
Aggravated murder, dipshit.
You don't have to
Do
put
it. No, do it. I'll count them. Go ahead.
You don't have
Name
to put
'em.
your fingers up. I
Okay,
can do
hang on.
that.
Name them.
Yeah, sure.
Name them.
The first charge is aggravated murder because that's what carries
Okay.
a death sentence
So
in the
murder.
state of you. No,
Next.
that's not. That is literally not murder.
Okay.
And so
Next.
just for people, no, I don't have to do it in a time limit. There's nothing going on. And just to explain to people the difference of why that really matters and shows that he doesn't
You just need to
actually
take the
care
bait there.
about this at
He answered
all.
the question.
Because aggravated murder, it's narrowly defined,
Just
and because
avoiding
it
the
carries
question.
a death sentence. I'm going to answer the question.
Okay.
You're
I'm
just going to
waiting.
recognize that your strategy of thinking that people are intimidated when you try to put a time constraint doesn't work, and you'll be better the next time you debate
I got
someone.
it. I got it. Give me the other ones.
The more you cut me off, the longer I'll take. Do you want to just wait for me to finish of why that's a big difference so that
No,
people
I just
don't walk
want
away?
you to list the charges.
Yeah, I'm going to do that. You just don't get to pretend that there's a time constraint for me to do that.
Well, how long does it take you to list 7 charges?
It
matters.
You just got
It
to
sounds like you're just delaying
You
it.
You
because
can
you-
admit you
I
can
know all
name
7
one.
of them,
Then
and I'm
tell
going to
me
say
them.
again because you're going to get embarrassed. You don't have to rush
It's a
this.
big
I'm
deal. This is
also
a big deal.
showing an example of a very flawed debate strategy. I
Okay,
actually
well,
am
I
under
got
no
one.
time constraint.
I got one.
Great. The second charge is the felony discharge of a weapon. The next 2 charges are for obstruction of justice.
Okay.
The next 2 charges are for witness tampering. And the
And what's
final
the specific charges though?
that is them. Obstruction of justice,
Both of
obstruction
those-
of justice, witness tampering, witness tampering.
Okay, and there's
Oh,
no other specifics.
you better
right?
shut
Well,
up.
I can tell you why he's being
No,
charged.
no,
with
no.
it.
Just the charges.
Where
Is there
are you?
7?
Yeah, see, the bad thing is when you try to be an a-hole and it doesn't work.
What's the 7th?
The last charge is violence in front of a minor.
Okay, got it. So then he's being charged.
Get
with
him, girl.
murder.
She
You just say
got him.
aggravated.
Good.
That's the distinction. You just want to
It's a massive. It's
Got
like
it.
you
It's
cannot say
massive
murder
difference.
versus aggravated
massive
murder.
distinction.
This gets to the entire crux of why him being up for the death sentence.
It's my show
And I
today.
actually find the defense's filing about why this is not aggravated to be very compelling of why it's not aggravated murder. I actually think that if the state was going to even try to pull this off, they should have charged him with just murder. And then I do also, again, want to stress to audiences that debate strategy of thinking that you have to speak faster or somebody puts your hand up and they try to pretend like it's some sport. I think he thinks it's a blood sport. It's not. It's about being right and being principled when you're engaging. And you can make mistakes. I make mistakes all the time, but at least be genuine in pretending that you care about this case enough to know one of the 7 charges that are up against Tyler Robinson when you say the evidence is overwhelming.
Exactly. And don't ever speak again.
If you would
Pickles.
like to move to final statements, I'm fine. I want to make sure Andrew has had the time that he has requested.
I think your team would like to pull up the 7 charges that he just asked you about. If you
Sure.
guys want to pull that up just to confirm the 7 you went through. Can you guys zoom in a little bit for
Aggravated
What is
murder,
this?
felony discharge of a firearm, obstruction of justice, which is counts 3 and 4, 5 and 6, tampering with a witness, and
No,
count 7.
violent
I said offense in the presence of a
in front of
minor.
a child?
Yeah.
That's what
So
I said.
5, 6, tampering witness, 3rd-degree felony. Now I did notice something. I just was curious about.
He's trying to move on from
when you
a
pulled out your
gotcha
phone,
moment.
just before you asked
But
that
by the way,
question,
it
did
made
somebody
him
by
look like
chance
a
text you
fucking
that question?
You
idiot.
can check my phone.
I'm just curious.
No, you can absolutely not. I have not had one communication
Okay.
with a single person, not even my producers who are in there this whole time we were here. You want to check my phone? I'm happy to do it because you're just going to get double embarrassed. Where's my phone?
You
should
want to
do
see it?
I'm
You
just
can.
curious. Yeah.
You can
You're
literally
just
do
going to
that.
get
Here you go.
double embarrassed.
PBD,
Exactly.
You're the moderator.
Okay.
Take it.
Let's see it.
See
And PBD doesn't even want to be
Won't
there.
during this debate
Sorry, guys. I get mad
about
in
the
defense of
violent
Candace
charges or
and
anything.
also
I'm looking through this. You give me permission.
You
so I'm
have
looking
full
up. I'm not gonna
permission to
give
go through my
names.
Shut
phone.
up,
I don't need to
PBD.
cheat.
So the
You're
last
sleeping
one has
useless.
nothing to do with it. It's just a compliment.
Mhm.
I haven't even read my text messages.
That's
so
a compliment.
he's reading them.
You're okay. You'll give me permission. I'm
Yes.
just going to read 3 of them
Yes.
to 1132 because
What
after
is
that, I don't
this?
need to read it.
She's
Hang on a
proving
sec.
the fact that
Could've
she
been
was
telling
not
me
getting
after this.
information
Oh, I
during
have
the
his- yeah, you
debate.
can check that too.
Why don't we take a look at your phone,
I only have
Andrew?
Telegram I used in Russia, and that was it. I downloaded it for
I'll
Russia.
take your word for
This
it.
is so funny.
Then-
I don't need
Sorry.
to like. I
Okay.
deeply care about this case. I don't need to
I
pretend
get
to
it.
know
If you
stuff that
deeply
I
care
don't
about
know.
the case, I
Yeah.
just, I have my other question is about steakhouse receipt.
You just said that you were done asking all your
Nothing, just
questions.
so you know,
Yeah.
nothing there.
There. I don't.
Yeah. Do you
need to
have
do
the
that.
steakhouse receipt?
You're done.
I have said
You're
several
done.
times that I have never said I have the receipt for the steakhouse.
She
I
needs
have
to
said
not let him
the
get away
person
with
who's
this.
working on that story is going to be forthcoming with the receipt, and that was what I was responding to. And he then drops the
He's not
receipt,
allowed
with
to be past
redacted
this
elements
question.
of it, and I said, "Stay tuned. He's the one working on that story."
Okay. So
I
you
never-
haven't actually confirmed that Robinson was at that steakhouse.
Now what he's
All I
doing
did,
is he's
as
trying to
I
have
said
some
earlier in this
last little dig.
conversation was I spoke to the owner when I broke that story. I think it was back in January. I spoke to the owner, understood what had happened, and that there was a receipt. That's it. That's the extent of what I shared is what happened.
Okay. So to be clear, there's no receipt. You
No,
don't,
I just said the opposite. I said there is
well,
a
you
receipt.
don't have a copy of the receipt.
The receipt was published online.
Yeah, right. With blurred
The
out.
person working on this story
Yeah.
that blurred that out
Mhm.
is what I was referring to when I said stay tuned and keep following his stuff, because he went to go do what I hadn't done, which was he interviewed the actual server.
So there's no evidence that Tyler was at that steakhouse.
I would say the receipt with his debit card number, it would be some hard evidence if that
I agree with that,
Yeah,
but-
so that's it. But you're questioning me.
But is there, as of right now,
he paid, if you're asking me, did he pay with a credit or debit card? The answer is yes.
No. Is there proof that that was actually his debit card that he paid with?
I think you should follow the person that is behind that story.
Well,
It's
the
more
reason I'm
something that-
asking you is because you always include it in your timeline that he traveled to the steakhouse.
Yeah, we've been building a timeline with things that we
Mhm.
feel are
But is there any actual
Utah 1102
evidence?
approved. I think speaking
Yeah.
to the owner, knowing that there's a receipt, seeing the
Mhm.
receipt is good enough to put on
But-
our timeline.
But the receipt itself, the question I always had about it is, couldn't you just call the merchant? Like if I've ever had a merchant account, I just
Mhm.
call the merchant
Well-
account processor and say, what's the name on this?
Yeah, I would stay tuned. I feel that having spoken to the owner, that the evidence is compelling enough to put onto my personal timeline of
Mhm.
what took place on that day. That's where it's gonna stay. And if it gets debunked, I'm happy to take it off. If
Mhm.
that's what you mean, that's how an investigation works. Like I said, I did more than enough. It would definitely pass the test by the Utah 1102 rule, for sure, for certain. I've
To be
done-
submitted as hearsay.
well, yeah, beyond that, because they
Yeah,
didn't even
but-
have receipts. They were like, Bob told
But
me
the
this.
question is, the receipt itself, it has not been verified to have been Tyler
Yeah, I just want to
Robinson's,
say you're
right?
holding me to a higher standard than you are.
I'm not even holding it.
in
I'm
the
just
prosecution.
asking specifically.
Yeah, I've been very forthcoming. I've told exactly
Mhm.
what happened. I spoke to the owner. I got the tip, and
So
I
should that be
chased it
added in
down.
an official timeline that
It's
you
in
give?
my timeline. It's my show, and we can add and subtract what we want, and we do. If
You
we
can
get
do
something
what you
wrong,
want, sure, but
Well,
I'm
I just wanted to
asking,
make sure.
should you include a thing that you know hasn't actually been verified to be Tyler Robinson's?
yes, you should. If we're trying to build a timeline, you should.
You don't think that falls
And then
under?
you should remove it if someone somehow debunks it. But I think that there is very strong evidence that is where he was, and that
What's the
is,
strong evidence? Just the two people who said that they saw him?
you know, I'm actually all good with being. I feel like
Okay.
I've sufficiently answered your question about how I got
All
the
right, fair enough.
information, what happened next. Would the next stage of this investigation being somebody accessing knowing what his debit card was and confirming it? Yes, and I do believe that will happen. If it does not happen and it gets debunked, I'll remove it from my personal timeline that I share on my show.
That officer, the first officer that was up on the roof,
Mhm.
do you remember his name?
Officer Bagley,
Yeah, what was his first name?
Christopher.
Christopher. When Christopher got up on the roof, you talk a lot about how his camera died.
Well, he talked a lot about that during
Yeah,
the
about his
preliminary
camera
hearing.
died.
Yeah.
Do you think that he planted that screwdriver up there?
No,
No. Who do you think planted it?
if we're just going on am I allowed to have an opinion?
Of course.
At this stage, I would say that I don't buy his assertion on the stand that he didn't check to see if anybody went onto the rooftop before he got up there. I do think that it's possible. It's at least plausible that the screwdriver was planted. I don't believe him. What I can say strongly is that his cam died at just the right time. His body cam died at just the right time. I think that, as you were just grilling me about whether or not I had got the merchant receipt for a debit card, that kind of makes it difficult that we just have to sort of trust that a screwdriver was found and we don't have any should be evidence of a police body cam. But like I said, you accept that stuff and then are like, did you call the merchant and get like, it just seems like you
Well, I'm not adding.
hold,
I'm
like
not
I said,
adding
you
this
hold the
to
prosecution to
Well,
the
wait a
state
second.
to a higher standard
I'm
than
not
you do to
adding
people.
unconfirmed evidence to an official timeline that I'm putting out either.
What do you mean an official timeline? This is my
Well, this is
timeline. I made it at home.
So then it would be official to your show.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay, great. So then your official timeline, Candace Owens' official timeline, includes a steakhouse stop that has not actually been confirmed at all.
Well, yeah, it hasn't even been discussed by the prosecution. So it's not like you're debunking that it happened.
Well, there's no evidence for it. There's no good evidence for it at all. There's no camera there. And the steakhouse receipt itself has never been confirmed to be Tyler Robinson's.
I'm assuming this is just like a talking point they gave you and you got to like keep pushing this, or like,
I've been following it very closely on X.
The receipt, you weren't even following the charges of Tyler Robinson, but you really wanted to know. I've been following it very closely on X.
Wait, you think
I'm calling owners of steakhouses and having a conversation. You're following Convo on X.
I literally followed the entire trial, or the preliminary, live. I was live with an attorney. We covered all of it. You think because I have a momentary or lapse where I'm like, oh, it's murder? No, it's aggravated murder. Come on.
You didn't know any of the charges.
Splitting hairs.
No, that's not splitting. It means you didn't follow the preliminary hearing at all.
No, it doesn't
like,
mean that at all.
You don't know any of the charges
ridiculous.
that are against him when this is like getting literally to the crux, aggravated murder versus murder.
It's
a
ridiculous.
death sentence.
And not only that, let's point this out. One of the major things here is that this is your official timeline.
It's mine.
Yes. Who else could it be? Who else? There would be Candace Owens' timeline.
I just don't know what his issue is with my timeline.
What's your issue with that?
Well, so the issue is that the entirety of the evidence revolves around two people who claim that he was there and supposedly a receipt. There's supposedly a receipt where Tyler Robinson paid for his steak and his soft drink. No alcohol, right? No alcohol, right? You know nothing about the case. But anyway, this particular receipt, they could have called the merchant account, confirmed it, this type of thing. To date, this receipt has only the blurred information on it that would actually give you the information to confirm whose receipt it is. We have to date, nobody has confirmed that this was actually Tyler Robinson's receipt. And yet inside of Candace Owens' timeline, which she states over and over again, when she says, this is the longest 13 hours, this is 13 and a half hours, the requirement for about roughly 5.5 or 6 hours of that is that he went to the steakhouse. And that's not been confirmed at all. Not even a little bit.
I feel like saying that I spoke to the owner of the steakhouse is me, like, not just being on X looking at opinions, but actually doing the legwork. And that's why like I said, if you think this builds up a rapport with your audience and makes you seem like a serious person, we don't have to keep belaboring the point here. I feel like I've demonstrated that I did as much as I could to confirm this when it came in. I spoke to the owner of the restaurant, obviously took down everything he said, noted that there was, in fact, a receipt that he pulled. That receipt that was published is real. A debit card and a credit card was used. If for some reason somebody misidentified something down the line, or we find out it's a different Tyler Robinson, I'm happy to remove it from my timeline. But for right now, I think that there's enough under the Utah 1102 rule for me to keep it there. I don't really think we need to keep going into circles about this receipt. It's my timeline.
I don't know why the 1102 rule would apply here for your
because
timeline.
You will constantly cite things that are said in that courtroom that have less evidentiary support than me contacting and speaking with the owner of the restaurant. It's not like I dreamed it, as to use your expression. So it's in my timeline and I'm going to keep it there if that's
sure.
Cool.
You can keep whatever
Great.
you want there.
Okay.
I'm just saying that there's no evidence he was ever there.
Okay. Thank you.
No hard evidence anyway. Yeah, I'm fine with closing.
Okay, so the last thing we're going to do before we go into ad break, right after this will be final thoughts. I'll be asking both of you if anything on your opinion, thoughts changed on the case, and then we'll finish it up from there. So with that being said, a 3.5 minute break, and then we'll come back for final thoughts.
All right.
All right, you guys, if someone followed you everywhere that you went, recorded what you searched, and studied your habits, you call the police.
I'm just looking up
when
stuff.
your smartphone does.
Hold on one second. I'm just going to mute her. I'm muting her for one moment. There we go.
So this is exactly what I started covering this morning in my 2-part series is whenever I was going over the briefs, I realized, oh my gosh, they charged him not with just normal murder, right? That would have done justice. Let's say he is guilty of it. That would have done Charlie some justice, right? Like it's 15 years to a life sentence. The difference is they didn't charge him with murder. They charged him with aggravated murder, which carries a sentence of the death penalty. But get this, the only difference is that an aggravated murder, you have to create, it's like a great risk of bodily harm to others. Nobody else has to die. But what they're trying to say is that because he shot Charlie, that he put everybody else in danger, so he should die.
Yeah.
That's what it is. I mean, it's quite greedy of them because that's also such a high bar for them to get that if they don't meet the standard and they don't meet all their elements, they didn't charge him with murder. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
But it's ridiculous when you see the law because it's not as if anybody else even has to die. Charlie is the victim, and they're reaching for this high bar, trying to shut him up. I can't believe it. It blows my mind. Yeah,
It's unheard of.
yeah, it really is.
Well, and
I
it's
also
funny to
did
me
want
that
to bring up the fact that PBD has been pretty quiet, and I actually sort of respect the way he's handled the debate. He's only stepped in when he absolutely needed to and kind of let the two people hash it out. And I got to give him respect for backing Candace on the French Connection claims.
Yes.
I was not expecting him to
that.
do that, and I got to give respect where it's due, man.
I still don't like him, but
Well, I'm not saying you have to like the guy, but I'm just respecting that moment as
Yeah.
him as a moderator in this debate. I thought that was solid because he put out a valid point.
Yeah, he's a
So
very
I
good
just wanted to say
moderator.
that.
would you want to say Anna?
Well, I was going to say that, I don't like the idea that he was meeting with Ben Shapiro. Have we determined if that was accurate or not? He did, right?
Who?
I haven't heard.
PBD, I saw something going around. It was at, 3 a.m. while
Oh,
was
I
still up
don't know
last night.
anything about that.
I wonder if I'm like, oh no, I want to double check that I'm right about it. I'm going to go look it up. But what I heard was that PBD, hold on, I posted it on Twitter. Let me double check. I heard that PBD had met with and had lunch with Ben Shapiro within a few days after, within the week before. Sorry, my
Yeah.
brain. And that he had sat down with him. And so it was interesting to me, the idea that this was going to be Andrew's second choice. I mean, to me, I'm like, you guys know, I always believe that I'm like, no, I don't trust any of them, so I'm not sure if that is correct. I'm like trying to look back in my tweets here because I definitely saw it go by. Sorry, I'm trying to look back, but I'm not seeing it. My feeling was that with PBD anyway, if PBD, who I guess, as I understand it, is a friend of Candace, right? But usually when I think of the ways that, this little behind the scenes, I mean, obviously we know Andrew Wilson is a loser. So he's going to have like all of these little, all these little asterisks, all these little asks that he's having. But my guess would be that PBD probably accepted on the condition, if he met with Ben Shapiro, I'm going to still, do my best, like ethically, blah, blah, blah. But they give them restrictions. So they'll tell them, okay, you can do whatever you want. It's all good. But if she talks about this, or if someone brings up this, then you have to find a way to stop it. Like that's kind of how these kind of like, conversations happen, as I understand it, with modern like PR strategy, crisis communication, and then all of this manipulation. So I don't know. I'm like, I want to double check on that. I swear I didn't. Did I dream that?
I don't. I'm pretty sure everybody called PBD. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
He got a
but I
lot
don't-
of calls because he was moderating this. So I wouldn't doubt it. It's probably you saw it, you read it, you glanced by it. But if anybody can fact check that, that would be great.
I also think PBD was a decent choice because he was one of the last people to speak with Charlie as well. Like he was one of the last people who gave an actual interview. And Charlie did drop some very serious things in that interview with PBD on PBD's show. So I understand why he may have been chosen because he was one of the last people to platform Charlie.
The most controversial.
Well, and also let's recall, and yes, thank you so much. I saw it go by in the chat. I am so glad that she mentioned this. Girl Friday on Tuesday, PBD also had meetings in the Hamptons the same month that Charlie was there, and it was about Iran. Remember that he was asked to be considered for the
Yes.
right. So I'm like, okay, so that's interesting because again, Persian diaspora. I grew up with Persian besties. This is no criticism, but Persian diaspora, Persian people and Iranian people generally think of themselves as separate individuals, right? They're both from Iran, but Persian folks are usually the ones that are more aligned with Zionist interests. We see them in the streets. They're usually around some blue and white flag half the time, right? It's the ones with the lion. And so, you know, PBD is Persian diaspora. I was laughing and joking because, again, like I grew up with like Persians who were so nice, right? They were always nice, warm, wonderful people. But I was like, he is the king of the most obnoxious of the Persian diaspora. And so I don't, that's my opinion of him.
We're
but-
back.
All right, we are finally at the
We're
end.
back.
For those of you that are watching it, maybe a good commentary for you would be the following on if you're a Andrew fan and you still are saying, you know what, Andrew's arguments were solid, great. Candace, great. But did anything change your mind? Did you watch and say, you know what, I had this position over here. This would be an interesting commentary to hear. And of course, for all the people that are watching, I was just whispering to them here before we wrap it up. I think whether you're a fan of Andrew or not, whether you're a fan of Candace or not, nobody can dispute the fact that these guys agreed to sit down and talk live. Others were thinking this was pre-recorded. This is not pre-recorded, just so everybody knows. This is purely live. This is a little bit scarier than pre-recorded because pre-recorded can do edits. So whether you agree with them or not, let's make sure we respect both of them for having this sit down. And before the final thoughts, I want to make sure you guys hear that from me as well, for inviting me here as well.
Of course.
I do know one day, I think it was last week, you sent a message on one of our accounts. You said, can I talk to Patrick? We got on the call. You said, Patrick, can you moderate this? And then I said, great, let's do this. And so before we wrap up, final thoughts, I'll come to you first.
Yeah, she had nothing, just nothing. For all of her claims of Patsy, nothing. She didn't have a single claim. She didn't have a single solid piece of evidence. She had no positive evidence Israel's involved in anything. No positive evidence that France is involved in anything. No positive evidence TPUSA is involved in anything. No positive evidence that Erica Kirk is involved in anything. When I asked her about her claims about Erica Kirk, yeah, it was just funning.
He's sweating again.
You know, or yeah, I do think that she needs to sit down and ask some questions, but or answer some questions. But you know what? I don't even know if she has. Like maybe she has. I have no idea. Yes, I'm going to have an official timeline with unconfirmed evidence. That's just fine. Hey, it's hearsay. If that's good enough for the state, it's good enough for me. But my biggest problem with the state is that they're admitting all this hearsay. It's like she's a contradiction machine. On top of all of this, the thing that I wanted to get out of this more than anything else was to just demonstrate one thing. Yes, it's true. I'm not perfect on the case. I'm not going to ever pretend that I am, and never did. But what has been made very clear to me is that there's nobody with an alternative theory that has any evidence for it at all. None. Zero. And the continuous kind of expression, we're running an investigation. What kind of investigation builds a timeline out on a receipt that they don't even confirm? What kind of investigation tries to make these bold claims that Israel's involved and France is involved and all these different players are involved and never shows any evidence? We're just asking questions. It's again, like I said in my opening, it's always intuition, my feelings, how I feel about things, how I think about things. Andrew, how many times did you hear this today? Andrew, you can't tell me how I'm supposed to think. Yeah, nobody's trying to tell you how to think. But you should rationally come to your conclusions based on evidence and facts. And the truth is that 90% of what you're saying is simply intuition based. It came to me in a dream. It's intuition. Almost none of it has any evidence at all. Just I'm skeptical because these people over here said things, and that makes me skeptical. It's like, but no evidence. Note this to the audience, to everybody watching. You might hate my guts. That's fair enough. I get that. I'm not the most likable man. I understand that too. But there was nothing. I mean, no evidence at all that Tyler Robinson was a patsy that was ever put forward by Candace this entire debate. Now, maybe you could say that we stalemated when it came to whether or not Robinson did it. She says, I found the evidence convincing. Or unconvincing. Andrew says he found the evidence convincing. Okay, fair enough. Maybe you can't do too much about that, but there was nothing. She had nothing for Robinson being a patsy, nothing for any of her conspiracies, not a zero, zilch, and she backed away on a bunch of them. This is the first time I think she's ever really backed away from the Twigs thing. First time I've heard her back away from the Erica thing, back away from TPUSA, being very cautious about making any of those claims now. Whereas on her show, much more likely to be making those claims. So she just had nothing the entire debate. Zero.
Candace.
Well, I think that is quite a conclusion. Admitting somewhere, maybe we stalemated, it probably signifies what I've been saying from the beginning, that you didn't feel that you were strong on the actual facts and the evidence, which I was willing to engage with you. I wanted to go over the screwdriver. I wanted to go over the towel, the things that you've mentioned, and you wanted to then move the conversation into a defense of Erica Kirk and her character, and what I've said about Erica, which is my opinion. And I have not edited that opinion after discussing with you. I would like to extend a compliment to you for being willing to sit down and to have the conversation. I still walk away feeling that the people who are jumping on the bandwagon about this case don't care about this case. They don't care about Erica Kirk. It tends to be follow that they take a meeting with Turning Point USA and they come out and suddenly have a lot of junk to say about Candace Owens. And I do want to also stress that Turning Point USA tried to pepper him with something as a surprise. He showed clips that were meant to be a surprise. I did no such thing. I stressed to PBD from the beginning that I was grateful he was taking this on and that I wanted this to be a clean debate because I believe I can win this on the merits. And I believe that I did win this fully on the merits by engaging the evidence of what has happened. I do still believe that there is more evidence which supports that there are more people involved and that Tyler Robinson has been set up, and that none of the evidence that was presented was in any way overwhelming, which is why I think you wanted to move to end that discussion quickly and to speak to me about France and to talk about this Panguitch receipt and my timeline. I want to remind people that a lot of the at-home investigators, which you were open to, as you called them, internet sleuths. I think it was on a show that you did right after Charlie was assassinated that internet sleuths would solve this. This is the reason why Charlie, a year on, is still a conversation every single day trending on Twitter. I knew Charlie. I cared about Charlie. I care about finding out what the truth is here. My heart is in the right place. I think anybody who watches my show or even just watched this debate knows that if I get something wrong, I'll instantly correct it and own it. I'm not arrogant. I don't need to sit here and pretend that I didn't misspeak on the Lance thing. It hasn't been ruled out. But you saw that he just really wanted to hammer that point. You know, part of being a well-meaning person is to concede when you are wrong, to take something off a timeline when you know it's not right. And I would like to think that that is why I have earned the audience that continues to follow me, because they know my heart's in the right place, that I deeply cared about Charlie and I deeply care about the answers. I want to thank Andrew's team who are providing the fact checks. It's a very small room that they're in. I want to, as always, thank my team who worked really hard to make this happen and flip this set. And to you, PBD, just for being a great moderator. I think very fair, letting us both speak and making sure that Andrew got out of this what he wanted, which is a little more than what I wanted. But I'm very content with how I dealt with this. And I trust, I don't need to convince the audiences with the magic trick of what they need to think about this debate. They can watch it and draw their own conclusions.
Beautiful. Fair from both of you. I think the audience won. And again, from the beginning, all of this is because of how much love and respect we have for Charlie Kirk, a great man that's no longer here with us. His 1-year anniversary is coming up here. I can't believe it's that quick that is here. The audience, I think you also won if you did support the Crucible, support the Candace show, support the PBD podcast, subscribe to the channel. This is how you help these voices get out even more, especially going into future when this happens. You want a lot of independent creators to have these types of discussions. And last but not least, the two of you, I respect you guys again for having this conversation. It is not easy to do so. Hopefully this will lead to more discussions. A lot of different things we talked about. I'm sure there will be a lot of follow-up. With that being said, take care, everybody. God bless. Have a great weekend.
Bye.
Did y'all hear her say bye? Bye.
Hold on. Can you guys hear me okay?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Well, wow.
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 That was crazy.
Yeah. Slam dunk.
I think she owned that. I think she killed it. She killed it.
Yeah.
She came across so much more calmly than than I think that his audience expected her to. And I can appreciate that because realistically, there's already 6 million people who agree with everything that she's not everything, but you know what I'm saying, everything
Yeah.
that she's brought forward that are following along with her investigation. So she wasn't here to convince any of us, right? I mean, clearly the work has spoken for itself over the course of the past year. So that's for her, that shouldn't be viewed as the goal. Yes, she is so classy. She is so classy. Me, I'm over there like I would have been, get him, but
I don't know.
but
She kept her cool, man.
I bet she just totally backfired on them. You know how many more people she probably just pulled over into our camp?
That's what I feel like. Exactly. That's exactly what my impression is, that the goal for Candace was to be like, hey, so just in case anyone's wondering, I'm being reasonable, I'm being ethical, and I'm speaking the truth and trying to find answers. And I bet you that if there ever were any fans of Andrew Wilson authentically, they probably are considering her side a lot more now. So
I was just going to say, I'm looking at Candace Owens' YouTube page, and she had 919,000 live viewers. I've never seen a number that high for Candace
I
yet.
think she just broke a record.
A lot of times you see like a few 100,000 after she finishes a stream. That's standard, but almost 1 million live viewers.
Wow.
Holy smokes.
That is
Holy
insane.
smokes.
I think she broke the record.
I think that's great, because maybe our friends and family who don't want to listen to us, maybe they tuned in.
Yeah,
absolutely. Especially after like that, the Brandy Zadrowski, whatever that lady, that little nonsense hit piece that came out just the other day that was trying to paint her as someone who was unreasonable. I thought that was really interesting. The fact that they were trying to, make her seem like she's just some person who says all this stuff on the internet, but instead she's like, here, I am reasonable. I am rational. This is what I'm saying. So that's good.
I think it was. I think it was a pretty nice debate. I think she annihilated it, and he didn't even know the charges. He didn't even know.
He couldn't even name
one. He named one. It was completely wrong. It was completely wrong. I will give Andrew some credit though, because I know we're probably going to roast him pretty hard.
Yeah.
But he didn't smoke and he didn't swear. Like he didn't go off on a swearing tangent.
He didn't swear.
He did have, some aggressive conversation, but he wasn't swearing and he wasn't belittling. So I'm going to give Andrew respect there, because almost every debate I've watched, that's what he's done.
True.
Right. So I'll give him respect where it's due.
I mean, it's sad.
How many did we get? I think we have 8,000 people in here in total. That's what it says on my screen. It says on my screen, 8,660 people.
Yeah, so that's just 10,000 people on our small little stream that watched. So.
Like
hey,
combined, I guess, with X and YouTube.
Yes.
Yeah, it's been great. It's sad that we have to hold him to that standard. Like that's the standard that we set low. It's like your kid who gets C's, you're happy for the C's, but then whenever the A gets a C, you're like, absolutely not.
Right?
Like, you can do better. But he's like, all right, well, good job. You didn't swear and whatever. But I mean, he was sweating bullets. I swear, at least twice I was seeing him look like super clammy. But how embarrassing that he checked her cell phone.
How embarrassing. He's like, I bet you just got a text message. I'm like, I wonder what would be in his phone right now. Because if someone makes an allegation like that, half the time it's because that's what they're doing, right?
How cringe for an adult man in a debate to have to do that. I mean, there were a couple cringe moments, but I think that we're just used to him acting like that, I guess. I'm bewildered that he sat there and was like, oh, okay, and I got one right.
He is a loser. Right, exactly. And I'm like,
didn't get one right.
You're going to see all the memes are going to come out now.
I was just thinking about how many. Oh yeah, like I said, he looked like a German Shepherd who had taken a bunch of trazodone and gabapentin. And to my anxious dog owners, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I can see now. There's going to be German Shepherds memes out there with his face on it. Okay. Oh my god!
Literally, his his Thunder Vest. Like he needed his Thunder Vest. I guarantee he has a Thunder Vest that's made out of nicotine patches on underneath his clothes right now. Like,
did you see my funny video, Anna? Were you here for that?
You'll have to be more specific. You have a lot of funny videos. Which one are you talking about?
Made some ones for specifically today.
There's a little bit of some pickles in there. Would you like to see?
Yes, I would. Of course, absolutely.
Okay, here we go.
Great. Yeah, they're the best.
Hold on. Why isn't it not coming up? I gotta stop my screen. That's why. Here we go.
Smell like a man of faith. Let me show you.
Let me start it again. I apologize, viewers.
It was
Okay,
not
so we
fire.
got Frank Turk. If
Oh,
anybody
yeah.
doesn't know, Wisha made this. Okay, we played it earlier. Shout out to Wisha Birchwood. She's like, you know, class act funny. She's always in the chat. So we call him, you know, the pickleballer because of the glasses. He plays pickleball.
Yes.
So we
Oh
did.
my gosh.
She decided to add Andrew into this. So here we go.
Let me show you what freedom looks like. Time for some pickleball. Here we go. Yay for Fed Slop! These pickles are great. Yeah, they're the best. Smell like a man of faith. Ball like a legend. Bold, brined, unapologetic.
Smell like a man of faith.
Gosh, that's
Ball like a
amazing.
legend.
I
Like-
love it. Ball like a legend. That's so funny. Oh, I love it. Okay, so listen, not to be too tinfoil, but was there a reason? Okay, so what I was doing, I was taking notes, as you guys know, right?
Yeah.
And so I was trying to understand what it was that he was trying to express. Because yes, we know he's there for the gotcha, but he's also there with an agenda that he's trying to get across to Candace's audience. And part of, in my opinion, where that agenda would come from is the people that were actually giving him the $300,000. I'm not sure that that man could get a mortgage loan for $300,000. He does not appear to be a responsible individual.
And
But
the
what I,
GoFund send me or whatever. Right?
yeah,
Send me,
crowdsource the loser. I
And the
guess.
boys Neff Venmo, you know.
Oh, exactly. Oh my gosh. See, so me selfishly wishing that she would have been like, and like hammered him on stuff. But I do understand that, you know, strategically, you do want to think about the ways that you're presenting your information. And I think that she accomplished every goal that she wanted to. The reason I was getting all mad midway, and I'm sorry guys for yapping while they were talking, it just really frustrated me. The idea that PBD said, okay, any, you know, final questions, they show the clip. And then all of a sudden he wanted to sneak in there about this Penguich receipt. And it felt to me like almost like that was on his agenda list of things to try to get across to other people, right? So I'm like, so, okay, the things he's hammering, Twigs in the DNA, the Penguich receipt. He wanted to get like specific information. Why? I don't know. Maybe so that he could try and go and get Dilly in trouble for some, whatever, you know.
Yeah.
Israel, France, Turning Point, and Erica. That's who he was there to defend. Why France?
Of course.
Why France?
Mhm.
Oh, France.
France.
Let's
Why France?
let's talk about France. I can-
Before we move on, I did just want to bring up the point because we were talking about the cell phone, right? And how Candace literally showed her cell phone to confirm she wasn't getting pointers while the debate was going on.
Yeah.
And they didn't show Andrew's, right? Like Andrew didn't go, well, here, check mine to make sure I wasn't. And
Yeah.
I wonder
Right.
why that is. And I'm
Clearly
just going to
was.
throw something out that's my opinion. They didn't do that because then it would have seen that he accepted $300,000 payment into his bank account from Turning Point USA via his freaking email.
True.
Just saying, maybe that's why he didn't want to actually maybe go here, check mine out too, since she's doing it, right? That's just
Mhm.
my
Probably
opinion.
Like, I don't need to
Just
see
my
that.
opinion.
Right?
Oh, thank you so much, Renee. Renee with the $49.99. Thank you so much, you ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for continuing your hard work on the Justice for Charlie. May God continue to bless you. Thank you so much.
Yes, bless you too.
Thank
I
you,
never
Renee.
did.
Love you,
That's
sweetheart.
I got this. If anybody wants to take a look at it.
When she's like, by the way.
Hopefully nothing happens when I post this. Okay. Yeah, take a look at it. These are all like, you know, his digital footprint. He was in Korea.
This was Charlie's movements for the last 2 weeks leading up to before he was assassinated. If people don't know, he spent a lot of time overseas. He was in Greenland and he was here. He was there. He was in Korea. He was in Japan. And there was a lot going on before Charlie was assassinated that he was participating in overseas. And this is the timeline that Ali has built.
That's wonderful. What a wonderful example. I mean, okay, you know, the things that I keep, you know, going back to, I keep some of my notebooks are like chronologically organized. And I've been looking back, I've been looking at December a lot. And it's interesting to me. Of course, South Korea, I believe, South Korea, Japan, those took place in the beginning of September, the very first week, right?
Yeah,
But
the 4th
it
to
is-
the 6th. And then he went to Japan on the 7th.
Right.
And
And that's been an interesting part of the timeline. And the part in December that I was looking at specifically was the fact that in December, I feel like we had such an influx of information and events, right? So if we think back with our brains back to what happened in December of 2025, what was going on? Well, in that month, a number of things were taking place that have that international angle. And so I feel like sometimes things can get lost in the story because, now it's been an additional 8 months. But if we think back, okay, in December, what were they talking about? The Egyptian planes were being tracked very specifically by Candace. Remember, we
In
had
December?
pink plane,
Yeah.
I believe. Yes.
Fort
We were.
Huachuca?
Yes, exactly. So it's like we were talking about the Egyptian planes in detail. We were establishing a timeline. We were working on identifying their stops, locations, etc. Then, immediately following that, piece of information came out from Barron as well about things like the fact that there were additional Egyptian planes other than those two. The fact that the tail number F82MM Mike, that aircraft may have been acting on behalf of Turning Point as well, and that she had received that credible threat from someone from the French Foreign Legion. And then
they were on the grounds, she said.
And they were on the ground, exactly. And also that immediately following those conversations, that is when we were first introduced to Fort Huachuca with Mitch Snow. And also at that point, she had the threat. Then it was Mitch Snow and Fort Huachuca, and then we moved into that. And so, the French angle is something that I thought kind of had been, for the not mainstream, for the major players, for the big guys, we had kind of moved away from the French thing, right? Candace wasn't really talking about France when she appropriately reported the fact that there was some confusion or some concern there to the authorities. We moved off of the French thing. Why is he bringing it up now? It's interesting to me. I always try to think about,
well, why did the president call? Why did Emmanuel Macron call South Korea September 11th?
Yeah,
exactly.
What is the purpose? Like, could be nothing. But don't you think that requires investigation of some sort?
I mean, it's very interesting. It's a direct call.
Right. And then it's being brought up now by the person. So it's like when we're thinking about when we are filtering through the things that he was saying, right? What information was he there to make sure that the audience heard? And by the audience, I mean freaking Tel Aviv, like his audience, right? Like, let's consider the fact that he was there to deliver a message to us, sure. However, it's very likely that he was there to also make sure to deliver a certain narrative that was going to be heard in boardrooms in Tel Aviv and in Paris. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, that's interesting. So I think it's relevant.
Well, we're having a party here. I can just put the link there and ask if anybody wants to come up, because that's what I normally do. So if anybody has anything,
okay.
Scotty, sometimes, Scotty just, adores you.
Yay, we adore Scotty. Oh my gosh, we love him.
I put the link there, guys, if anybody wants to come up and talk.
You know what
Also, do you think, this is just my opinion, allegedly in my opinion, I think after the pastor went to prison, now I don't know for certain, like he was talking political down there. Charlie was really talking political down there. And then the pastor said to Charlie, I can go to jail for this. And then he did go to jail. Could have been for something else. I'm not saying he went to jail because of Charlie, but Charlie was doing everything in his power to get him out and talking to Korean officials, talking to Trump, doing all that stuff just before he went into UVU. Do you think, because, Korea needs freedom, and, Rob McCoy ripping off his shirt with the white freedom shirt, Korea needs freedom. Do you think because of all that he went to jail? Do you think he walked into UVU wearing that shirt for the pastor?
What do you mean, that Charlie walked in for the pastor?
Yeah, he wore the white. He doesn't wear white shirts.
Was that the first time that anyone?
Yeah, so the guy went to prison, and all the timeline shows that he was doing everything in his power, calling Trump, the administration, Korean officials, to free the Pastor Son. Pastor Son was in prison as soon as Charlie left Korea. So that was all on his mind.
Well, I guess my question would be, Els, do we think it's because from the way that I process that is a little bit like, well, chicken and egg. Is it that Charlie was already trying to signal back to folks, or is it now when Rob McCoy, who jumps on stage and does a striptease, exactly, is it he's trying to signal something? And it was kind of their gimmick, their
Korea
grip.
needs freedom.
Right. Well, that's
Yeah,
interesting.
And here's
yeah.
another pastor here. We got
Mhm.
Pastor Joseph. I don't know how to say his last name.
Mhm.
Bondaraco. That is
Mhm.
Elizabeth McCoy's grandfather.
Grandfather.
He runs
Right.
the Good Call
Of course.
Ministries.
Mhm.
They're all
Mhm.
saying freedom for him, freedom for him. So I'm
Right.
just
Well, he's
wondering.
going
I'm
to
just
need
putting it
it.
out there, like,
I
you
do
know,
think
and
it's something that, als I think that
to
the
get him to
few
wear that
weeks,
shirt. How are you going to get Charlie to wear that shirt?
well, I don't know. I mean, because and the shirt was custom made. That's something to think about. Because remember, it had the additional seam, if I'm not mistaken. It had the additional seam, which I believe that some folks were pointing out the fact that it's not the same one that's sold in stores. His shirt specifically was one that was custom made for him, which is great. And
It was a Carhartt shirt, wasn't it?
right, it was like Carhartt, but right, exactly, it was Carhartt. And so we looked at that with the fabric, right? But so I don't know if it's chicken or egg. I don't know if it's because he was wearing that shirt, then they thought that it was a good idea for them to all try to go out and, grift off of this idea that we're going to make this freedom movement or some, who knows.
Well, it's all about bringing religion to the church, and they don't have that down there. It's against the law.
Right,
So that's
right.
what I'm saying. He's saying that the churches down there need freedom. And why is Charlie wearing that shirt? I just want to know the reason when he walked into UView. Why did he wear that? What was the purpose of the freedom shirt?
I mean, there could have been a couple at the same
I thought it was
don't
to make
know.
sure that I thought it was to make sure that when this thing that happened, it could have been, I'm like, just my opinion, but it could have been that they wanted to make sure that the blood that was supposed to come from a chest wound, right, was going to be visible. It would be very hard to see.
But how would they get him to wear it? That's the.
Just say, hey, bud,
He's
this
never
is
ever worn a white shirt in his life.
Sure. So I mean, yeah, I mean,
anything. I mean, it could have been that they got it on him for
that reason. Yeah. And just said,
Scotty's
hey,
in the house, by the way.
Hey, Scotty. Hi.
Meet Anna.
Hey.
Hi, sweets. How are you?
I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm doing amazing.
I have to go. Scotty, you are taking my place.
I will take your place any day of the week. You did great. Rio, I love you so much. You did awesome. You're amazing.
I love that hat too.
Oh yeah, that was a dare. Somebody got me that hat, and I was working door at the bar that I worked, and they're like, "You won't wear this?" I'm like, "Watch me, it's on."
I wore it. Never take it off.
No.
It's just a little party. We'll bring in some people. We can have a chat here. So thank you so much, Rio, for coming. And if you have to go,
Rio.
Gotta go. I gotta go run.
Dancing on the Rio Grande.
That's it.
I
Yes,
love that
song. Me all the way. Okay, thank you guys for hosting, and thank you everybody for being here. This has been really great. So,
tornado.
Yeah, y'all have
we
a
got
good
tornado
guys.
in the house.
Okay, bye.
What's up, everybody? I gotta join this party.
My
We
partner
got
in crime's here.
We got some researchers in the house, and yeah. So what do
I
you
love
guys
it.
all have to say? I'll go
Hi,
with
Anna.
Scotty first.
I've always wanted to meet
Tornado.
you.
Hi, Allie.
I love all the
I'm
work
so
that
glad to
you're
meet you.
doing.
Oh, thank you so much.
Anna,
Sweet.
you were
I'm glad to meet
cracking me up, dude. I lost my shit earlier because you were like, sit in a chair. You know what I'm talking about. I'm not going to say it. I lost it, dude. I was
You
dying
guys
laughing.
I have
It
trouble
was so funny.
with Candace. I'm like, number one, like Candace defender. So I'm like, no, you will not. She's 7 months pregnant. That is a mother of children. You will not sit there and so then I just start getting too frustrated the minute that I don't know. I don't like him, guys. How did you guys think that the debate went? Because I want to hear, especially because you guys. Okay, wait. 2 things. One, I want to hear how everybody felt that the debate went, and I especially want to be filled in on the beginning of it, since someone may have been asleep, and that someone was me. But first, I'm out of water and I need to grab some.
Yes,
so,
okay.
Allie, give me 2 seconds. Guys, give me 2 seconds.
Yep.
I'll be right back.
Go Gadget on.
Guys, what did you think, Tornado Alley? What did you think?
I thought Candace did great.
Yeah.
And she kept her cool, and she stuck to the points. She didn't get trapped by any of his questions, trying to get herself in a position where she could be sued or something. So I think she stuck to the whole point of the debate in the first place. She didn't let it go off on tangents. And she held him accountable to that, know. So
I completely agree.
I think he handled himself well, as you know, to be
swearing.
fair. And I don't. I mean, clearly, I think she won this debate on merits. But you know, I think it's going to give. Honestly, it's gonna give a lot of people a look, an interest to want to look into this if they haven't already. You know, that's my opinion.
I mean,
Because,
you know, almost 1 million views, you know, on her channel alone, plus let alone 8,000 that was here with us. You know, I mean, it was amazing. We had the best time in the chat. I mean, it was so much fun, but at the same
It's
time,
always a good time with you, Scotty. Always.
Oh, shucks.
You made me blush a couple times,
Always.
Scotty.
Oh, you know,
Always. Where'd he go? Sometimes that happens with his phone. He has to come in and out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we love Scotty.
I think she annihilated it. He thinks that I think they all think that they do so well. Even Victor Marks, when he was on her show, we did so great, man. I think we own that. I can hear him now.
I'm getting messages from the other side, and I won't name who they are, but they told me that they would want their 300K back, and I'm just like, okay, whatever. I think that was a good debate, and you know,
and if you don't know who Tornado Alley is, she's been working hard on the Dixie Tech and the Wilkinson and the Ty Robinson stuff. You can go check her out on her page. Is it Tornado Alley 17?
Yes. Yes. That's on X. Yes. So yeah, that, and you know, I do think there is foreign involvement, and Allie, I don't think you've put your paper out there yet, right? Am I right? So I don't want to.
I don't want to get injured. I don't want to get injured.
But I've read what you have to say, and you know, so I'll just leave it at that. And I'm still working through it, but I think it brings up a lot of good pieces that we need to, you know, we've done the how, we've spent 11 months on this, and we've figured out who's in the crowd, and we've, you know, looked under the shirt, and we have, you know, we've done so much of this nitpicking and stuff, but I do think that it's time to move to bigger picture and take a look at the foreign aspect and the digital footprint that Charlie Kirk left in his, you know, leading into this. And
I've been
we
saying
need to
that
look at narratives.
Who can do that though?
Who
can do that though? Who can look into his last stuff? You know, like Erica Kirk said, we have so much.
Well, obviously we don't have access.
Like, where is it? Where is this content that you have? Where is it?
Well, I mean, we can look online, and just like what you've done, you know, we can use the broader magnifying glass. You know, we can deep dive into that, and obviously that is, you know, left to speculation in some account. But if we can, you know, make this such a big topic that we demand more from the people who are supposed to be investigating this, and you know, we get his phone records, you know, and so much can happen in a year, unfortunately. So who knows what's left? You know, they've gotten rid of so much evidence. They've paved over the crime scene. They've deleted, or you know, they've gotten rid of the vehicle that he was transferred to the hospital in. The necklace is gone. What, you know, who's messed with Charlie's phone since then? So, you know,
so many things.
I think we just have to look at this, you know, as much as we can, and demand what we can and what is left from all of this, you know.
Right.
And until they offer us some answers, you know, we're gonna do our sleuthing, and we're gonna do our speculation, and you know,
send my paper out. I have sent it out. I sent it out to like Anna and so many people to look at it, because it's very important. And I just, at this time, I don't feel comfortable publishing it. But yeah, I could put out little like snippets of it, but
Yeah. Well, I think you have more to go too, to be honest. I think there's more you can add to this. So it's a wonderful start.
Yeah, it keeps on. I keep updating it too. Like you, as you notice, Allie, like I literally keep sending you updates, but
no, and it's awesome. And
help people helping me. Hey, you should check this out. Like Wisha said, hey, you should put this in there and that kind of stuff. Like just adding to it in real time. There's so much more to keep adding that I'm finding. I've already made how many revisions? Like 10?
I was just going to say about a dozen.
Yeah.
You know what I was thinking? You know that document that you've worked on that was the Victor Marx one, where it tells different portions. I feel like it was sent, I think Muppet might be the person who was looking at it most recently. But anyway,
with the Waterstone and all that. Like we were, me and Muppet worked on the Victor.
Yes,
well, we worked on more like Y Refi and Waterstone and Salem Media and all that.
I was thinking like a Google Drive document similar to that idea, where it's kind of like maybe broken up by sections. That way, as you're continuing to add, just because, I do know that it is kind of novel information for a lot of folks, the idea that there could be this additional angle with additional countries, but it's such an important story that I really do think it deserves to be made. You know what I mean?
Like, what's this all about?
Exactly. Yep.
Like, why? Why? Aren't we missing somebody in this picture? I think we're missing Charlie Kirk in this picture.
Exactly. Well, it feels to me as though that's part of what the continuing the continuing excuse is for what Pastor Rob has been up to. That's my impression, is that, what they need to do is this is their attempt to try to provide an alibi, kind of, you know what I mean? But, provide an excuse for where he's been and what he's been up to for the past year while he's been off the grid. Yeah, Alex Prusowitz, come on, be serious. I'm like that.
I mean,
anyway.
They're building they're building in Korea something that maybe, I don't know, allegedly, maybe Korea doesn't want this. I don't know. It's not, it's against their laws down there. And we did a whole live stream on it. I have to do a part 2, guys, because everybody was confused. I'll do a part 2. It's not allowed in their congregations. And by the way, that pastor that went to jail and now he's freed February 2nd, 2026, he has the biggest church there. Okay?
So do you think that, right. So do you think that from the debate today, right? The debate that was happening today that we just saw between Candace and Andrew.
Yeah.
What do we think that the purpose was of the debate today? Not from, Candace agreed to it, but what do you think the purpose of the debate today was? And I'd love to hear from Allie and of course from Scotty about like what you guys think the point was of all of this, right?
Yeah. Go ahead, Scotty.
I mean, I really think that it really got a lot of the information out to a lot of different people that wouldn't have got the information. You know what I mean? You have almost 1 million viewers on there, and we had 8,000 people in the, in our, conglomeration. And I think it was really good for people to be able to see what the Fed slop is that they're coming out with and what it's really like dividing the people of like how they're trying to railroad this kid as a patsy. And it's just like, the JFK thing. I mean, they got to murder, Oswald before he even got to testify or divulge anything that he had in his path with the CIA, Simian Virus 40, everything that he was doing in New Orleans, especially with Oshon Koshner. And then to move forward to this, where he's saying that he's going to take this to his grave, and he's supposed to, basically supposedly quote unquote commit suicide, you know what I mean? And move forward on that, and then there's going to be no discussion about it because nobody's going to bring it up. Nobody's going to say anything. He did this, then he was felt guilty about it. He told his lover that he was going to, suicide himself, and he unsubscribes himself from life, and there's no questions after that. But the fact that he went the route of turning himself in, and now there's so many questions, and there's so much backlog data, and the compression of photos and video and stuff, and when you see it, you're like, why did I not see that before?
Can I ask you something, Scotty?
Yeah, what's up?
Okay, so somebody just sent me a message saying Rob McCoy's father, and guys, this is allegedly because someone just sent it to me. Rob McCoy's father, Roy, was military associates with Lee Harvey Oswald and David Ferry from the CIA.
Okay, David Ferry was part of the whole conglomeration of people that were the David Ferry went with Oswald when they developed they developed the simian virus 40 to take to it was in Alabama, and the reason you can find this, you can fact check me on this, you can go back and find the information on it, that they drove to a small town in Louisiana and they were registering people to vote because it was the Martin Luther King push, and Oswald registered to vote in that town, in this little town of Mississippi. But the reason they were there is because they were going to a jail because they were testing the simian virus 40 on a death row inmate that was this black man, that they said to him, we will pay you a lot of money to your family. You're going to die anyway. If you choose to do it this way, we'll pay your family a ton of money. And he accepted it because he knew his fate. He was going to be sentenced to death anyway. So they administered the simian virus 40 that they had spun up to be turbo cancer on this inmate. You can fact check me on this. You can go back and look at the records. Mary Judith Baker was the one that broke this in her book, and it's on the Danny Jones podcast with Dr. Jack Cruz. And so he was in New Orleans after all this happened, and Koshner's son, Koshner was long dead, and he asked his son about all of this, and his son was a loosey-goosey. He would go out to drink at the bar after shifts, and he told him everything. And people were like, I don't know if you want to go there. And he's like, I'm going there. And so J.O., his son, told him everything. And Mary Judith Baker is still alive to this day and has receipts that was with Oswald and her working at a coffee plant that was actually a CIA-funded biomedical lab that was spinning up SB40 to be a turbo cancer virus. That is the reason we have cancer prevalent in our society today. And it's the reason that it's also was in the COVID vaccines, because they're trying to, the company's trying to actively kill you. You know what I mean? And so it makes sense to me that if, you know, that they're going to whack Charlie Kirk because, you know, he's going to say something about, you know, pulling back from Israel and Israel support and pay attention to the Zion.
Don't say that word. Say overseas.
The overseas little country. Yeah. The overseas little country, you know, that just happens to be in the Middle East. So okay. That all being said, that's where it stems from the 1960s, because that little country wanted nuclear weapons. I mean, big bombs. And so they couldn't get big bombs from JFK because they refused to give them to him. So he goes away. Then there's a train that's going to Pittsburgh, and they take weapon grade plutonium, about a ton of it, and it ends up in a small country.
We're just going to welcome ADN to the stage right now.
Hey, hi guys. I can only stay for like a few minutes because my kid is like starving. Right, we've been doing this all day, but good to see you.
Thank you so much for coming. I didn't even see you down there. Sorry, because I have like so many things loaded on my stage. Were you waiting long?
No, not at all. But what do you guys think? I want to hear your guys' opinion. I'm sure everyone said something, but I just want to quick.
She killed it. She killed it.
Murdered it.
Murdered it. She did amazing.
Yeah. She was so restrained, and she did really such a good job of making sure that she stayed on message, delivered the information, was ethical and honest. And I mean, my impression was that the people that she was talking to in this were the people that maybe watched Joe Rogan's podcast with Barstool over there and hadn't seen her content, because I think that all of the viewers that already know Candace already follow the investigation from her perspective. We don't need convincing. We already know, you know. So to me, it was like, okay, here, Joe Rogan, here is how I actually would have sounded had you given me, you know, the opportunity to have this conversation with you instead of with Andrew. Like, there was no, anyway, I'm still mad about that, for the record.
What did you think, ADN? How was your live stream?
It was so fun. We had people hop in and out. So Stu came in. He was on for most of it. Dee Dee was on. I'd never met Dee Dee in face-to-face, and we're going to work on something together, guys. So I'm excited for that. So I've never talked to Dee Dee, but I've been a big fan for the past over a year. Actually, I saw him before Charlie Kirk. He hit my algorithm. So that was really fun. It was great to meet Brandy. I'd never met her. So I met a ton of new people. So that was super fun, the panel. But what I thought was very telling, they didn't bring up Fort Huachuca. They didn't bring up Google Trends. They didn't bring up the photos that Candace just released. They didn't bring up all of these things. The drones, no one questioned the drones.
Right.
Whatever they did not bring up is something they don't want to address. So
Do
keep
you think they had a
on
list,
the
ADN,
path.
and said, no, you can't talk about this, can't talk about that?
Well, I'm sure that, you mean that Andrew didn't bring it up or that Candace didn't bring it up?
Andrew,
right. Of course. There are things that it felt to me, that's what I was just talking about. Is I was like, I feel like he was here to deliver a very specific message, that was just pretty narrow realistically. And then, it's like, who was he speaking with? Who was it he was delivering the message for? And what was he trying to hammer home? He wanted to make sure that, we talked about Israel, we talked about France, we talked about Turning Point and Erica, and that he defended all of those positions for some reason, but he didn't want to get into really anything else because he doesn't want more eyes on it. You know what I mean?
yeah, whatever they are not willing to shine a light on in front of the public is exactly where we need to keep going. I thought that was super encouraging actually for researchers. So that was my take.
I don't know what you guys think. My thought was, that, okay, I think there is a foreign aspect to this, and I think probably most of us are at that place. So my theory a few months back was that they are going to have to throw something out in front of it. And I think that something is Lance. And I think, I don't know. I just get this feeling that's like the focus here. And does anybody else feel that way? Or is that just like,
you know what I felt, Allie? I think you're exactly right. I think that there are layers of scapegoats. Like it feels to me as though the crisis communication strategy, it's kind of evolved over the past 11 months where they had their initial strategy. We're hoping that was going to work. Then they went to their like stage 2 strategy. Well, that was very ineffective. But now they're on stage 3, and that's been a really interesting way that they've been approaching it. Exactly like what Adrian was saying, the fact that so you guys remember back in the beginning that they would do this thing where they overreacted and overcorrected to every single piece of information that was like kind of a lead, right? They would have this huge overreaction. Well, I think that at some point, what I've observed is that more recently, they make a point now. I think that a serious crisis communications person got in there and said, not Andrew Wilson, but a real one, and said to them, you know what you need to stop doing? You need to stop overreacting because that tells the public. So you have to get silent because, I mean, realistically, any real PR strategy is going to involve like the big bosses need to be away from the limelight. You guys notice, have we seen Erica lately? Has anyone seen Erica? Right.
I mean, just at events. She was at the
having crowded stuff.
Right.
Yeah,
so she goes on her, she's
at
just
the
leading into
event.
the church. She's not doing any more direct addresses to the nation, whether she's in the Olive Garden outfit or not. But it feels to me as though they are trying to kind of keep her out of the limelight, which should have been a strategy from the beginning. But, that was stage 1 and stage 2. They didn't know what they were doing. So it's like, I feel as though, they all went to the White House on July 4th. And it felt to me as though their entire strategy kind of changed at that point. You saw that it looks like, I think it was Andrew Colbert who had posted with JD Vance, with Pete Hegseth, Mary Madelson was there, and he, was there for that celebration. Well, right after that, who came around? I don't know. Let's see. Andrew Wilson all of a sudden starts popping up and making noise, right? And then they also made a point to try to go in and adjust their strategy so that it was more serious. Then they bring out that, what is it, Candace the digital assassin or whatever, but it did feel to me as though that NCRI document, that was a real document that a real think tank somehow cooked up, and they have moved over to this. When they are on to something, be silent. Do not go out and do anything else. Distract. Don't give them the clues that they are now onto something. And I don't know that it's that effective, but I just wanted to, agree with you, ADN, and you, Allie, that they've changed it. And that means we probably know where we need to continue to push.
I mean, we need to look into the records from his digital footprint. I can't stress that enough. South Korea and Japan, please. South Korea, Japan, and all his talks with Korean officials about the pastor and Trump, because now we got pictures of them going to the White House in July, and which was dated on the 7th. And we need to find out why Macron was calling the South Korean president. Why? On the 11th.
Yeah,
I'd like to know.
Weird to me. Yes.
I'd like
when
to
we were
know.
talking about this offline, I could not put South Korea together with the rest of the geopolitics going on. Like, that is a big question. So Allie, I think you raise a good point. Why were they there?
Allie,
also
did you
like
get
to
my
just talk
message
a
this
little bit
morning
just
that I
about-
sent to you Oh, I'm sorry, Chris. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, it's okay. I'm just trying to talk on something that you actually brought up about 15 minutes ago, which was the foreign involvement issue that a lot of us are believing. I think one very strong supporter of that being a very strong possibility is the fact that this might have slipped people's minds, except for the fact that Baron brought it up the other day, was John Cullen's research on Hades. So if you wanted to make sure that something was going to go off completely the way it was supposed to be planned, if you were having a foreign government involved, you would want to use the best resources that you have at your disposal, which would be Hades. And I think that also has to be something that needs to be looked at. And Baron did mention that not only was John Cullen 100% right, that Hades was there just before and just after, but Baron also mentioned the other day in a space that Hades also did a flyby, allegedly, when Tyler was getting booked. Now, that is messed up.
Yeah,
so
that's pretty
I know
well,
a lot
and
of us do kind of believe some sort of foreign involvement is there. And if you're going to use one of the
well, that's the high altitude. It's high altitude detection, and something system detection and
intelligence.
It's something with an E. It's a made up. Listen, it's a made up acronym so that they could make it spell Hades. You know how they are. They'll make it fit. I do think that it also bears remembering, guys, that Hades itself did not just go to those two events. It was there during the Fort Banana meeting, the Fort Huachuca meeting. So it had flown on to Fort Bliss. Yeah. If anyone else noticed, that SAM 702 flight, when it took off, it went to Fort Bliss, where it was there on the tarmac with both of the Hades jets for 4 hours following that meeting, quote unquote meeting.
The definition. It's accuracy detection exploitation system.
Accuracy, high accuracy detection.
High accuracy. Yes.
Yeah. And Anna, I want to tell you, I love you so much for following John Cullen, because I've been a huge fan of his. And when you were on live the other day, he's legit. Ever since the Las Vegas shooting and all of the work that he did, he's a special kind of autistic, which is amazing. His timelines and everything, and how he overlays everything. I'm sitting there with my mouth on the floor going over his Vegas reporting. I'm like, how did he do this? You know what I mean? And especially with the air traffic and everything else. And you picked up the ball and ran with it. And I give you all the credit in the world, because I don't know if you were inspired by him or that you
started the planes from day one, right?
Yeah.
You were sending all your stuff to Baron. You don't have to be shy about that.
Well,
it's amazing.
So, I was a fan. So of course, we all try. I am a fan to this day, but I guys, remember, please, I caught his first episode live. I am his 378th subscriber.
Oh my goodness.
The algorithm led me to him, and I have been with him since episode 1. And so I'm like, guys, you can go back and look at some of the super chats. You'll see me pop up, and I'm not the only one. I know that Allie was doing the same thing. There's a lot of us that were doing the same thing, but absolutely, I do think that the aircraft are really important. I've been a really big aviation enthusiast for years and years and years, and John Cullen did incredible work. So he's one of the folks that I definitely have always admired. He is just my favorite. I love him so much. So
I love him so much too. How did you get involved in all this work? I wanted to ask you a question about that, just because I was curious about how did you get involved with all the aviation work? Do you have your pilot's license? Are you a flyer? You know what I mean?
Absolutely
how did you
not.
get into all this?
Never.
I don't know. You know what I mean? You're really smart.
No. So yeah, absolutely. So I come from a family that's very much involved in it. I have family that is in engineering and air traffic control and pilots as well. So I come from a really
air traffic controller. You have that in your family?
That's amazing. Yeah. So I, definitely.
Oh my God, then you got all that expertise behind you.
Well, and it's nice to have folks that, and certainly for years and years, you can, pick up the phone and just be like, hey, is this normal? Hey, what is that? And plus I sit there and I do watch a lot of the big name podcasters that talk about aviation. There's a really solid aviation community. My favorite personally is Voss Aviation, VAS. That one is an incredible channel. But so what I was working on investigating at the time of Charlie's death was aviation incidents and the frequent increase in aviation incidents in the United States that were taking place over the course of 2025, pretty much since 2024. And so it was really something that I was already looking at. And so then that's why it was such a natural fit. But I remember sitting there and seeing, I think it was John Cullen and maybe Jason Goodman with him, where we would just sit there and, listen, I mapped every single Hades jet route for I think it was, when did they start flying those? Maybe it was February, maybe March, something like that of of 2025, and mapping every single like altitude that they were taking just so I could figure out, are they practicing the drop and catch? Are they practicing the, how far is it from if they were going to drop something, if they were going to catch something? I do know that Barron had mentioned the other day, I know he was on a space and he was talking about the Hades jets, and his thought was about mostly the fact that he had seen some footage, I believe it was from Bednar's, and he had seen what he did not believe were pods that were attached to the aircraft itself. I did just want to mention that something that's really interesting to me is that those pods, they've changed the way that they are dropping and catching those drones, right? That's not like, there are actually attachments that are on the underside of those wings that they, I believe, were starting to affix. Maybe it was the October before. So, it might be that it looks just a little bit different, but I do believe that those pods already were there. And at the very least, whether it was an attachment that was utilized that day, that aircraft can do a ton of things, even without the use of drones. That's the big dream, though, is to be able to go, send off the drone and then catch it again. But the jet itself is like, it's a spy plane, and it's literally, it's like placing a bug that can, see and observe every single thing, no matter where it flies to. So just things to think about. But
oh my God,
anyway,
John
I'm
Cullen commented on my drone stuff.
Yay! I'm so glad.
But
He's wonderful.
He's like kind of shadow banned. I think X is.
Hardcore.
I think X is
Well,
like getting
he's
weird.
gone.
ADN can tell me like something's going on with the shadow banning, but
100%.
Yeah, it was weird.
Well, that's why I like to quote treat people too. So it's like whatever I can help do, because it's like people don't get seen anymore. I don't know. It's weird.
Right. Well, and
Yeah.
John Cullen, actually, speaking of John Cullen, so his last tweet, so he was off of Twitter and off of YouTube and off of Patreon, off of everywhere from October 13th until he just reemerged. So
Did he say why?
He hasn't. I know that when Jason went and confronted
interrogated him.
Well,
He went and found him.
Right. He went and found him.
I saw the video. He was
Yeah.
screaming at him like with a phone
Wow.
in his hand.
Yeah.
Why?
The hard part is that, I
Said he
think
was going to sue him.
Okay, well, just my impression. But those two are big personalities. They're big
Right.
personalities, but I do think that they, have loved and cared about each other as friends, for a long time. And so I got the feeling that, I'm sure we've all seen the movie where, like, the guy sees the other guy and is like, oh man, and they like kind of get mad at each other because it's it's a difficult situation. That was my impression. They did yell at each other, yes, but I thought, Jason was just glad to see his face. And so I can understand that. Was glad that he was okay. And John, I think,
he was okay. But then it turned into an altercation.
Yeah. You know what? It happens. Like, it's a lot. There's a lot going on. And I'm sure for John, I was really sad though, because I was like, guys, I was one of the people that was tweeting him so much. Just like, John, where are you? Candace is talking about the planes. She's talking about SUPTT. Come on, it's your time to shine, bud.
I said something,
right? Like,
can you just say, hi, I'm here to tell us you're okay?
Mhm.
Nothing.
Well, that was like when Dale Comstock was on Danny Jones. He had done some work with John Cullen during the first of the investigation, and he had said that him and Dale Comstock was a Delta Force operator, and he still runs a private firm. And Dale Comstock was talking about how him and John Cullen worked together on a couple different things, and John Cullen was working on, kind of the echolocation as well as also the drones that were flying around UBU, and he was doing deep dive research into it. And he's like, and even Dale Comstock, who had communications with him, had comms with him, you couldn't get a hold of him. He'd been MIA for 6 months after this whole thing happened, and he was just in Thailand. And so Dale Comstock, you're talking about an operator that can go in somewhere and he extracts people that are held hostage or anything else, even to this day. He's like an amazing, Delta Force operator. He's a legend. And he couldn't even get a hold of him. And then John Cullen just all of a sudden appears. I think it was like, wasn't it like last week or something that he just popped up and he released that video?
Well, so he did start posting on his Patreon.
Yeah.
He did start on John Cullen did start posting on his Patreon. I want to say it was maybe about 3-ish weeks ago.
Yeah.
And then eventually he came back to YouTube, and then just recently he came back on Twitter. So I'm like, I'll take it. Now it was a little, but okay, but the hard part, I think, is if someone has been away from the investigation for an extended period of time, it can be kind of challenging to kind of, filter through all of the different pieces of information. But again, what a valuable voice to have in the, in the investigative space. Hey, Kathy. So
I couldn't find you today. I thought they took you out.
But okay. I was just going to mention, like still what an important voice to have within the investigation. So I'm just grateful that he's here again with his wealth of knowledge and research. And he's the best.
Well, and I'm really glad you have a line to him, sort of kind of around the way, you know what I mean? Like he's just fantastic. I mean, I've always loved his work, especially since the Vegas shooting stuff. And Ian Carroll really pulled a lot from him for that entire investigation that he did, the uncovering of a conspiracy and laid it all out. And John, is a special kind of autistic. And I say that in the best way possible, because he really nails it down. And I love that you didn't piggyback, but you're riding the wave with him. And I love it because not anybody is investigating this arm of the investigation, especially with Egyptian planes, the drones and everything else, you know what I mean? That it ties directly back to, we baguette land and then also to the small hats, and it's all connected.
I'm like, hey, anyone who wants to.
If Kathy can just shut off if she's watching the show too, just shut off your spot where you're watching the show, because it'll give us feedback. So make sure you don't play the video as we're talking. And did you have a question, Kathy?
Yeah, that's the thing. Why did Brian tell them that there weren't drones?
Because he
But
lied.
yet they were watching the drones when they drove in on his phone, on Frank's phone. Why is that? And then they lied and said there were drones. Well, if Brian couldn't have no drones there, why were there drones?
Well, I thought it was really interesting during this pretrial hearing, the fact that they were talking about that Kathy Nestor, she made a point to establish that there were not supposed to be drones there. And so in my opinion, I'm like, done with that, Slop? Heard it, but my thought was, it could be that that it wasn't Brian's drones. It was not the federal investigators. It was not the police department's drones. It could have been from a third party, right? It didn't have to be from.
Yeah, they look like bugs.
Right. Well, yes, there were some small ones as well. There were a number of different camera angles. I think that Jason Goodman's footage is incredible. The footage that he used as well. Those are the larger, kind of the, small to larger drones that I believe were seen there. And then there are also those teeny tiny, what appear to be drones. So there's kind of a variety. But I do think that it was interesting that Catherine Nestor made a point to specifically say, so there weren't supposed to be any drones there, because, it is very compelling, the idea that, okay, so then whose were they, right?
Did you want to say something, babe?
Yeah, well, regarding this whole topic, what was stated in the very beginning was that the tech team had thrown up a drone. And people keep forgetting that point. That's where the whole footage came from. The tech team threw one up to take a look around to see how everything was working, and then they brought it back down. That allegedly was supposed to be what Frank was looking at in the vehicle. Frank, Charlie, whoever, right? And then that was redacted because it literally blew up their story that he was lying. So then he redacted it later.
He said it was somebody on the Hall of Flags just going like this with a stick.
Well, then,
then Brian lied on so and so.
Yeah, that person on the Hall of Flags with a stick, we actually know that was actually a media outlet who had an Insta360 that was clipped to the railing. Originally, we thought it was a microphone, and we were going to try to FOIA the audio off that microphone. And then we found out that it was an actual camera attached to the railing. That was literally used on X recently to say that was actually a drone shot. But Ali and I debunked that like 5 months ago. Yep. So that, I think, is where the mistake is coming from, is because that camera was a media camera clipped to the railing.
Yeah.
And I mean, they keep wanting to contest everything that John Bray's saying. However, if you look at Charlie, he's picking at his mic the whole time.
He's touching
He's picking at his mic. Something was burning him or something.
Definitely bothering him.
You could see him moving it. Am I lying? I mean,
he kept
I seen it
touching
with my two eyes.
But then again, he is kind of fidgety. He has a fidget wedding ring and stuff. So I don't know.
Yeah, he's got a couple ticks, but that's not the point. I mean, obviously something was bothering him. Why would he keep pulling at it?
He looked when he was sitting there at that moment that something was bothering him, even in his eyes, like the way he kind of looked over I'm sorry, like he kind of glanced over at Rick Cutler, just saying that. And
Yes.
Rick Cutler wasn't really, nobody talks about him, but I do. Rick Cutler, he didn't do any security other than look at Charlie every second of the moment. He wasn't doing any looking back. He was just looking at him. And I don't know what kind of security that is really behind a gate. I don't know what that is. Not even protecting anybody. Obviously, you know, the arm thing, the wrist thing. I don't know. It did look like something was sus on that.
Well, yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
as far as I know, I did just want to mention the fact that, you know, as far as I know, that microphone was something that was only recently being placed on the inside of his shirt.
Yes.
That was something that they had, you know, they had done it on a number of occasions, I believe, starting over the summer. But that being said, that was not always the way that it was done, right?
Nope.
It used to be on the outside of his shirt. And then I thought it was an interesting clarification when we spoke with Mitch Manley Artifacts. That is someone who worked with Charlie for a long time, like a decade. He had mentioned the fact that he didn't know if it was going to be a worse sound quality for it to be on the inside of his shirt, but realistically, that's something that it was a change. It was a new way of doing things, and so those are always worth re-examining, keeping in the back of our mind. If there was a change made, was this boiling the frog a little bit, where you know we're kind of introducing new things for any particular reason, or was it just happenstance? A possibility too.
And I mean, just like the SUV, that SUV should be locked up. It should not be sold.
Oh, just the idea that they went and
it all stinks.
Right. Just the idea that they went and they ended up totaling it, and that, or no. Wait, was it totaling it? It was basically, but it was what was the title?
They auctioned it.
Auctioned it,
They
right?
auctioned
Yeah,
it.
thank you.
Mhm.
Right.
Yeah,
I mean,
so
Allie,
was the actual title
that's why I
salvage?
started watching Allie, because somebody's telling the truth.
Yeah,
Salvage
it went up for
sale.
auction 6 days
And I had that
after.
debate with Andrew about the SUV in a space. It was kind of like, oh, he just yelled.
He didn't want to talk about nothing.
What's that?
He just wanted to keep talking over her. He wouldn't let her answer anything.
No.
I mean, she kicked his butt, but
You were there, Kathy? You saw that?
No, were you in? I'm talking about the space.
The X space that Andrew was in.
Yeah.
Andrew Colvett.
oh no,
Or Andrew
no,
Wilson.
that's why I always
Andrew
ask you.
Wilson.
I don't have X. My phone won't let me do it or whatever. That's why I always ask you guys to like send us what's over there because we can't see it.
Oh, right. Okay.
So
I would say stay off X, dude. It's toxic.
Yeah,
it's
stay
pretty
away. Stay away from it.
toxic right now. But I'll
For some reason,
elaborate
it's
on
too
what
big for
Ali was
me.
just talking about. So
Sometimes-
on X, there was a space that was being held, and Andrew Wilson joined the space, and he was there just to debate anybody who had any opinions on the Charlie Kirk case. And obviously, Ali was there and was talking about the SUV. So he was pushing back on the legality that SUV was actually evidence, even though Ali provided the documents. The night before that even happened, Ali was talking with Anna and Rio, and they went over the documents, and they were accurate on what they were stating. Now, the interesting part about today is Candace went on like a good 5-minute rant about the SUV and how it should still be classified as evidence, and he gave zero pushback.
But he
Exactly.
told me off on the
Exactly.
space. He's like, I said,
Exactly.
the vehicle is an extension of his transportation, like of the crime scene. It's an extension of the crime scene. And he's like, no, it's not. I go, yes, it is.
Yes,
And-
it is.
and
Yes,
I
it
tried
is.
to like put the links there and everything, and he was just saying I was like,
He was doing his normal thing,
I
talking
was-
in circles.
I
and
was
avoid the
ridiculous.
point.
You're making a claim.
I mean, how much-
You're making a claim. I'm like, oh my god. I just got out of
How
that
much
space.
more do we need to see? I mean, I don't understand why people aren't watching. I mean, the night that they had the awards, she was there. Meemaw, you know who I'm talking about. Everybody knows who Meemaw is. She was there. He told everybody that she gave him money. He doesn't say ballroom. He says bow room. Like, why do you have his microphone in a box like it's a trophy? Why did you guys put his face in the new shirts? Something ain't right. And they're trying to send this kid, he can't even hit the targets. He can't even hit the targets they were using on the paper things. How's he going to hit Charlie the way that Charlie was hit? It's stupid.
Yep. Agreed.
I completely agree.
I do have something I want to bring up here. So during the broadcast of the stream, we had a friend of our channel, and whose ADN was here. He's a friend of her channel as well. Kevin is a human. Reached out to me in DM and wanted to share that he's coming out with a very interesting video. And I'm going to read out his post. I actually reposted it on my X. So this is what it says from Kevin is a Human. To all my CK Tyler Robinson friends, you should start looking in Toka, Toka. Who owns it, what it does, and then ask yourself if any footage from 910 is legit or real in any way. I have a video about this very topic coming out later today. So if you are an investigator, I encourage you to kind of check out what Kevin is a Human is going to drop in that video. I replied to him. I love Kevin's work. So I'm definitely going to be checking out his video when we're done this stream. He's very insightful, and he likes to cover a lot of things which aren't Charlie Kirk related. So if he's actually covering something Charlie Kirk related, it's got to be good. Just saying.
So I was on his live last night, and there was like 20 people in there, but he dropped some receipts about Toka, and it's wild. And he has the flock cameras pinned down all around Oren, Utah, that should have the receipts of like
what
Robinson's car.
What?
Yes, he has all of it.
Okay.
And the Toka cameras, dude. Kevin is a good friend of mine. Like Kevin is a really good friend of mine. And so Kevin did the research, and he's like, last night, he's like, I don't talk about this. I never talk about this. And my jaw was on the floor because he broke it down. Toka cameras. I mean, we're all worried about flock, but the Toka cameras are owned by a certain state in the Middle East, and they are all over Oren, and they should have 8K footage of all cars, all traffic, everything in that vicinity. And there's been none, not one released, not a single one of them. And he broke it down last night. He has them pinpointed on a map and shows all around. If they're getting people for speeding or running a red light, there should be pictures of 8K footage of this. You know what I mean? And it doesn't exist. It's not available. It's not around. Yeah.
Where are these?
Where are all the flock cameras? Why
are they going up if they can't help us?
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing. He broke it down. He's my favorite. I love Kevin so much, but he's like a special kind of genius. And he developed web app with Ian. He developed the buyer app, and he started his little channel, and he's on Kick. Everybody should go over and watch him on Kick. It's Kevin is a Human, all lowercase and underscore between each name. But he's amazing, and he's so funny and so great, and he's so loving. But like, he does some real work on stuff that isn't necessarily a Charlie Kirk thing, but this ties into it because it's great Big Brother. And he's like, if Big Brother is really watching all of us, then shouldn't we have like pictures and solid bulletproof evidence, undeniable evidence, from all these cameras, but there's none. But you can get a speeding ticket, run into a red light in Oren because of these cameras, and there's none for this. You know what I mean? They're on all the time.
Isn't it interesting how these cameras always seem to like work against us but not help us? I mean,
1,000%.
You know what I mean?
1,000%.
Yeah, I find that interesting.
And I think this is for Anna. Member for 1 month. Anna, look into Discord. Andrew only raised 7 DK from the. Oh, is that all he raised? Anna, I think this is for you.
Oh my goodness. Hey Nash, how are you, honey? 70K. Look at that. I'm like, if I had any thought that this had something, that he was the one who was actually funding this exercise, then I'd be like, oh, that's sad. But I'm like, this is literally just money that he's making, I mean, like I said, I do not personally believe that he was responsible for giving that $300,000, even if he said that someone else was chipping in 100,000 or whatever the case may be. You know what that sounds? I mean, I'm surprised it was 70,000. It should have been 7,000. I thought that's what they got per post, right?
7K show.
And I'm here. I'm going to be here.
At his Give Send Go right now. Matt Morse donated 15,000. The Quartering donated 5,000. An anonymous giver donated 3,000. And then a whole bunch of anoms and other people donated $1,000. An account called Fuck Candace donated $1,000.
Wow.
Judah donated $1,000. I find that's an interesting name. I'm looking at it right now. Lilia.
Not Judas. You're sure it's not
15,000 is
Judas?
a lot. Who the heck did that?
Valhalla went Matt
channel,
Morris.
Matt
Morris. He's a Fed Slop narrative, and he aligns himself with TPUSA. And Valhalla called him out last night when he was on the stream with all the boys, and said, "Look, this guy. I'll show you the receipts." And he brought it up, and he donated $15,000. He was a top donor, $15,000, and he's directly tied to TPUSA, and he's one of these Fed Slop narratives that's been directly talking about the total narrative on everything. And it amazed me because I was like, man, Valhalla brings receipts, dude. And he showed it live last night. It was him, Mr. Let Go, Heavy Duty Country, Jesse on Fire. It was all the boys, you know what I mean? Eye candy for the ladies in the chat if you want to go back and rewatch it.
Actually, it's really weird. I could be wrong, but I was watching his Give, Send, Go when that 15K came in, and it did show 2 of them. And then as soon as I hit refresh, 1 went away. And I know people were talking about that on X, but I don't know if that's 100% accurate that there was 2 15K donations. I'm just saying, maybe
you might be right. So I mean,
just fact check that a little bit more. Like, I'm not going to claim the guy put 30K out there because all I saw was the 15. It could have been a weird glitch or something. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, fact check it. I'm not the expert on any of that. That was his research, and I just saw what I saw last night. You know what I mean? But Matt Morris is definitely tied to TPUSA.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. So
any donations linked to Dylan Law Group would say to me that they were hunting for a lawsuit.
So like literally go to the Give, Send, Go, right?
Yeah.
And then there's an option.
Nix, I love you.
And you can hit top donations, and you can set that up, and then scroll down. It says 15K once.
Yeah.
It says 15K once 2 days ago by Matt Morse. The quartering 5K 2 days ago is the very next one. So there wasn't 2 donations of 15, and then anonymous giver 3,000 USD 1 day ago, and then it just goes down to $1,000 donations.
Wow.
So I can load more and see.
My thought process is going to slow play it out until they reach like probably 100, 150K or whatever. You know what I mean? Like I know he didn't put up the money himself. You know, I mean, in my hearts of hearts, I mean, it's one of those things to where, I really don't believe that he's like, oh, I have so much money and I put up the money myself. Blah 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 blah. I'm like, you need it. Yeah, you need it for your beer fund and cigarettes, dude. He's probably spends $30 a day on cigarettes, dude. I mean, this guy smokes 3 packs a day, dude. So wonder he can't breathe or talk.
I think like every minute.
My God, dude. Yeah.
I don't know if he just does that for show. That's what I thought that he did that for show.
It's kind of like the Andrew Dice Clay thing. You know what I mean? When he was on stage, like,
oh my God, he reminds me of that.
Yeah, I mean, like the fake alpha male, like. So I got like,
oh man, I love having conversations, and yeah. So like when you do talk, Kathy, I think like your background was too noisy, so you can just unmute yourself if you want to say something, and then mute yourself. Yeah, some people were saying your background was too loud.
And Kathy, my dear, let me tell you how much we understand, because I'm telling you, the other day when it was Rio, Ali, and I, we had to play mic roulette, where it was like the minute that we spoke, we unmute and then mute again. So
I think it was a StreamYard thing. Like it's good. Today was good.
Yeah, today's fine. And
I was still automatically
come and join, and
maybe it was that day.
So guys, over here in Maryland, they just installed 85 of those cameras. Like, I wasn't paying attention to it before, but there's no way they didn't get him. If he was in Utah, there's like 60 million cameras on that thing. I mean, there's little baby wins, there's giant wins, there's one go this way, that way. How's he not on the cameras?
I mean, Maryland makes total sense because it's right by the Capitol. Of course, they're going to be paying attention. You know what I mean? Like, that whole DC area, Virginia,
But just in like the last 3 weeks, Scott.
Oh, has it been in the last 3 weeks? Well,
yes.
They're pulling power moves, dude. They're pulling power
The whole
moves.
way up to the Gettysburg, Pennsylvania line.
Oh my goodness. Well, I mean, PA makes sense, dude. I mean,
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
So these cameras that you're talking about, like they're all privately owned, correct?
No, they're our cameras for the flock cameras.
Right, but
I mean, they just put one up there at my friend's house.
Private entities, right? They're not like the state.
Like, I think that they are state contracted with the
Private
local
companies.
Right. Yes. So it's like
it's a major corporation that owns the cameras, but then they install them as per the local jurisdiction's authority to have them put in place. And so what they do is they present them with a contract, and then it's quietly voted on through the state government to put them up, and then they install them quietly without basically anybody kind of knowing about it, or it goes through a vote through the local government. Local government pays for them to get installed, so the company's making money, and then they charge them by monthly or yearly for the access to the information that they serve to a data center that's kept all the information. And so what happens is then you have the ability from somebody in that police department or local jurisdiction, the sheriff's office, county police, city police, highway patrol or whatever else, to access those cameras for a number of things, be it crime or speeding or any other sort of violations. They can measure speed that you're taking. So you could theoretically give somebody a speeding ticket if on the camera it tracks you as going like 76 and a 75. You could actually write that person's ticket, but you can't prove it in a court of law because you're taking a picture of their license plate. You don't know who's driving the car, so you don't know who to issue the ticket for. You can issue the ticket for the person that owns the car, but you don't know that person was driving the car. But it's made as a surveillance state because there was one that was put out there was one that was recently came up, and I think it was Tokay, that had 2 cameras installed on this private gun range that was inside, I believe, Texas. Maybe it was East Coast. I'm forgetting the details to it. But there was no other reason. It was a private driveway, and they set up these cameras, and it was to just tag people going in and out of this private gun range. Well, why would you have them there? What you're doing is tagging people for their Second Amendment right to see who's going out there and shooting, to see who could possibly form a militia against the United States, blah, 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 blah. And what guns are they shooting, whatever else, they can zoom in, do everything on that. Why is that on private property that you're filming people going in and out? There's nothing out there besides a private road. Why do they have authorization to put them there?
Okay, so let me ask you, like, who has, and maybe Kevin has a human answers this question, but like, who has access to the camera? Like, is it the private
contractor, and as well as also then the jurisdiction can access that information at a moment's notice. Whenever they want to, they can pull files from it.
Hey, Scotty. So Kevin streamed that you said last night. That's on Kick, right?
Yes, it's on Kick. Kevin is only on, Kevin has his YouTube channel, but it's a lot more fun in Kick. It's a Kick on Kick. But he does his lives on Kick. Kick actually pays a lot more. They pay 90% to the creators or whatever else. But yeah, it's on Kick. And it also is on his YouTube channel, Kevin is a Human on YouTube.
Okay. Do you mind dashing a link to the video that he did last night? And if he's already got his link posted for his video today, can you send that to Ali and I, please? And thank you, sir.
For sure. Absolutely. 100%. I'll do it right now. I'll put it on screen.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Because,
Scott, is that what all of a sudden these solar things, like there's a forum that we ride past all the time down here. It's like near Camp David. Now all of a sudden, it's suddenly been, there's like these all white signs. You're not allowed to go back that driveway anymore. Solar stuff in experience, that stuff, like weird signs. Is that what they're doing?
That's exactly what they're doing. They're forewarning you that they actually have, that they're, because they have to make you aware that you're being surveyed, essentially, because it can't just be that you're they can't survey you without your knowledge because of the Fourth Amendment. And so because of that, they have to make you aware of it. But if it's a public knowledge kind of thing, that like it was a bill passed within the jurisdiction that you're at, then they assume that the populace knows that they're being surveyed. And so that's the way they kind of skirt the Fourth Amendment.
There's a question on the screen. It's a really good question. Who wants to answer it first? What is one question you all think needed to be answered with more clarity?
Where was Erica?
Yeah.
Where was
That's a great
Erica?
one.
I think
Where is she
Anna
now?
always wants that answered too.
There is given 3 answers, and every one of them were lies. And I'm sorry, but Mac's a baby. He ain't 7 years old. Sorry.
What would you
Yeah.
like, Allie? What kind of what's one question you think needed to be answered with clarity?
My gosh, there's so many. I mean, Erica is great, and like we should talk about that. But like, why hasn't she been investigated or brought in? Like any other murder investigation starts with the spouse, people
With the spouse and the close people.
And they work to clear them. And that's usually for the public's sake, for the investigation's sake. Like, cops will say it. They're like, I'm sorry, I have to ask you this stuff, but we have to get you out of the way first, so that we can move this investigation forward. And it always starts there. And not only did that probably not happen because nobody has said it's happened. I mean, if it did, she would have come out and said, hey, I have been thoroughly investigated. I gave my statements. She would have come out and said that, right? She did not. And furthermore, not just that, but she has key evidence in her possession, such as the phone, such as the necklace, her phone. Why does she have her phone? I mean, why aren't these things looked at,
Well, that's such a great question, Ellie. I was going to say, didn't Andrew Wilson in this debate today, didn't he say, how do you know that Erica hasn't been questioned? He made some reference to that, right? Right. So, okay. Why is it in that case that, why was he trying to float that as an idea? He didn't back it up. He didn't fact check, you know what I mean?
No.
Like there's nothing to back that up. But then he's just trying to float in all of these different little statements to somehow, try to confuse the story. That's what it felt like to me. So I'm like, okay, so he gets to sit up there, not admitting to the fact that he is potentially working with Turning Point USA. But then he gets to sit up there and make whatever claims that he wants to soft pedal stuff to the audience, right? But he doesn't have to provide any evidence. However, Candace needs to prove beyond reasonable doubt, right? She needs to absolutely establish what are the facts that she has to establish. What positive evidence? Yep. Sir, Candace is not the one with the onus on her, but if you're going to sit up on a stage and just say, well, how do we know Erica wasn't? Well, was she? I mean, I'm like, don't let me in that room, because that would have been, well, was she? Then when? What day? What time? Because that evidence was not provided. And by the way, you're exactly right, Allie. The spouse is someone who always has to be ruled out. Do we have any information that tells us that Erica and Tyler Robinson never knew each other? I mean, what if there were text messages that show that Erica and Tyler Robinson had some, knowledge of each other prior to this? That's like, that's a very reasonable assertion. And it's something that I don't think was ever addressed, given that they gave her Charlie's cell phone, like within a few days, weeks. It wasn't enough time. I know that. Yeah. Pretty sick stuff, if you ask me.
Yeah, I would actually, I don't know the answer on that timeline.
Why they clear out the emergency?
She got it back like maybe that day. Who knows? It hasn't been addressed, and again, I think we don't know if she was questioned, but I do believe that if she were, then we would probably know that. I think that she would come out and say that. Don't you think?
Yeah, absolutely. I do believe that she would.
Well, Allie, why did they clear out the emergency room? What's the excuse for that? Well, 2 hours before? Well, why?
That's an excellent point, Kathy. You're exactly right. Because, realistically, even when I heard them say that they had cleared the emergency room, I'm like, okay, to the upper floors, they went and, they put everybody, they admitted them inpatient. Because the thing is, by nature of the fact that you're in the emergency room, I don't care if it's 6 beds, I don't care if it's 12, I don't care if it's 25, however big that hospital was, and I'm guessing it's more like 6, but I'm just based on the size of the hospital. But the thing is that a patient who is in the ER and has not yet been discharged or admitted into the hospital properly is someone who is by the nature of the location that they are in, is someone who is medically unstable. Because until that person is diagnosed and then they develop a treatment plan, they cannot admit them and they cannot discharge them, unless the person walks out. And that's not what happened here. What we know is that instead they decided to put people on a bus. They decided to shuttle people. And when I heard that, because that's one of the jobs that I've done in medicine, is a lot of that, like patient coordination and stuff like that. I've done a lot of that stuff. And so it would be my responsibility to be the person who transported a patient from an ER to ER transport. That has to be done with an ambulance. There is no such thing as putting a patient on a shuttle. If there were a tornado tornado, not Allie, but if there were a tornado that were literally heading toward the hospital, that's the situation where you're putting patients on a shuttle. If there were, some threat. Okay, maybe if it were deemed credible, but there is no world in which you are going to say 2 hours prior without explanation. I'm like, I want to hear who those patients were more than anything. And by the way, if any of them ever hear this, go contact your lawyer, because you have an incredible airtight lawsuit, and the CNO, the administrator, the nurse manager, and every single person who was on that treatment team is going to absolutely be named in that lawsuit, because what they did was they put patients who were unstable on a bus for some reason.
Can we?
Yeah, exactly. And Anna,
such a great.
Anna, here's another thing.
Hold on. Can we get information on that part of?
Well, unfortunately, so Rio and myself, we have done a little bit of looking into the hospital records. They are out of compliance, just so it's noted. I mean, not to be a nerd about this, but they are way outside of their compliance as far as the reporting dates and the time frame. So the information that we have, the most recent leapfrog, which is a safety evaluation information that we have, is from 2024. That means they're out of compliance to begin with. They have not submitted, in my understanding, they're 2025. That's all the sort of thing that CMS takes a very serious look at.
They're out of compliance for 2 years?
Yes. And
that's on record?
Well, so they have not submitted it
Timpanogos?
publicly. Timpanogos, yes. There is no record of them providing that information directly to Leapfrog. So they're outside of their compliance. The CMS compliance, that is a 3-year window. And so as far as I know, so I'm like, how do I say this in a way that doesn't sound so dorky? I'm sorry. So, okay. There's the kind of certifications that a hospital gets in order to be able to be open and functioning, right? They're okay on those because, their most recent, it's a 3-year cycle. They're within that. But there's additional certifications that hospitals go through for things. It's like the most common one is Leapfrog. And what that means is it's really important to a hospital because it means that you're doing everything right from a safety perspective. And so you need to have that done annually in order to qualify for a number of different grants. It's a different payment structure. It's a different, it's a lot of benefit to the hospital itself. And it means that legally your butt's covered, and that's a good thing. So they are outside of their compliance with that. Now, that might mean that they have just dropped off of wanting to be within, considered like a high ranking hospital. But the fact that they all of a sudden, they were doing that every single year, and then all of a sudden they stopped and they just have not entered back into compliance is such a glaring red flag. This is a hospital that it would appear, it's not some crummy little, I'm not saying, but it is not within compliance along the track that it has put itself at. They are a hospital that has been qualifying for a lot of these different certifications continually. And then all of a sudden, they just said, forget it. We don't need to put anything under 2025. No, we're okay. And so what that means is that at the very least, with an event like this, when there's a major event and there's any patient risk involved, as in I don't know, even if Brian Harpole had been actually jumping on the stretcher, that's enough of an adverse event that Medicare should have been sending, and the state should have been sending in actual investigators to come and clear the hospital, because that's a reportable incident. And that means that they needed to have the state of Utah come in and say, oh, wait, so you guys are or you're not letting people jump on top of a stretcher? Oh, you guys are or you're not letting...
Oh, no, not in Maryland.
Well, yeah, but in Utah, they do, as far as I know, Utah does a pretty good job of keeping on top of it. And so they are a state with regulations. And so unfortunately, they're just saying, gosh, we don't know what happened. Well, if two patients were transported in a shuttle, then the state investigative team should be in there saying, give us a reason not to shut you down. And so that's why, Rio and I have discussed a little bit if we thought that it was a good idea to actually try to, look into that angle further. I think there's something there.
I think it shows it's premeditation. You know what I mean? That they're cleaning out a hospital or whatever else, and they avoid one hospital that's closer, and they go to the one that was designated. I think it really.
Oh, we lost him.
Did
we
he
lost him?
We lost
We lost him.
Well, I was
Maybe
just
it's a
going to
good
say,
time to
in
run through some
Maryland, it's
supers.
against the law. It's against the
I'll run
law.
through some supers right now since we have some time. Yeah. I think this is for you, Anna.
Yep.
Yes.
That's for
Yeah.
Hannah.
That's right. So only 70,000. I'm not surprised. I'm not shocked at all, but I can't, I'm mad that anyone gave him that much. But, we heard about who those folks were a little bit ago when we were talking about this comment. So I believe that, the Fed sloppers, they're out. They have the checkbooks. Great. I mean, hopefully he uses that to, I don't know, he needs to take that money and never be seen again. I don't ever want to hear from a man that is that boring, uninformed, and uninterested in being informed ever again. I'm like, ew. I'm sure he can buy a nice, neat scotch off of that, though. Whatever.
Well, Anna, in Maryland, Brian Harpo, Rick Cutler, Dan Flood, they'd all be in jail because it is against the law in Maryland to refuse an EMT or anybody. And he wouldn't have been on nobody's bed in Maryland. He'd have got his ass kicked out of the hospital.
Well
I hate my
said.
phone. But Kevin is human is in the chat. Hi, Kevin. We love you.
I'd
Yeah.
love for him to come up.
Kevin, you should come up.
Here, I just sent him the StreamYard link in the chat.
I was singing your praises, Kevin, about your stream last night.
I'm
How
literally talking to him right
amazing.
now.
There you go.
So.
But what I was saying is they showed free meditation before I got booted or whatever. I don't know what
We were just talking about him. Yeah.
Yeah, I need to get my
was texting
phone,
with
my
him, too.
studio set up. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I figured since we were discussing his work, I was like, let me just shoot him a DM and see if he wants to come up and hang with us. So it sounds like he's going to.
And I just sent it to him too.
I think we literally were all talking to him. It sounds like Allie, me, Scotty, and Anna. We're all sitting here texting Kevin.
Listen, we know when there is someone who is a knowledge expert, when there is someone who is so well informed and able to come and kind of shed some of that perspective. Those are the people that we want to hear from. And I couldn't agree more with, the premise that Toka likely is some sort of technology that is going to be, if it has not already been weaponized against the American people, unfortunately, that's something that absolutely could happen. And he's
here now. He's here.
Oh, yay.
Just wait till Kevin comes up. He's going to destroy this whole freaking thing.
What up?
What up, homie?
What up,
Hey,
Kevin?
I just got home from the gym, so don't mind me.
No, Kevin, you're amazing.
You're awesome.
I'm glad you're here.
Yeah, I'm so stoked. Thank you guys so much for all the love that you guys have been sending me all day. This is awesome. And I'll be honest, the Toka work is not necessarily my work. Last night I did a stream where I was reading like somebody else's really exhaustive work. But it's so illuminating as to like what's happening here. And the Toka thing, I think its very existence calls into question all video evidence ever for probably the last 7 years, if I'm being honest, 7 or 8 years. And I think that literally any court case that has hinged on video evidence needs to go back. I think video evidence should not be admissible in court in the United States ever again, because this company can literally go into any camera. That's also these cameras. That's this camera. That's every camera undetected, completely 100% undetected, and can go and literally replace the footage. It can replace the footage.
That is insane. I cannot believe that they, have decided to implement that technology. And then the fact that they just kind of tried to slide it in under our noses as though we weren't going to notice. I mean, how long has this already been in place? That would be my first question. If I were on the defense team, I'd be like, how long has this technology been in existence? And how do we track record of it? If you do not have a record, then then absolutely not. Why do you deserve
They
a
do
contract?
not allow a record. That's the thing. You cannot find a single place where it's verified that they are using it, but they themselves have moved their headquarters from Israel to the United States. Ehud Barak was a part of it, and it was all happening before Epstein died. Pretty sure Epstein was involved in this in some way, but this is 100% an Israeli outfit, and it has been around forever. What we can confirm is that, so one of the other major investors was A16Z, which is Andreessen Horowitz.
Yes.
Right. And Horowitz, I can't remember his first name. He actually tried to pay for the city of Las Vegas to get this technology, and Las Vegas said no. So shout out Las Vegas, y'all are based.
You did something right for once, I guess. Good job.
They would not take this technology. But do you think that they're the only one that got that offer?
No,
I don't.
That's the only one we've heard about so far. Hey, listen, do you happen to know when it was approximately? Was it this year that they declined to accept it?
I don't know. I would probably within the last few years, but this technology has existed since 2017.
Oh wow! Of course it has. Of course it has. I was asking because one of our characters in our Charlie Kirk investigation is Mark Amadei, and Mark Amadei was the congressman from Las Vegas. He was the only Republican congressman from Las Vegas. He is someone who's been involved with our Fort Huachuca story, and he actually just stepped down because he had a big conflict with the casino families. And so I wondered if it's two other Democrats, I believe, that are the Congress people, and then it was Mark Amadei. I was just thinking, well, gosh, I wonder if that's before he left or after, because you would think that they would maybe love that. I don't know. Maybe they would love that, but who knows?
You would think. But yeah, no, it's truly the most dystopian corner of the surveillance state, in my opinion. And, Andreessen Horowitz. Oh, who else did they fund? Axon, Flock.
Yeah.
So, there's a lot of overlap here that just doesn't sit right for me. Somebody's saying I'm muted, but you guys hear me, right?
Yeah, no, we hear you.
You're good.
By the way, I love your smile, and I love you, Kevin. I
love you, Scotty.
I want to say I appreciate you being here. I love you so much. You're like the best homie, dude.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate you.
So you're saying Toka has not only are they have their own system they're running, but they've also invested into everything else. So literally they got their kind of hands into everything. What I'm understanding.
The people who invested in them have invested in everything else. Yes.
A16.
That's crazy.
Right?
Okay.
Yeah, A16Z, which is Andreessen Horowitz,
right.
Mark Andreessen and something Horowitz. I can't remember his name. And then, Peter Thiel. I mean, this is the same cast of characters, the same transhumanists, right? And so all of my stuff that I'm talking about when it comes to the surveillance state is I'm going piece by piece by piece. But ultimately, what I'm trying to explain to everybody is that the transhumanists, right, they are the ones that are pulling the levers of this thing. And I believe that everything that these tech transhumanists are doing that doesn't make sense to like society and humanity, it's because what they're doing is trying to bring us to the next evolution of humanity, whether it be merging with AI, merging with hardware, mind merges, all those sorts of things. Basically, as I like to call them, cyborgs, right? They want to make us cyborgs, or they want to be cyborgs, right? And that could be mind uploads into data centers, all of these things. And it sounds dystopian and weird and like, what the hell is this guy Kevin talking about? But I am telling you, this is the reason why. And I think that the main push around the surveillance state is for the transhumanist agenda. And it sounds weird. It sounds crazy. but this is what happens, and it keeps permeating into all these things.
I wonder.
Now, yeah.
Oh, I was just going to ask. I wonder. So, are they already linked with Ondus, or are they not yet? Because I know that Palantir.
That I don't know. I don't
wonder.
know.
It feels like they would be such a natural fit. I hope not. But in the
Is that
meantime,
where they're burning all of our forests down?
Does Ben Shapiro have a sister named Kate Shapiro or something?
I believe so. Yes.
Sounds about
She's a
right.
sister. Yeah.
Who sits on Toka? She's.
You're
on
kidding.
No way.
You're kidding.
She's the head of marketing for TokaGroup.com.
Toka is through
marketing
and through
for
an
Toka?
Israeli outfit.
Right.
Is that the group Toka?
Yeah.
Toka
And
Group.com?
usually, if I'm not mistaken, usually when it is a foreign company, they do have to have kind of that layer that's the US integration layer. That's why I was wondering if maybe they're related to Mistral. I mean, generally speaking, defense contractors, they do at least need to have a US acquisitions partner in order for them to get a government contract from the United States. But
Not if they move their headquarters to the United States,
There
which
it
they've
is.
just done.
There it is. Look at that. All you need to do is open an office. That's the same thing that Elbit's done. Elbit
When
America.
are you writing a book,
right?
Kevin? They're asking, when are you going to write a book on this stuff?
No, I can't even read books.
Kevin, is that where they're burning
He
our
writes a book
forests
every
down?
time he goes on Kick, dude. He writes a book every time. It's straight knowledge, dude. He gives dissertations that are amazing, and it's unbelievable.
Thank you.
And his nose starts itching because he gets excited.
Yeah, or I
Right in
start
the face.
getting angry, and there's this
Yeah.
like running joke now that if my nose starts to get itchy, when I start getting heated about a subject, my nose starts getting itchy like 20 minutes in, and then I'm like doing this, and I'm like doing this the whole stream, and I can't avoid it. I can't go off camera and do it because I won't have a live stream. So I'm just leading into it. Guys, the nose is getting itchy, and people they start to know because that's
He gets
when I'm-
red and his chair starts squeaking. It's hilarious.
I'm fixing that this weekend. My chair is pretty squeaky. I got to get grease on it. I'm running a real professional outfit over here, guys.
It's the best. It's the best, dude. It's the best live ever, dude. It's such a good
Did
time.
you hear
to
my
kick.
question, Kevin?
Yeah.
Is that why they're burning our forests down?
What do you mean?
Like, is that why all of a sudden everybody who hasn't had forest fires, all of a sudden everybody's having forest fires?
Like in
And then all of a
Argentina?
sudden there's these black things for satellite up in them?
Yeah, I mean, one could assume that may be. I do know that there are some interesting things about all the forest fires in Argentina, particularly around how the Israeli government and Israeli people are trying to buy up all this land in Argentina, and then all of a sudden Argentina went up in flames. Really strategic, really weird how that works.
They did it here in Maryland too.
Yeah, well, Kevin,
I just want to say bye to Keats because he's in the chat here. I don't know
Keats,
if he left
love you.
already. Keats, thank you so much. I know you got to go. Thank you so much.
I love Keats. He's a real one.
Keats
Yeah,
is
he
freaking
is.
amazing. He just
Keats
sent
is.
10 gifted memberships. So, thank you so much, Keats.
Thanks, Keith.
Oh my gosh.
Thank you,
That's so
brother.
great.
Appreciate you always, Keats.
Yes,
That's
I appreciate you
awesome.
so much.
So Kevin, have you read up on the Stolar arrays? They're like in Pine Gap, Alaska, and
I haven't, no.
Antarctica. No,
I don't
and how
know.
they can change global, weather systems as well as lightning strikes, as well as also directed
Well,
energy
and
weapons
something-
through Stolar.
Interesting. No.
They did have a serious influx in Argentina of tourists from Israel that had gone and started kind of taking over these campgrounds out in these, kind of remote areas. So it may be that it's actually on ground level that those, fires could potentially be being started. That I think is what kind of the local reporting is concerned about, right? So they did it there. They also did it, I believe. Oh my gosh, it's escaping me right now.
Hawaii, maybe?
Yes,
Yeah.
Hawaii's a big
Well, in
one.
Maryland, that was the first one in 60 years. Now all of a sudden there's all these black things up there.
Yeah.
And I'm between
maybe it's
Camp
some space
David.
lasers, guys. I don't know.
I'm between Camp David, FEMA, and CIDAR.
Yeah. I mean, this also plays into look at all of the junkyards that are all of a sudden going up in flames, and what's supposed to happen next year. Basically next year, all of our cars, all new cars are supposed to be surveillance devices, essentially.
Yes.
That's inner and outer surveillance. And all of a sudden, where the car parts, the used car parts come for older cars, all of these mega places are going up in flames. Junkyards typically don't go up in flames because it's all metal.
We've had two here.
Oh shit!
We've had two here. Two of them blew up last year.
That's crazy.
And you guys
so
remember
this has been happening. This has been happening, and I think it's all connected. I think Israel, Toka, Flock, Axon, dynamic pricing. I just started talking about that, and we're about to talk about it a lot more. But I think all of this plays into dynamic pricing. I think that when a Flock camera or any other ALPR, allegedly AL because they only read license plates, right? Get out of here. That's why they're putting them in front of pools, right? Because of all the cars that go through pools.
Right.
But when an ALPR goes and flags that, 3 times it saw you between your house and CVS, but you were driving 10% over the speed limit in that time, and now CVS has predictive pricing for you, individual dynamic pricing for you, and where's all what's going into what aggregates that price? Oh, it's an aggregate of all sorts of things, and it makes you think that it's like, like supply and demand and all these things. No, it's all of these things. Like if you rushed to CVS, then it stands to chance that you're not just in a rush, but you're maybe in an emergency. And if you're in an emergency, maybe you're going to pay that 20% extra and not go across the street to another place to save that time. I think that's the world that we're entering into. I think it's far more dystopian than China, because at least in China, they got clean streets, no homeless people, and technology out the ass. But here, we don't have any of that. We just have a crumbling infrastructure, an increasing surveillance state, and an administration that doesn't care about you. At all.
Not at all. Not at all.
Well said.
Well said, Kevin.
So thank you. And so my question, and this was a realization that I had on my live stream last night. I'm editing the video. I'm trying to have that out today, where I talk about Toka. And again, it's all based on the work of, sorry, I got to pull it up here. Champagne Joshi, at Josh Walkos, Walkos. And his work is incredible. Also, Whitney Webb has come out and she said, I was warning you guys 5 years ago about Toka. I gotta read her article. But speaking of Whitney Webb, she directly said in her interview with I can't remember the guy's name, the older gentleman that they just put out the big interview last week. She literally says the data centers, the all the people behind it. She goes, oh, and then they're all open transhumanists, and she kind of said it as like a side thing, and I think that that's the main thing. I think, and people are overlooking it, but I mean, I have never felt so vindicated in my life as when she had said that. And I'm like, wow, that's the greatest researcher of our lifetime saying what I've been saying for 3 months now. Like, thank God.
Hey.
Can I read to you about on their About Us page real quick?
Oh,
on that
please
system?
do. They actually have a really nice website.
I'll just read. It's just like a paragraph here. But it says Toka only works with militaries, homeland security organizations, intelligence, and law enforcement agencies in the United States and its closest allies. We regularly review this select list of countries using outside assessments on a range of issues, including civil liberties, rule of law, and corruption. We comply with and are regulated by the United States Department of Treasury and Israel's Defense Export Control Agency. There you go.
Yep. And you know what that sounds exactly like? I don't know if you guys have you ever heard of Helsing? the AI drone death weapons company. Yeah, so this is a fun one. If you use Spotify, stop using Spotify, please, because the owner of Spotify has put in about $1 billion into Hearsay, and Hearsay is an AI drone weapons company, right? And they also claim we only work with democracies and militaries and this, that, and the other. Well, that's what they're drone bombing children in Palestine with.
Right.
And as James Lee says, what they're doing in Gaza, they're going to do to us. Yeah. And this is all being set up to be that. And that's not, we're no longer America. I'm at the point where this is no longer America. Let's be honest about that. Like,
it's not.
Foremost. This is not America. Thank you guys for putting out my streams. I have like a very, very small following. So
we'll make it bigger.
It makes me so happy.
Go follow him.
Thank you
put
guys.
All the links there.
Yeah, we're gonna. Yeah, absolutely. You're great.
Can you just give us a rundown, because a lot of people maybe don't know who you are?
Yeah,
so and I'll be right back, just so everyone knows. I'll be right back.
You've done a lot of work with Ian, right? With web and
you want to
tell everybody who you are?
Yeah, so absolutely. So I'm Kevin. I live in LA. I've worked with Ian Carroll over the last year and a half, building the Buyer app and web. I co-own that with him and our other partners. So my day job is doing marketing for our two companies that are literally just products for everyday people to have information however that needs to be. If you want to go through the Epstein files, you have questions, you can use our AI system to go through and it'll tell you the truth and cite all of the documents. Or if you're in the grocery store and you think, oh, this looks like a mom and pop, but maybe it's a megacorp, you can scan it and we can tell you who that ownership is. So that's kind of what I do as my day job. On the side, I started live streaming and putting out YouTube videos, and which are just at this point my clips from my live stream. Though soon I'm going to be doing actual dedicated YouTube videos. I started with the Dead and Missing Scientists is what kind of brought me into doing this. And then I was talking with Danks, and we were going to do like a data center website together. And ultimately we didn't do that because so many people have done that. So it's like, we're not going to really do much. Sorry, not sorry. Thank you. But it was through the research that I was doing on the data centers that I'd known about transhumanism, but I didn't understand about all of the cults and how that really permeated Silicon Valley and our government. And I started really learning about that. And that's what I've been focusing on. Now, people think, oh, Kevin has shifted to the surveillance state. He's on to a third new topic. Actually, no, I'm talking about the same topic. It just from a different angle because it's all connected. So I live stream a few times a week. I put out my YouTube clips and, I do this on the side. This isn't my full-time gig, but I'm really passionate about this. And I'm doing what I can with the bandwidth that I have.
Hey,
and what the saddest part is everybody that was on that memorial stage, they basically stabbed the man in the back and they won't tell the truth. It's so sad.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we live in potentially the most corrupt time in history.
It's messed up. It's really messed up.
It is. But I still believe that we the people hold the power. And I talk about this at the end of every one of my live streams. I think it is the foundational element of everything that I do is that we, the people, still have the power. If we didn't have the power, they wouldn't have spent $30 million to de-seat Thomas Massey. Right?
It's time for Trump to go for treason. This is treason. It should not be allowed that a vice president or a president ever put somebody out of their life. And we're all trying to tell the truth and they're just trying to hide it. Sorry, I'm getting upset, but It's so sad what this country has become.
It is.
It is. It totally is.
But the fun thing is that I talked to some young people, and these young people, they get it. They're getting it.
And that's why we have to do this, right, Kevin? We have to.
I hope people get it too.
We have to keep talking. We have to keep talking about this.
We do, and that's the central thesis of everything that I do is let's talk about it, and if we all have honest conversations with each other, that also includes talking with people who maybe are across the aisle from you ideologically. But I swear, if you try to have honest conversations where you approach people as not your enemies because they're your fellow countrymen, usually we're all Americans here for the most part. We all have viewers from outside of the US, but predominantly speaking, we're all Americans. We're all humans. Yeah, exactly. And we need to talk, because if we don't buy into this divide that they keep putting us into, then we'll realize that we overlap in so many ways that we're forgetting. And if we do that, then we can start having honest conversations about what we, the people, are willing to accept and not accept, right? And then once we have those sorts of things, allegedly, we live in a representative government, meaning the people in our politics are supposed to represent the will of us and what we believe in. So if we start remembering that we have that power, people say there is no political solution. I think we have one last chance at a political solution before, another solution has to be enacted. And so I implore everybody to talk to your neighbors, talk to the people you love in your family. Stop dividing yourself. Oh, your uncle voted for Trump. That doesn't make him a pedophile. Like, literally talk to them and have honest conversations. Don't come from defensive or attacking sort of stances, and start having the conversations of but where do we actually overlap? Like, let's stop focusing on where we have a difference of opinion, and let's start talking about where we overlap. Because if we start doing that, then we realize that all we want is what America was always supposed to be.
We have a really good question here. I don't know if somebody could answer that.
Or if a couple of people want to chime in on it. This
Sorry,
is
Chris.
from Renee Loves Pink. I've just been patiently waiting to try to slide this question in from the chat, but I thought it was an interesting one.
All right, so question, does anyone think that possibly Trump is being medicated or someone is doing something to alternate him, since he's changed and is supported by people he's never associated with before? I don't know if that's accurate.
No, I don't.
I don't think that there's a big change. You see, people want to cope and say that there was this mega change between Trump 1 and Trump 2. I actually don't see it that way. The Israel connection was already
always there.
It was already there, and that is at the crux of every bad thing that he has done. Everything reverts back to Israel. ICE trained by the IDF. That is ICE is essentially the American version of the IDF. But let's be honest about that, because that's what they literally train them, right? Unit 8200, all of that stuff. Now, is Trump the only captured president? Absolutely not. Biden was absolutely captured. Right. And so we can say our politics of the last 10 years for sure. I think there's a good argument the last 30 or 40 years, but for sure, I'm not into the game of making excuses for Trump. So
Agreed.
I may not be the right person to answer that, but I just don't think that there's anything. I just think that it's like this, right?
Oh, I mean, Kevin, it's amazing that Iran can see it. Iran can see it. Iran in that Lego video on the plate that Trump hands Bibi. It's Charlie. And it is not funny at all. They even know they did it.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, but here's the thing. And You know, it's kind of like this running joke that like Kevin doesn't talk about Charlie Kirk. And it's for a reason, largely because I kind of piss off a lot of people who are into Charlie Kirk. But then I also kind of say, like, a lot of you weren't really into Charlie Kirk before, you know. There's a lot of like revisionist history going on here. I don't think Charlie Kirk really had that much pull in our government, in really anything. But now it's like the greatest political assassination of all time. And I just
he was used as a pawn.
He was absolutely used as a pawn. He was set up from day one. He had an Israeli honeypot. It's classic at this point, right? And so I don't get caught up about Charlie Kirk because I don't really care about Charlie. I didn't like Charlie Kirk, and I make no bones about it. I never liked that guy. Never. It's nice to see that at the end of his life, he was starting to wake up to Israel. That's great. I think he was spot on about Iran, but everything else, I could really give a shit less. Like, and you know, I think that the Charlie Kirk thing has been so blown up that while we're all focusing on that, the surveillance state and Israel and all of these other things are happening. Like, do any of you guys know that we all of a sudden started selling weapons grade plutonium to 5 private businesses that are some also owned by A16Z, Sam Altman, the French government, the Russian government? We gave enough plutonium to literally wipe out civilization as we know it today. And we did, and shout out to the Leah Files because she's the one that broke this. And I was doing all the work in looking into the dead and missing scientists, and I found these other dead and missing scientists that weren't recognized as the dead and missing scientists, and they all were super involved in the nuclear program. One of them literally was the guy who would sign off on anything having to do with our plutonium production and where our plutonium went. And our government is selling to 5 private companies, which is, by the way, illegal globally to sell any enriched uranium, plutonium, any of that. That is highly illegal, and we're doing
Yeah,
it
because I thought that has to
openly.
be between government to government. That can't be from government to private corporation.
Exactly. And then who do they put on the board to regulate that? The people that own those 5 companies and what's her face? The old AG that totally bungled the Epstein files.
Pam Bondi.
Pam Bondi. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
That's where they put her in the private sector.
Yes.
They put well, no, they put her in 2 positions. One is that, and the other is basically the czar for AI. So she singularly sits in between the American government. Sorry about that. I got my door open. Pam Bondi sits in between the American government and the Frontier AI Labs. And she is the one that's the intermediary between the two. And if you don't think that that's super messed up, then you're not paying attention, right?
Yeah,
But
I was
all of
wondering
this
where they were
completely
going to
swept
move
under the
her.
rug.
Mhm.
Yeah, so she got those 2 positions, right? So she works with the owners of those private companies that now are getting all of the plutonium that's enough to blow up the entire world, literally. Like, and that's some back of the napkin math, but I'm pretty sure that that's enough to literally wipe out humanity.
Well, I was going to mention, Kevin, you know, I think that for me anyway, a lot of what we explore on my channel is the fact that my personal belief is that a lot of the background stuff that's happening with Charlie Kirk and part of the motivation for why this happened the way that it happened, you know, by the individuals that maybe planned it was because they thought that it might be awfully convenient to make sure that people would be looking one way while they were doing another. Now, I do think personally that it's all the same country and it's all the same group of individuals who are planning for that. But if we were really thinking about, you know, what better way to take folks and keep them from focusing on this implementation of the surveillance state. The reason I asked about ONDIS actually is because that is the new, they just had Mistral and their umbrella of companies that is going to be like, those are small and medium surveillance drones. And then they partnered with a company called Worldview, which is those surveillance are they balloons? I think that they might be some balloons, some satellites. Okay. And then they partnered, that's Worldview, and they partnered together with Palantir to make Ondas. It's a brand new defense contractor. That's why I was wondering if TOCA had been acquired by them, because they are going to be implementing this over the United States. This is going to be a domestic national security, effort. And they just placed the head of Mossad as the global chief of it, who we thought maybe ever not,
Of course, it's always Mossad. It's always Unit 8200.
Exactly. Right. And it's like they retired him in, I think, June. And then I think it was, 2 days ago, maybe, that they just said, you know what, he's going to be the new global chief of this ostensibly American company. But now all of a sudden it's David Barnea who's in charge of the whole thing. But I do think that, in my estimation, in my investigation through Charlie, that was really, it occurred to me that the individuals who wanted to get rid of Charlie, they also probably were more than happy to say, okay, cool, now go blame it directly on Tyler Robinson. And if not Tyler Robinson, then Andrew Colvett is sending messages, text messages saying, blame Netanyahu specifically. Yeah. And let's blame him. And everybody look right there. So you don't notice the fact that David Barnea is now the, chief of the American surveillance state.
And that is the very reason why Charlie Kirk is worth more dead than alive.
Did you guys do a little bit of research on David Barnea? Because Ali and I covered that before all of that happened, where his predecessor was killed. So we covered a little bit about him. Did you see his history? Pretty mean guy. He's a mean guy.
Yeah, yes, he definitely has. And I think he's been in charge of Mossad since 2017. It's interesting to me, just from a geopolitical lens, the fact that, the day before Charlie was assassinated, Bibi, we'll call him Bibi, had instructed them the IDF to actually bomb Qatar, right? To take out Qatar. And so that is the day before that happened. Mossad, actually, David Barnea specifically said to Bibi, do not do that. That is a bad move. Strategically, don't do it. And yet Bibi said, guess what? I'm going to do it anyway. So to think that these people are all aligned, it's like, no, when we say that, we believe that it's real, Charlie Kirk, we don't just mean Bibi. We mean a lot more than that. We mean a lot more, organizations and individuals, but they're not always on the same page. Sometimes they're actually at odds and they backbite each other. Yeah, right. The Knesset is not a uniparty. Like, they are a uniparty at a certain level, but they're really not. Mir Matelson has been trying to get rid of Netanyahu actively since 2019, and she hasn't been able to. Well, interestingly, now that all of this has happened, guess what? Everybody's so mad at Bibi, and that worked out for her. Isn't that nice?
Yeah. I mean, this is the world we live in when Bibi has his back up against the wall. If you watch the Bibi Files documentary, you see he's literally doing all of this to avoid prison, because that's exactly where he'll end up if all of this wasn't happening. And it's really interesting. But to kind of go back, I do, in the main thing that I wanted to talk to all you guys about is that the Tyler Robinson trial and everything is all, what are you guys doing every day? Analyzing video. Oh, this angle, that, this new video came out. Oh, this guy's in a parking garage. Oh, this buff guy looks like fucking Jack Reacher. That's Tyler Robinson in the parking garage. And yet nobody's asking, what is going on here? Is TOCA a part of this? Because TOCA started by Ehud Barak, who was super good buddies with old Jeffy Epstein, because it's always Epstein's friends.
Remember, right? It's the island boy.
Yep.
We are on that.
We are on
that
word here.
We don't want to get the stream called. Sorry.
I didn't realize.
We can't say that word here, and we have to say overseas and the G strip.
Quick shout out to the censors. Hey guys, sorry about it.
I know, Kevin, you get a little bit like, oh.
I don't want to interrupt Kevin, because he gets on such good rants. That's like, I'd feel like a dick if I were to stop him. Like, it's all on point, man.
And I just showed you my paper, right? Like, Kevin, like, I'm done looking at videos. I'm done. I need to know the why.
Exactly. I think the videos are smoke screens, and now that we understand 100%. What TOCA is, the existence of TOCA just automatically rules out video evidence across the board, not just in this case, but I think every single case. If I was in prison right now and I learned about Toka and I'm in prison because of video evidence, even if I did it, I would still go back to court for those things and get that thrown out. The existence of Toka and the fact that they do not have to disclose, and nobody seems to have to disclose who's using what municipalities are using it. That disclosure is not there. That means that potentially everybody's using it, means potentially every video evidence out there is void completely. I mean, this literally will upend the judicial system if enough lawyers like defense attorneys start doing this and bringing back all these court cases, because quite literally we could bog down the entire court system just going back on all of this, and it's really messed up. But I think that we should do that. I think we should absolutely do that, because I think that this is really messed up. This is really, really messed up. And what are we seeing if not all? And I did a live stream about this last week, about all of the women that are being harassed by predominantly male cops who have access to Flock and other surveillance things. They do not have to have warrants. They do not have to have any reason. All they have to do is log in and give a one-word reason as to why they're looking somebody up. There's no internal affairs. There's no nothing on these people. And it's not until they get taken to court that they actually, and we found hundreds, if not thousands of cops that have done this. And we're talking about, dozens to hundreds of infractions where like this cop met a woman on the set of a TV show in Florida and then got her license plate number, had an alert to him anytime that license plate was near him. There's a dash cam of him weaving through traffic going like 70, 80 miles an hour to pull this woman over to ask her out on a date.
That's insane.
Wow.
That's insane.
I mean, this is an unsafe world for women and children, and now we're putting the cameras in front of pools, in front of playgrounds,
It's everywhere.
all of this stuff.
Right. Well, they sounded that that there was a daycare center or a children's gymnastic, right? A children's gymnastics place, and they found that it had been accessed how many times by individuals who are employees of Flock? I think that it was right. That was insane. I mean, what, like
They're
100
putting it in front
times?
of gun stores, in front of cannabis shops.
Yeah. Yeah, right. They want to know to get everybody on the list, right?
No, but they just read license plate, guys. It blurs out everything else.
Right.
Blurs out everything else. It's just really messed up. It's a really messed up situation that we find ourselves in. And this isn't just happening now. This infrastructure has been there for the last 10 years, right? Or more, really. I mean, really, the infrastructure has been there for decades, but this modern version that doesn't have the same requirements as the old system, like Flock, part of what makes Flock so insane and why they can put up so many of them is because they do not have to be tapped into the city electric grid because they have solar panels, right? They don't have to be tied in to like a video line because they are cloud-based.
Right. Well, they're also, I mean, and I think that that's part of the reason why I'm so concerned personally about the drones and satellites, because, the movements like DFlock, we've been able to at least see if there's options, right? Like see if there's options because they're right there in front of us. But once we get to the layer of drones, of satellites, of, balloons for all of the same kind of surveillance, that kind of cross coordination, which by the way, is being run on a battlefield system. It's a battlefield AI system. It's called Skyweaver, which is like Fireweaver, right? That's the battlefield system developed by Raphael, utilized in the G Strip, and now being deployed on Americans. Okay. And that system is an autonomous AI overlord. I'm like, this is the Eye of Sauron. This is the Eye of Sauron. And you are going to put it in stuff that we cannot, with a Flock camera, hypothetically, maybe there's an opportunity for people to, do something about that. There's not when it comes to a drone, right? There's not when it comes to a satellite. You just can't do anything because they're physically out of reach and they can't be avoided either anytime that you're under the sky. pretty much.
That's
were you
100%.
just talking about Raphael?
I was talking about Raphael, yes.
Have you guys actually looked into the history of Raphael, the company from beginning?
I haven't
It's
yet.
interesting. It's very interesting because they go pretty far back, and the predecessor to them is also interesting. It sort of pairs up with the birth of the state with Ben Gurion and all that. They were heavily, obviously, tied together. But then when you look at the things that started happening after World War II, then you know that there's a very high chance that Raphael, in partnership with agencies over there, were responsible for taking nuclear weapons from the United States. It's when you look at their capabilities, what they can do, who they were connected with, and what they were doing, it's actually kind of crazy, to be honest.
Well, if you think about the fact that Raphael, now that used to be a company that was just overseas, but nowadays in East Camden, Arkansas, I believe, right under Sarah Huckabee, daughter of our greatest allies ambassador, they have now broken ground on that project R2S, which is actually Raphael and Raytheon. So they will have the specific entire American. Talk about integration with the supply chain. It's right there.
I mean, it's all. I think it's insane to think that all of these companies aren't just integrated with each other. I mean, they just are at this point. Sure, they're all individual, and sure, they may be doing some things over here and there, but they all serve the same goal. Even Anduril, like in that weirdo Lucky Palmer, but he's a rampant transhumanist. He's also a rampant Zionist, and he is also one of Peter Thiel's boys.
Island Boys, exactly. Yep, I call them the Island Boys. They are all connected to each other, and I've often found that, there seems to be this thing where they want to have one guy who's like the true believer, right? Which is like Karp and Palmer Luckey, and then they have like the behind the scenes, the maestro, right? So that would be more like Thiel, and then Joe Lonsdale, who again I believe is a person of interest within the Charlie Kirk case too. He is a rabid Zionist. And it's such a great pairing, isn't it? Isn't it just the funnest?
Yeah. And then it also,
and
it's
the
really
the G-strap is overseas strip. Does that make sense? I can't say it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's also some theories out there running around that, where's Charlie? Where's Charlie? Oh, well, maybe everybody's like, well, maybe he's in hiding. Or maybe he's, maybe he is dead. Maybe he was but nobody ever talks about, was he frozen? Because
you're gonna have to tell me more. You're gonna have to tell me more. Hold on. Okay, hold on.
Theory going
so
around.
This is actually not my theory, though I think that there's legs to it. And when I think about it, I also think that if Anything had happened to Jeffy, then he would have also been frozen. And so again, it always comes back to, and it's not just because I'm focused on it, because it always comes back to transhumanists, right? And so one of the key figures in early transhumanism, this guy Max Moore. Max Moore started what essentially became the cult that birthed all of the other cults, and that was called the Extropians, right? And so the Extropians were this group that started in 1988 outside of Los Angeles, and it started as a mailing list of people who were interested in fringe and future technologies, things like transhumanism, nanotechnology. I mean, it goes on and on and on and on, right?
Right.
Some of the key members of this group were people like Julian Assange, Satoshi Nakamoto, Hal Finney, like those two who started Bitcoin, right? Like all the Sergey Brin and all these different people that went on to be involved in one way or another in all of the technology that has shaped our lives since, right? And so Max Moore was really into cryonics. And now there was this company that already existed called Alcor, which started in 1972 out of Arizona. He became the owner or director of Alcor sometime in the 90s. And he was a big proponent. all of transhumanism is many different ways of looking at how do we escape death, right? How do we escape death? How do we merge with technology? Is it this? Is it that? Right? And there's all these different offshoots of that, right? And some of them are even their own sort of cults that have formed around these different ideas around how do we escape death. So Max Moore is really big on cryonics, right? Basically, how do you freeze a body or a head? And
that thing. Okay,
yes,
tell me. Okay, tell me.
And the idea is that you can freeze this body or head, and then you can be kept frozen until the day where whatever it is that killed you is now solvable, is now fixable, right? By science, by medicine, whatever. And then you will be woken up and, maybe put into some sort of, robot or mind upload into a data center or what have you, right? It is actually, they haven't even worked out how that's going to work on the other end, but they're selling this stuff. So people like Hal Finney, and there's actually like some celebrities. There are different people that are frozen in Alcor right now.
Okay.
Now, this isn't my theory, but there is a lot of coincidences, I would say, around Charlie, what had happened. And again, I don't really pay attention to this stuff. It's just all noise to me at this point. Carrie Quinn, she had put this theory out there, and I think that there's like some legs to it, but there's basically this thing called DART, which is part of Alcor, and DART, I forget what it stands for, but essentially it is their team that are usually doctors and like special forces, and these people can go remotely to places and then implement around death or close to death, and get people and their bodies ready for cryogenic preservation, right? And so like there are some interesting people and interesting vehicles that match the DART team that were present apparently at this time. A strange airplane had left a nearby airport and went to the Scottsdale airport, where Alcor actually is located right at the airport. I think there's all
Hold
really
on. Wait, I want to hear
stuff.
more about this. Can you tell me more about this? Alcor is located at which airport? Or Alcor.
They're in spaces
Arizona.
on this. Muppet has been doing spaces with Carrie Quinn, and so look for those.
Okay.
Exactly.
Well, I'm like, let me hear from it. Let me get it from the source. Hold on. So you're saying
I do
so
want to
legit.
point this out, that she came up with that theory after Allie and I were covering a water bottle filled with yellow liquid, and she goes, "Oh, yellow liquid," and then came up with that kind of theory when we were
the
talking.
liquid in the bottles that day,
yeah, because it was an electrolyte drink, and we were posturing that the photo was edited because in the series of events, it was empty and then appeared full, and then after the fact, when he was getting taken away, it was empty again. So then people started coming up with all kind of theories about what this yellow liquid was in the bottle, and I think that's where she got the theory from. Oh, wait a minit, the yellow liquid looks like it could be potentially this. And and I don't
know how credible this is, by the way. I'm not saying that I even think that this is what it is. It's a theory out there, though.
Absolutely. And you want to know what? I could see that being a way the elite and the ultra rich want to go, because it kind of makes sense. Like if you're familiar with the Netflix series Altered Carbon, it basically goes directly into this, where human bodies are now manufactured and human consciousness can now be extracted, digitized, and then re-downloaded into bodies. And the better body you get depends on how much money you have. So the ultra billionaires get all the super muscular ripped bodies because they can afford to buy what they call a skin. And this is where I think where all of this is sort of heading to, is when are we going to have the ability to digitize a human consciousness? And when we get to that point, do we ever really die anymore? Wow. And that leads to a very dystopian future, because if you're familiar with that series, It's mind-opening when you see how super elite now view themselves not only as the rulers of society, but gods themselves.
That's correct. And this is all priming for that. I mean, the concept of transhumanism actually dates back ancient, like thousands of years, right? But let's say modern, right? Or pre-modern, it was actually Julian Huxley who came up with the term transhumanism, which is Aldous Huxley's brother, right? So this is very dystopian sci-fi in its like core, right? And these concepts have been permeating through our culture ever since. I mean, I would even go so far as to say that the rise of clavicular is because Teal has been funding clavicular this entire time, who's been doing body modifications and all sorts of things, because what he's doing is he's Trojan horsing transhumanism into young men, right? Because it's easier to get from here to there if along the way we start pushing that boundary a little bit further and further and further. Now it's like way more acceptable for men to get like cosmetic work done, right? Which was maybe not the case, let's say 10 years ago. Somebody like clavicular is injecting that idea into the young people, and his rise is not organic. I mean, his rise is by clippers, right? And so there are clippers out there that put out literally 30 million clips a month across many different channels from his live streams. And who's paying for that? Peter Thiel. And this has been like outed. This has been absolutely outed. So these are just some of the tactics in which we're seeing that we're tiptoeing towards this transhumanism, right? Altered carbon, or I mean, I could probably list a dozen different TV shows and movies that are all just right butting up against this same very concept, and it's injecting these ideas into your mind subconsciously that maybe that isn't a bridge too far, right?
Yeah.
And this is, like I said, I think that the transhumanism push is when things seem to not make sense, and then you think about it in that, it starts to make a lot more sense. It starts to make a lot more sense in our society. When Peter Thiel is being interviewed in that famous, interview that he did with New York Times, I think it was, when the guy was just like, well, do you think like humans should endure? And he's like, right. In that same interview, he talks about trans people. And he's going on about body modifications and then trans people. And he's saying, and he literally said, and I'm paraphrasing here, but he said something to the effect of, that's a really great step. It's not far enough. It is literally what I said. So then that makes me question the entire trans narrative. When we say, like, when people are trying to be like, trans is being pushed by the liberals. It's like, is it? Or is it pushed by Peter Thiel and the transhumanists? Because that is another step in the direction of transhumanism, of us accepting transhumanism. Because ultimately we the people would not accept that. So, all of these things are happening. I think that they realize that they can't push us to this, to transhumanism, and they can maybe get some of us along the way, but that's too slow. That's too slow a process. I think the surveillance state is the apparatus of the transhumanists, who are using the people who are doing the surveillance state for all the reasons why you would think somebody would want to do control, power, governments, conglomerates, whatever. But I think secretly the real push for it comes from the transhumanists, because this is the type of control that will need to be done. And then it's the level of control with all of the media, because do you think that this stops with just like where you're driving? It doesn't. It's monitoring quite literally everything you watch, everything you see, everything you're suggested. We live in a suggestion society. Everything is now suggested to you. We live in a nudging society. Every technology, even the ones that we're talking on right now, that we're using, are behavior modification tools. Like, that is literally what they are. And that's like been outed. It's like, that's not a conspiracy theory to say that these are all behavior modification tools.
Right.
All of that, I think, is to push the transhumanism, is to maybe control us and to push us into transhumanism.
What do you make of the series that Teal did, this ushering in of the Antichrist? I've been trying to kind of, factor that into all of this. He went on this speaking tour over the past year where he was talking about the ushering in of the Antichrist, and he was speaking at the Vatican. It was weird stuff. But what do you make of that? What do you think the Antichrist has to do with this? You know what I mean? Like, what do you think? Because I feel like their motivations.
I think it's a more broad subject, and that subject is weaponized Christianity. Meaning, look at how our greatest ally has manufactured consent over decades by this lie. This absolute lie of Judeo-Christian values that is made up.
Right.
That is a tool. That is a tool to manufacture consent by Christians, because Christians by faith outnumber any other faith in the United States. Right. And so I think that Peter Thiel is not Christian, right?
No.
His God is the next evolution of himself merged with AI, right? That's his God. His God is that, right? All of these transhumanist cults, the Tescrial cults, all of them believe that God doesn't exist yet. We're building God.
Right.
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 And so they don't, if they say that they're Christian or pretend that they're pretending. They're pretending because it's much easier in the United States to get things through to people if it has a Christian sort of bent to it. And,
absolutely. I almost feel like we got to be addressing a lot of the pastors that work for TPUSA faith and affiliate organizations as rabbis, because they're not pastors, because a pastor preaches Christianity or Catholicism, and they're not doing that. They're preaching some kind of hybrid where they've edited scriptures to fit a narrative that they want to be able to push. So I don't think we should even be calling them pastors. I know it's like kind of, a very small point, but when I look at Rob, I see a rabbi. When I look at Frank Kirk, I see a rabbi. Same thing with Jack Hibbs or any of these other people that have been involved in the orbit of all these pastors.
Oh, sorry. I was going to ask Allie to bring up that. I'm
going to bring it up right now.
The Great American thing. Is that what you're talking about?
I'm going to bring it up right now. I can feel your vibe. I already feel
you guys are on the same wavelength.
Hey, listen,
I already know what she's thinking. Yeah.
Well, because they really are, they're really, really attempting to, they're attempting to co-opt Christianity. I mean, they have been for a long time, but they are trying to take it and direct it for their own aims. Realistically speaking, we know that this has been a passion project of theirs pretty much since they got started. But it's interesting to me that now they're trying to go and spread their ministry to very specific areas that it's like, okay, why is it that they're heading to South Korea? Why is it that they're heading to Japan? Why is it that they're heading to, at the very least, places where there is a very distinct separation of church and state, and then to try to go and muddy the waters, conflate the two. I mean, that's going to be the first step, right? So it does.
That's
kind
what
of
I've been on. I've been on this South Korea since the beginning. People don't even. We got to check his last digital footprint of what Charlie was doing. Yeah. And they're building something that down there. And Charlie talked a lot when he was in South Korea. People don't even know it. But anyways, that's the one screenshot. The one thing I made, all of Charlie Kirk's timeline and connections. You can look at that whenever you want. Doesn't really matter.
Right. So, and Kevin, we were just talking about the fact before you jumped up here about the fact that Charlie had spent his last days with Rob McCoy, Pastor Rob McCoy, and a few others. We're kind of still working on the guest list, but they had been in South Korea and they had been in Japan. And the effort of that was to try to spread this new Judeo-Christian ministry and also bring a political element into the churches there, which is something that's, I mean, it's verboten there to do that. And it resulted in one of the pastors, in the main pastor, the Korean, the Korean pastor was jailed for this event 2 days before Charlie passed away. So it's just, the timeline is incredibly.
And he tried everything in his power leading up to his death to talk to Korean officials on the 8th and 9th to get this pastor out of prison. He talked to Trump, and then he passed away. So that's the last thing that we don't have, those records, those travel records. You know, here we got Erica saying, we have so much stuff from Korea and Japan. I'm so excited. Okay.
Yeah.
Where is it? And we got this. We got this. We got Mr. Rob McCoy doing the American Guild, Pastors American Guild. We got this. Did I show this already? We got the pastor in the White House.
After he was released, and him and his family are doing a 1-month tour of the United States.
Yeah. The pastor's on.
Rob McCoy is there as well, as you can see.
As you can see. And I'm going to add that to stage. Here we go. American Guild, Pastors Guild,
there it is.
Fighting for Judeo-Christian West.
This is Rob McCoy's.
How do you feel about that? This is what I've been saying every Pastor Sunday. I do Pastor Sunday. I've been talking about Rob McCoy in South Korea since September. And this is, now it's written. Now I've been saying to everybody, they are doing a Judeo-Christian religion. This isn't Christianity.
Absolutely. And this is why, I don't know, and it was an extremely long video, but myself and Trip Over Trip, Trevor, and Baze had all had like a really great discussion until literally the middle of the morning, right? And we recorded it and Baze put it out. And part of it was Jimmy and I debating about this notion that America is a Christian nation. And a lot of Christians don't want to hear that, but it's just not. This isn't because this was a country that was founded on the principles of the separation of church and state and religious freedom, right? And so imposing religious ideals or whatever, it doesn't matter. I mean, great, like Christian values are great, awesome. That doesn't mean that should be pushed on anybody, and I'm a firm believer of that, because theology or like a theological state like the state of Israel can do particularly insidious things that the United States can't when it's not a theology. And this is why I'm against the notion that we are, and I always push back on people saying this is a Christian nation and things of that nation. And this is, I'm not going against Christians. I have no problem with Christians. I have no problem with anybody of any religion. I don't follow
Did you hear
religion.
what that person said in the chat? That was a good call. That doesn't
No,
say
is that?
That was a great
Christian
comment.
Judeo. It says Judeo-Christian.
Oh,
yeah, it's the first. It's
of
the
course.
first and
Exactly.
I guess it tells you what's more important, right?
yeah.
That's
'Cause
right.
You always
Because
put that
then
in the first when you hyphenate something, right?
Blazer, you are amazing.
yeah, the perfect example of that is Ted Cruz on Tucker Carlson talking about, like, you got to give everything to Israel, and you got to, and Tucker pushes back and is like, doesn't say anything about that. Like, what are you talking about? And he totally exposed that. And I have my own theories and feelings about Tucker. I like some of what he says. I don't like some of what he says. But like, that was like so spot on. And I'm not a Christian, right? But again, like, the Christians of this country are being misled by their pastors, by
Definitely.
their country, And that is super real. And I think that if you're a Christian, you should probably really learn about your religion, right? Really learn not just what they're teaching you in church and what they're and what's in the like one version of the Bible. Like, we put all of the versions of the Bible in web for a reason. And again, and that was something that I pushed, even though I'm pretty much anti-religion. I'm faithless. I'm completely faithless. I just don't buy into any of this stuff, and I'm not being misled into like into consenting to all of these things. So I think a lot of Christians are waking up to this as well, and I really hope anyway, because you guys, the Christians of America, are being used against the interest of you and your family and this country. You are,
and they're
being
doing the
used.
tours, and they're pushing it all over. People don't know because he wasn't since November 2025, he's been non-existent, Rob McCoy. He's been under the radar. He's been in overseas. He's been in Kentucky. He's been in Miami. He's been everywhere. And since February 2nd, he's been with this pastor that just got out of prison on February 2nd, 2026, touring.
Yeah,
and freedom. Korea needs freedom. Korea needs freedom.
You know,
that's weird
I have
considering
a
they've been given
question.
freedom twice.
They have freedom, don't they, Kevin? Don't they have freedom already? South
do.
Korea has freedom.
They've been given
South Korea.
freedom twice, actually, by the United States.
Yeah.
So you should kind of
Interesting how
know
that works.
that they're a
But you're-
free nation.
But you want to bring politics, Rob, into this.
Into
That's
the church.
what it is.
Oh, there we go. That explains a lot.
That's what it is.
That
And I've
does
been on
explain
this,
a couple
this
of
guy.
things.
Everybody knows Allie's been on Rob since.
But you know, I have a question.
Sure.
Did you guys ever hear about all of these pastors that the American government talked to before we did the first Pursue release? Pursue meaning the UFO UAP coming from the Department of War, those big releases, because they and the American government went to all of these pastors to brace them for the fact that we're about to release information that's going to shake the faith of your people, and you need to like rein it in. And this is how you're going to talk about it. This is how you're going to talk about it to your people.
No, I didn't hear about that. I thought that they were just doing
I
the
remember
UAP
that.
thing to distract, but
Oh, of course they are. But yeah, it's just an interesting tactic to understand that even though we have separation of church and state, our government will use the church to
absolutely.
produce
100%.
Fed slop
1000%.
narrative to people's faith. And then you look at how captured our government is by Israel, or by those people, our greatest ally. And what kind of marching orders have we been giving all along?
Exactly.
Well, pretty much those of the greatest ally, right? That's kind of continual. I mean, it feels to me as though the reason why this administration in particular, but many before it as well, the reason that they keep them so close is because they want to make sure that they are aligning with the public narrative, but honestly, it's to spin the public narrative, right? And also because for some reason, those pastors have been continually a major part of a lot of our international diplomacy. I mean, consider the fact that Johnny Moore is considered the track 2 diplomat who coordinated the Abraham Accords. What was he doing there? What is he doing there? By the way, he also coordinated the movement of the capital in Egypt, in Cairo, to the, what is it called? New Cairo Administrative Government, and the first cathedral there. That's going back to 2017. This person was involved with that. And by the way, that was during the time period when I believe that he was working directly with Andrew Colbert. So I'm like, guys, it definitely all has to do with each other. That's a lot of the reason why I feel so passionately about continuing to stay focused on the Charlie Kirk investigation, because it's all just part of the same story. right?
And
It's
there's
a
It
support
is.
this
manipulation.
Build Up Korea is a 501c, and I can't find the 990 on it. I don't know what's going on with it. Maybe somebody that's good with the money can like help with that. But they're there. They're in there. We got Trump, Donald Trump Jr. there in. It was founded in 2023 by Mina Kim, who lives in the States, but she's Korean. Okay. And then now we got Rob McCoy on the advisory board. Okay. And they were there in 2024. And then Charlie Kirk goes there in 2025. I mean, yeah, it's just.
Yeah. And
It's a lot.
are you guys familiar with the Moon Cult?
Moon
Yes,
Cult?
the Moonies.
I think we talked about that one. Was it Bay's live stream? Must have been.
I thought it was Baron, maybe. I think Baron did a.
Didn't you do
Baron
it on
do
Baze's, one of Baze's members, probably?
I mean, that's a South Korean cult that quite literally
Yeah,
basically
we talk
runs
the
that
Moonies.
country.
Is that what it
The
is?
Moonies, yeah. The
Yeah.
Moonies, yeah.
Yeah.
The Moon Cult.
Yep.
Yeah. So Ian Carroll did a great video about this. I used to edit all of his clips and stuff, and so I used to I edited that video for him and stuff, so I remember it very distinctly. But that, I mean, again, it's just it always comes down to where's the influence and when does that influence get activated like a Manchurian candidate. And who's doing that activation? And almost always it comes down to our greatest ally. And that's just like where it is. And it's really messed up. We're in a really messed up world. We're in a really messed up
I wanted
world.
to just drop some information because I still think that the Board of Peace has a lot to do in the background here.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And if you look at some of the timeline between when Charlie was taken off the planet, and so Allie had mentioned earlier that they bombed Qatar on September 9th.
That's right.
So this, the day before. And that whole bombing was done to take out negotiations. So this was there were peace talks going on between the U.S. and the Hamas, and
that's right.
They ended
we did
up
a whole live. Remember at Tornado Alley, we did a whole live on the Board of Peace.
Yeah, we've talked about this. So if you're interested in any of that, you should go back and
we should
watch
take a
it.
look at that. Yeah, absolutely. Because the Board of Peace was something. And Allie, I can't see anybody. I'm squinting. I can see our little friends here, but
it looks like there's like two screens here. I didn't do it.
Oh,
I don't know if we need our. I don't know if we need our gentlemen.
Is that better?
No.
I started.
Oh, here. I'll just take that off. Is that better?
Cool. Yeah, that's better. Thank you. I appreciate it. No, it's all good.
I'm actually going to be right back, guys. I got to go to the bathroom.
Yeah, you're all good.
Yeah, I had to do that too.
Yeah.
So,
right. Well, you've been on there for 7 hours. It's insane.
This is the probably longest live stream you've ever done?
Me?
Is it? Yeah.
1,000,000%. Yes.
7 hours. 7 hours.
Oh my gosh. Well, I haven't been here the whole time. I had to wake up for it, but this is amazing that you've done this. Well, yeah, I was going to say that the Board of Peace in particular was really interesting to me, given the fact that not only is it the same effort by the same usual suspects, but also keep in mind that our Egyptian plane, that's one of the planes that went to those meetings. And also for some reason that has been this continued effort between Team Kushner. We've seen it's like all of the main players, Boston Consulting Group, they're in there too. These guys that are working track 2 diplomacy, whatever that is. I always say they're, what are they doing back there? I don't know. Shaking a few hands, eating a few babies. I can't even say it right now. I'm too tired. But they're always up to something. And the problem that I have is that we just allow it to go on unchecked. Yep. And the idea that has nothing to do with, it's like these events are related. So we bomb Qatar. Okay. Then 9/10 happens. Okay. And then the Board of Peace 28 days later, right? John Cullen thought that was a really important focus.
Not even 28 days later.
Okay. Yeah. Maybe the
days later. Yeah, it was 19 days later.
Okay.
Trump
Mhm.
and Bibi sat down with the comprehensive plan to end the war in Gaza.
Mhm.
And that's when it had begun, like, right? So that was the start of it. But then there were several things that followed. So like then after they bombed Qatar, then Trump gives Hamas a deadline. It was of October 5th, gave them a deadline and said that they needed to accept the agreement or face complete obliteration. So it's like you don't have a choice, right? So they sign, but what they didn't realize was that they were signing away their voice in all of this, right? They were signing away so much, and I'm afraid that like this implementation that they started there in Gaza, even Kushner.
I don't want to talk about too much of that because then the words we get. Strikes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So maybe
Allie.
we should move on to a different subject.
We'll have to chat
because
I'm sorry.
that stuff will get you in trouble on here.
Yeah, my bad.
Couldn't agree more, and you're absolutely right. But I know it's difficult.
We did a whole thing on that, and I had to edit it.
Okay.
We did a whole.
Oh,
we did a board
really?
a piece, and we did FIFA also. So those are two, and you know what? They didn't get a lot of like traction or views, and it's very extremely important because FIFA donated was it 75 mil to the Project Sunrise of the
What's Project Sunrise? Do I want to know?
Project Sunrise. Project Sunrise is the new G strip, and I don't want to talk about it too much because
we will not
get into this. Then we
that was a great video, by the way.
What's that?
I watched your video on that. It was awesome.
Thank you.
Oh, nice.
Thank you.
Awesome.
It was me, Chris, and Tornado Alley that's here. She's also a researcher. And I thought that was very important. It was 2 videos we did. We did the board of peace and the FIFA and the ballroom. We did like the 3.
And by the way, it's nice to meet you, Allie. I
thank you,
before,
Kevin. It's so nice to meet you.
And it's great
really
to finally get on a camera with you, Anna.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You too, absolutely.
You two should
I was gonna have you put
Yeah,
in a
you
good
should
word with Ian for me because see if I can get on his web as
get in on that.
Well, I bought like the lowest thing just so I could do research on the Charlie Kirk investigation, but and I had put in, it was like in the very beginning when he was offering it to researchers, but he wouldn't have known who I was. It's just a little totem pole.
I saw something go by in the chat. The Project Sunrise is the rebuilding of that area.
Yes.
And we're using coded language here, everybody, just a reminder because of the censors. Shout out to the censors. But I was going to mention, well, sure. Yeah, I just call it, overseas greatest ally. But I did want to mention the Great American Trust, right? Isn't it the Great American Trust? It's actually the project that was specifically laid out at the World Economic Forum by Jared Kushner as their effort to do this. I guess it's Project Sunrise. I mean, that's how I think of it. The Great American Trust. It's a very interesting plan that was put together by BCG. I believe that those actual documents got leaked, and it was very fascinating to me to take a look at the businesses that were directly involved and the fact that it's so clearly this evil money-making operation for them. But they called it, what did they call it? The not great. Oh, wait, we can't say the word. The G-strip. Right. It was the G-strip Trust or something like that. But yeah, it's a World Economic Forum effort. And that seems to be, the thing that I've been thinking about when we're thinking about the ways that we connect.
Soccer stadiums on top of,
Okay. Yeah, right. Yeah,
it's
I'm
awful.
sure. Well,
there's also one thing.
And then there was an Airbnb piece in that too.
I saw that. Yuck.
Yeah.
So what predates all of this, and I haven't looked at it in a couple of years now, so I'm not going to remember the name of the report, but there was this report that came out, I believe in 2018 or 2019, that showed that under the G strip, there was all sorts of interesting stuff like precious metals and oil and all of these other things that people die for and fight for
And you wonder
All
why
the
all of a sudden,
time.
right? All of a sudden they have this vested interest in just making sure that they are able to take over and rebuild as though there's not an element of that.
Yeah.
I was thinking about the offshore, is it the Tamar oil fields that are offshore there? But it's kind of related to our investigation that we've been working on because the guy who is in charge of, the effort to merge Egypt's interests, the greatest allies' interests, and also who else is it? Oh my gosh, now it's escaping me. But this is an Aaron Frankel project, and so he's someone who has just kind of continually come up as one of the folks in my chat was calling him the boogeyman the other day. And I mean, have any of you guys ever heard of this person, Aaron Frankel? Have you guys ever heard?
No, I haven't.
So
I'll have to look into it.
you guys definitely, I'm like, everyone shout out. Please look into this man because, he is continually considered the most powerful man that you've never heard of. Okay. He is is he the president of the World Jewish Congress, not council. And I believe that might be the treasurer for the Republican Jewish Coalition. He is just as important over there as individuals like Miriam, individuals like Ehud, all of those folks, but he intentionally stays totally behind the scenes. And he's also someone who is the guy who's responsible for flying 1 million J's to Russia, from Russia
Can
to
you say his
the
name
Great
again?
Allied. Aaron Frankel.
Okay.
Aaron, yeah, Frankel.
It's
And he
always
is
the ones. It's always the
How
ones
do
that
you
you
spell
don't
his-
know about that you have to
Frank-
worry about.
And I believe
Remember-
Frankel is
F-R-E?
FREAARON It might be Frankel. No. Sometimes it is spelled that way, but his son,
E-L,
Josh,
right?
EL, yeah,
F-R-A-N-K-E-L.
FRENKEL. And so his son Josh is actually one of the original investors in Palantir. He is also the man who his company AeroVironment is the same company that was one of the drone makers for the Hero 120 loitering munition, which got an identical IDIQ contract from the United States for that. Let's see, it was $982 million. He had never been invested in drones or American defense companies before, but all of a sudden, I think it's 8 days after Charlie died, and the Hero 120 loitering munition, as well as the Rift Wasp, which is another drone, I believe the ones that were seen at the scene, and also makes a gas electric hybrid drone, another one that was seen at the scene.
Sorry,
So
is he not with us anymore?
No, he's
I
here.
can't find him.
How come it says
So
like
look up,
okay?
look up the man who flew 1 million Jews.
Oh, okay,
to
because it
Israel.
says that on June 21st, 2026, Aaron Frankel's suicide.
You're kidding.
Well, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he's still here.
No, hold on a
I'm
second, because
reading it wrong.
we're talking about this is probably one of the top, in my estimation, in my research, is probably one of the top most important and powerful men in
Do you have
Israel.
a link that you can put in here, Anna?
Yeah, hold on
so
one
I
second,
can,
because there's
like,
Oh, is
absolutely
it
no way. And by
Aaron
the way,
G. Frankel?
I don't believe that I have ever found his last
Is it
name. Hold on.
AARON Frankel
Here he is,
FRENKEL?
yeah, Aaron Frankel. If you just look him up by his name, AARON FRENKEL. He has a Wikipedia.
Okay.
He's alive. I was going to say there's no way
he's
that
alive.
he's
Okay, so
Yes.
then right, I read that wrong.
Oh, G is the middle initial. G.
Okay. Okay. Aaron G.
Yeah, I
Mhm.
got it.
Yeah.
It's always the people that you don't know about that you
Well,
should be
he's
the
got
most
a
afraid
donate
of.
button on
Well,
his
now
page.
I'm gonna go on
so
a deep
that
dive.
No,
Got
he
it.
is someone who needs a deep dive. So this is the man who. So when Jeff, let me speak in code. So when Jeff stole nuclear secrets from the United States and then sold them to the GRU, he did that in exchange for 1 million passports for Jews living in Russia. The man who's responsible for flying those people, because he is an aircraft broker, that's part of the reason why I know about him. He's actually the person who was selling Boeing jets and everything like that to the USSR, even when they were not allowed to, right? So he is the person who, the stories about him start with, he flew 1 million to Israel. And so he is very much in bed with Ehud. He was in bed with Jeff. And he is like, when people who do know about him, it's like he's the boogeyman. He is the guy. And he's so powerful. It's like the Lloyd Group, I think is the name of the company that he owns, but he also owns the Tamar oil field. He also owns but now he owns an American drone maker that was seen.
Yeah, that's what I was just reading. Yeah.
At Charlie's at 910.
It's the same thing. It is the same thing that Jeff was, because Jeff was the boogeyman until he wasn't.
Yeah.
Right. Like he wasn't. You look at the files, you look at the emails, and you see that almost everything he did was through proxy. Almost everything he did. So his name really wasn't on a lot of stuff. Right. He was a shadow. He was he was a very important shadow. And those are the people. Those are the people that you have to be the most afraid of, right?
Yes.
It's the nameless ones, the faceless ones.
Exactly.
It's just like honestly, this is the same thing with the surveillance state, is what I keep talking about. Everybody is talking about flock. Oh, we've got anti-flock bills going. Anti-flock bills mean nothing, because you're naming one of a very small part of the surveillance state, right? And so when you focus too much on one thing, you lose sight of all of the other things that get Trojan horsed in the background, right? Because that's kind of how I look at it.
Yes, guys, yes. He is absolutely emeritus at University of Oregon. Oh, of the Oregon. I'm like, I thought that meant University of Oregon. I'm like, there's no way. No, he's not involved with the Ducks or anything. But yeah, he's the head of Lamud FSB. Yes, right. This is guys, this is one of the most important people in the state over there. And so when I have been trying to think about who the person is that potentially could be intelligent enough, the things that he does, they're almost elegant. That's how I would describe it. That's the thing that that makes me think about if I right now, as it stands, fair spec, if I had to pinpoint one person that I thought could be in control of this of all of it, it's him. And that is because he is able to get things done in a way
Miriam?
Miriam has a boss too. That's Miriam's boss. Do you know what I'm saying? That's the boss. And I would say that she's the wealthiest person in the Greatest Ally, but I would say he is currently one of the most powerful. He actually was one of the original financiers for who's the original who's the prime minister who BB had. Who's the prime minister who, let me look back at the prime minister it is, because I don't want to say, Shimon Peres. He's the original financier for Shimon Peres. Okay. And so he was Shimon Peres's guy. Then later on down the road, as you guys know, over there was a really big power battle and everything like that, where BB ended up taking over for those people. This guy was kind of in charge of the liberal Zionist movement. He was the shadow master back there. But then all of a sudden, BB rises to power. Okay. And he's kind of pushed to the side, quote unquote, as in goes into the shadows all the way. And he has been someone who has been fighting to recoup that power ever since. So if Jeff had a boss, I'm not saying that's his boss's boss. He's not more powerful than the RCs. We won't say the word, but he's on the phone with them. He's talking to them.
I have to say, I got to cut the stream now because I am exhausted.
Are you tired?
I gotta go too.
I'm so tired. But I got some super chats to
I'm still in my gym clothes, so I also need to go.
I really appreciate you coming on here.
7 hours.
What's amazing.
Kevin, thank you so much for hopping on here. And if you're not following him, you should be, guys. He does incredible work.
I'll be live streaming tonight at around 5 or 6 p.m. PST. So come check it out. We're going to talk about the surveillance state for sure. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
It was such a pleasure to talk to you guys. And I hope to do it again soon.
Thank you so much, Kevin.
Are you only on Twitch?
No, I actually predominantly do Kick. Because Twitch is kind of messing with me and they're not letting me monetize, even though I've met all of the requirements, and then they can't figure out why I can't monetize. So I'm on Kick
right there.
Yeah,
okay.
so I do.
But you don't
the
stream anything onto YouTube. Like if I don't have
no,
kids.
because I'm not monetized on YouTube,
okay.
and so
He's not
like people
monetized
can't do like super chats and stuff like that, and that'd be like the only reason. Once I get monetized on YouTube, then probably we'll multi-stream everywhere because I want to be where everybody is, which is why I still stream to Twitch even though they're not letting me monetize. I just push everybody to kick.
So everybody go follow Kevin and give him a
Thank you.
follow. It doesn't take
Absolutely.
that much effort to follow someone.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
thank you for your
absolutely.
incredible work. Thank you.
Thank you guys so much though. You guys have been awesome and so supportive of me, and thank you all for that. And I'll see you on the next one, guys.
Yes. Don't forget to read my
Yeah.
paper.
Oh, I'm gonna read it today.
Thank
sure.
you. Okay. Bye.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye.
He is amazing.
Yeah, he's so smart. He's so smart. Oh my gosh, my chat is getting really excited. May
Can
want to
I
talk
just
more
go
about
through some
him.
super
I'm
chats
sorry.
before I get
Yes,
off
no,
here,
do
before
your
I
thing. Do your
pass
thing.
away. I'm going to pass away.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
This is for you, Anna.
Oh, thank you. Hey, I know that name. Hey, Civilian. I'm glad you're here. I'm so glad.
And okay,
Welcome
and
to Team Snug
I
Teachers.
believe this is for you too. Kate.
Okay. I haven't finished the debate. Nate the lawyer said it was Candace word salad. Did she have a slam dunk? Any talk of why no ambulance? Well, I don't know about the ambulance part. I don't know if that was covered because I only caught the second half of the actual debate. Nate the lawyer. Now, who is that? Candace word salad. Who is that?
Finished the debate. Nate the lawyer said it was Candace word salad. Did she have a slam dunk? Any talk of no ambulance? No, they didn't talk about that. About the ambulance part or about having no EMTs. They didn't talk about that. Not that I heard of. A Tornado Alley. Did you hear that? I didn't hear any of that.
No, I don't recall anything about
I didn't see any word salad though.
No.
Right, but I didn't see any word salad from Candace. I thought that she conducted herself admirably. She was very calm, cool, and collected. She, was just super reasonable. So what is this word salad? I'm like, that sounds like someone with an opinion.
Sounds like they got their information from somebody else. They've been told what to think.
But thank you so much, Kate, for that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Dee Anderson just became an Ally YouTube member. Thank you.
Yay.
Thank you so much.
We love it.
I believe this is for you, Anna.
So at the timestamp, Andrew says it's not beyond a reasonable doubt. If he were a juror, he would have to discern not guilty. You closed your case, Andrew, when you made that statement. Excellent point. Excellent point. Was Lynn Muriel? Oh, I can't tell if that's a 1 or a L. Lynn Maria? Lynn Maria. Okay. That's a really excellent point. So at that time, he says it's not beyond a reasonable doubt, but if he were a juror, he'd have to discern not guilty. Exactly. And, that's why I do think it's interesting that in European courts, they make a specific distinction between, someone being found, not provable. What is the distinction? In Europe, they make a point to not say guilty and not guilty. It's like, provable or not provable. They have a different term for it, but it always makes me think about the fact that, come on, Andrew. Like, first of all,
he didn't even know anything about the preliminary hearing. Like, I don't even, to be honest, I don't think he watched.
He didn't even know the charges.
Yeah, he didn't know the charges.
Right.
And the hearsay, there was a lot of talk about the hearsay.
He had a few talking points, and he was there to get them across. I call it Talking Point USA.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. And to try to, I was like, what is the purpose of this? How did anyone give you money to do this?
It's to trap her into saying something.
Right. Absolutely. That was their intention.
Because when they started talking about Erica and TPUSA, do you think you said that what was it? He pulled up a couple clips about overseas and then a couple clips about their involvement. Like, so she said, was it, I don't know clearly, guys, I don't remember the clip. Did she say overseas and France were involved or something like that?
Well,
she
I don't
did.
know. I don't
She
know
goes, yes.
Did she?
Yes.
She had a credible threat against her life that had been given to her by a member of the French government. So it's like, well, what do you want her to do? She doesn't get to choose who that individual. And also, by the way, lest we forget that Donald Trump was on the phone with Candace, and Charlie also was on the phone with Candace saying, stop talking about the little Macron.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So, obviously this is something that's top of mind for, individuals around the situation. That's not Candace's fault. That's not her problem. So why is he so stuck on it? It does make me think that France, interesting, right? Like
Yeah, it is interesting.
it's like a little, it might be something to do with.
And thank you so much, Rhonda Law, 440 jewels. Thank you so much. And what else do we got? 2 jewels from Common Sense Collective. Thank you. Love the jewels. Love the jewels. Rockbridge needs a deep dive. CK invested early. Okay. I will note that. Thank you so much, Fursum, for that. Thank you.
Not me looking at Alcor this entire time. Like I've been sitting here looking at Alcor. The proximity, you guys,
This case
to the
is
airport,
so massive.
fascinating.
Like,
Well,
I can't.
okay. And just so you guys know, so at the Scottsdale airport, there's 2 different hangars that the Turning Point affiliated jets go to. There's one that is a private hangar, which, obviously for me, that one's been piquing my interest, but it has been of note the fact that there is another one that is occasionally gone to. And that one is about 1 block away from Alcor. So, there's all different parts of that airport. They pull up pretty much as close as they can get because Alcor is the one that's a block away. So noted, guys. We're keeping it in mind. Now I'm like, I have to do Scottsdale East and Scottsdale West. So
So there's a lot more information now.
Oh yeah.
And there was like foreign people on the ground, is what she said, right? I think
12
she said
Israeli
that
cell
before.
phones.
How come I didn't remember that?
The 12 Israeli cell phone thing, or
Yeah,
foreign
the-
individuals.
The 12
No,
was it?
Did she said there was French on the ground too?
She did say
No.
that. Didn't she say that today? I think she did, but I had
She
never
did.
heard her say that.
She did. Do you
Right.
remember somebody had a hat and it was a French hat? I remember like somebody like posted a while back. There was somebody in the crowd with a French hat, ball cap on, but it could mean nothing. But
Okay.
hey, I don't know.
Hmm.
Kate for Anna. You wanna
Not
read
sure
it,
if you
Ann?
already answered, but do you have a slam dunk favorite from Candace or a faceplant favorite from Andrew? Mine is that PBD can't say that he doesn't know any of these facts now. A slam dunk favorite from Candace or a faceplant favorite from Andrew. I felt like, I will say this. It was a more measured response by Candace than I think initially that I was like hoping for at first, because I'm like, just crush him, but what I realized was that is my own opinion of like what I want because I'm annoyed by this person, right? It does not mean that strategically it is the right decision. My feeling was initially, I want her to just be like, yeah, we'll go open a pickle jar or whatever, right? But the thing is that is not playing it smart. That's an emotional reaction. I think that he was looking for one of those. And I bet that he had
I love when she talked about, not seeing a freaking picture of him on campus. That's even clear.
Right.
The SUV she talked about. I'm so happy she talked about that. We're confiscating all these things, phones, rifles, but then we're gonna just auction off the SUV in a heartbeat. She did say that. So I was happy that she discussed that because he said nothing. He didn't say a word about that.
He just, and so she was like very measured, very wise. I do not think that he got what he wanted out of the situation. And I think that that was the most important part because it occurred to me that Candace, everybody who's in Candace's audience, all of us, we already know all the stuff that she's like talking about, thinking, tracking on. Like we're already convinced she's right. He sucks. Like we already know that. So she's not talking to us. The thing is that was to make sure that he didn't get some slam dunk clip, right, from her, something that he can go trot out the next time he pays for a trip to Rogan. And also that she wanted to make sure that individuals who are just going to happen across the information were going to have her sounding calm, cool, collected, right, ethical, moral. I thought her closing statement was an absolute slam dunk. So I loved it as a performance now from a critical perspective, right? I'm like, okay, that was exactly how to do it. So I just wanted to just tell him to be quiet because I'm emotional.
What about you, Tornado Alley? Yeah. Did you think she has?
I liked when she's what was it? The term she used, like 1102. I forget what she had said. It was like her 1102 reference. Do you remember what she said there?
I can't. I have. You know what? I have to rewatch it now.
I was like, oh my gosh!
Because I was watching chats. I was watching.
Somebody in the chat will remember.
Right. Absolutely. I saw the.
It was the law, the Utah law, wasn't it?
Right. Yeah,
1102?
but she had made some like reference to it, and I was
Nobody's
just like,
screaming.
"Oh my gosh, that's so good."
Nobody's screaming here? Somebody's screaming? Nobody's screaming in here.
That's gonna be
I
me.
have a baby downstairs, but gosh, I can't imagine it would pick her up.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh, there's something going on in the chat.
I'll mute my mic. Just in
No, it's
case.
probably no, it's probably somebody like there. Is it me? Am I too loud?
Huh? Oh, it was probably me when I was talking over everybody. Oh, she said, I don't want you to get into a pickle. Did she say that? Oh my gosh, I hope so. I hope that she said that.
I don't know. Are you guys 11? Oh, the hearsay. Yes, the hearsay. Yes, the hearsay. He doesn't know what a preliminary hearing is. I don't think he watched it.
I don't think that he was there to actually do a serious debate. What I think that he genuinely was there to do was to try to get some clips from her and to try to deliver a few pieces of information. That's we
Agreed.
like we were not the target audience for him either,
Yeah.
But you know what? She did what she needed to do. And now I'm like, okay, so now that's done.
Yeah.
Well, let's get back to business, guys. You know what I'm saying?
I want to see that. I'm going to go into the crash outs. I want to see what Blake Neff said.
Yeah.
I'm going to go check some spaces. I'm going to go have some dinner because I haven't eaten all day.
Oh
I've
my
been with you
gosh.
guys. So shout out to Tornado Alley and Rio. Go follow them. And the amazing Ana Escobar. If you're not following her, I don't know why you're not, because she has done deep dives on the planes and she's simply amazing. So please go do that. With that, I'm out.
Yes,
we're done.
Allie, thank you so much. I love that you did this.
Yeah, what a joy.
It was great. I thought YouTube was gonna get hot and I was gonna get shut down, but it was okay. She had 900.
She had 1 million viewers.
Yeah,
close to
watching live.
This is incredible.
Oh my gosh,
gosh.
I think that's historic.
Absolutely. And it's so good that she got the chance to send that information out to the world. Everybody cares about this case. Everybody cares that there's justice for Charlie Kirk. And this story is truly so important to our country and many, many others. And I mean, to everyone.
Hold
to
on.
every person.
We got I'm gonna put this on the screen before we end. Just give me one moment, please.
Sure. Yeah.
You're gonna love this. Don't say anything yet, babe.
I'm not going to say anything, but just so people know, PBD had somebody clipping the entire debate and was mad posting the entire time.
Wow.
Dozens of clips, and there's about 4 million impressions on all his clips. So he put out a lot of stuff. One of the things he did was a poll. Who do you think won the debate? And I screenshot that and I gave it to Allie.
I'm gonna put it up right now. Yeah, I'm gonna throw it up right now. And give me un momento. I'm gonna put it up right now.
Andrew did decent on his YouTube channel. Last time I checked, he had about 300,000 views. Candace was at 1.7.
That's probably why he did it.
Million.
Yeah, and that was one of Andrew's biggest lives he's ever done.
No surprise there.
Yeah.
There we go.
So this is on PBD's X right now.
And that's on PBD too. I'm talk about a little bit of a biased group.
Candace won.
Clearly. Come on.
Clearly. Woo!
I don't think anyone had any other thought. I can't 40. So they only paid for 39 bots or whatever, 39% of the bots. Hey, I did want to, before we close out, I did just want to mention to my gang, because I see all the comments about Aaron Frankel. Gang, yes, we do need to do an entire stream on him. Couldn't agree more.
Yes.
I've been waiting and excited to
putting my brain down that rabbit hole. Thank you.
Guys, he is incredibly important. And I truly believe if I had to pick out a single individual that I would say, how we've asked who is the person that you would want to discuss, who you want to talk to the most, who you want to get honest information from. Every single piece of the puzzle has pointed me to that man. And so not an allegation of wrongdoing, because again, he's too elegant to, directly, but if there was one person. So I really would love to do an actual entire episode of him. I think I have to, right? I feel like I saw my chat being here's what he does, here's what he does, So I feel like they're on top of it too. So my plan is that we would talk about him. He deserves his own episode. I'm like, I could sit there and yap about him all day long. So
I love that. I'll definitely watch it.
Thank you, everybody. Look at Baron's poll. Baron had a poll too. What is Baron's poll? I have to look up Baron because Baron is the greatest. Okay, let me check. Baron Coleman, before I leave, let me check. Did he have a poll? Who won? The pregnant mother of 4, Smoke Boy, PBD, or Draw. The pregnant mother of 4, 95%.
Come on.
I know you guys can't see it.
Come on.
But yeah, go check out Baron's and go vote. Go vote.
Think about the fact that like the PBD, the PBD chat, it was 60-40 and then Baron 95-5. So I feel like the real, like probably the most accurate would be the average of those two, which still probably means that Candace won at about 75%. So come on, guys. Be serious.
And
Like,
last but not least, Anna, we gotta thank the mods because the mods.
Oh my gosh, the mods
everywhere.
were amazing. The mods are so amazing.
Went to that chat, to this chat. They were all over. We couldn't do it without them. So we have to have a mod day.
Absolutely. Oh my gosh, they're so wonderful. They are so wonderful. We could not do it without them. It's just we are so lucky to have them.
I'm gonna give a little cheering for the mods. Thank
Yay.
you. And we're done.
Love you.
We're done. As Allie always says, you're done.
We're done. Okay, guys. Well, we'll see you on the next one.
Yep. I'm out. I will probably be streaming Friday, Saturday, Sunday, as always. I'm just going to take a rest now. But thank you so much for
Bye,
being
guys.
Allie.
Bye,
Thank you.
Bye,
Thank you, Anna. And thank you,
Bye.
Rio, wherever she is. Thank
See
you so
guys.
much.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes. We're going to remove that and put that there. And then I love this thumbnail. It's great. So thank you so much, everybody. We are done for today. I will see you next time. Christ is King. Keep fighting for Charlie Kirk, finding the truth, and say Jesus' name. I will see you next time. Bye-bye.